sometimes we don't want to get involved. But let me just say this here about this situation with Mr. Dennis, him being a Republican, because this is a nonpartisan race that he's in. Mm-hmm. My organization, Justice for Veterans, we vex the candidates, 9 of them. And I don't mind saying it because I'm not on nobody's team. Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to get a job from nobody. And a lot of people do hang-ons. They try to get jobs from people once they win and everything. I don't, veterans. Mm-hmm. That's my major interest. And that's my major interest. What are you going to do for the veterans? We just had last year a case with a young man, Sergeant Anthony Hill. He was murdered by a police officer.
Yes, he was.
Okay? He was murdered by the police officer. Naked. He was shot naked. Mm-hmm. It was just a traumatic event with that took 4 years that it shouldn't have taken 4 years. 3 judges recused themselves. People got off the bench. Everything that possible went wrong. So there are some concerns here about how the veterans are being treated. Besides Anthony Hill, Quintavious Harris, he was killed at the bank up there in Marietta. Mental illness. Brian Easley. That was Brian Easley at the bank. Quintavious Harris shot the police officer over in DeKalb County. They shot him in the hand. Well, he was shot at 57 times by 4 police officers. Wow. Mental illness. All 3 of these individuals are mental illness. So I had a meeting with the CEO, and I asked him, what are your plans to make sure that Anthony Hill don't occur again? Quintavious Harris don't occur again? Brian Easley, what's the plan for that? So we're vexing all of these agencies that's in leadership, the CEO, police department, sheriff department. So that's what I wanted to talk to the sheriff about. Right. What do you plan to do? If you come up on a mentally ill man, he buck naked, what are you going to do? Right. Well, she never got back to me.
You're kidding.
She never got back to me, so she eliminated herself.
Yeah.
Process of elimination.
You're right.
She eliminated herself. 2 other people running for office said this here. And you got to remember, I'm a military guy. They said something happened at the jail over there. They wasn't really on board with it, but you went along with it. We can't have people going along with something just to go along. We need lead, follow, get the hell out the way.
That's right.
You understand?
Yeah.
And that's what you got to have. You got to be able to speak truth to power. If something's not right, you got to be able to say, this is not right.
Yep. Well, there's a motto in the military: we don't know how to fail. And what I take from that is, if we fail, we're going to get up and we're going to get it right. We're not going to go along to get along.
And that's what's happening a lot in local politics. When you see people been in office 20, 30, 40 years, there's who's coming behind you. See, that's one of the major problems. If you've been in office 20 years, I personally feel like that's too long, but we need to be training somebody else to come along to take your place.
Right.
We got some fine young people out there today. They got brilliant minds and everything else. But we won't pull them along. We want to die in office. And that's a sad commentary right there.
Very. Amos, I couldn't have said that better myself. I rail all the time on my show about career politicians. I love the United States Constitution and the Federalist Papers, and I study those all the time. I usually have a pocket Constitution on me. And the Founding Fathers warned against career politicians, and that's what we've gotten into. And the problem is, it's not just on the federal level. You mentioned it. Politics really does start on the local level, and if you ignore your cities, your county, all the way up to the state house or the state senate, if you're ignoring that, then you're giving your power away. And what I mean by that is you're giving the power of your vote away.
I often question people who's running for office. You're 71 years old. I'm just going to be honest, you can say what you want about me. It's time to go to the House, man. We've got to get some young people in place, man.
Amen to that.
We've got to do. I don't even vote for you if you're over 60.
Well,
Harold might be sliding in here.
He's just making it.
But come on, it's time to go to the House. And you made that by what?
Just a little bit, sir.
It's time to go to the House, man. People ask me all the time, man, why don't you run for office? For what?
For what?
I'm just trying to live, man.
That's right. You just want to make it.
I'm trying to make it to the next. We're out to be in no office.
And we're outside. You got to dodge the Wuhan. You got to dodge H1N1. You got to dodge the regular flu.
Neighbor. That's what you got to dodge.
That's right.
Now we got neighbor, man. So I don't, it's nice if things go along, if we're being effective in our community, if we need to do what we can in our community and make things happen.
Yeah.
But we are not doing that.
We're not. And and you can, I want to hear from you in a second, Harold, about this, because I've often said, and you probably heard me when I was on the campaign trail in 2016, if we can't fix our community, how the hell are we going to fix the federals? When we complain about D.C. and the swamp, if we can't start in our home, and if we can't start in our county, and then the city, and then the state, how can we clean up D.C.? And there's so many things that you mentioned. Young folks. We have talented young folks, and we need to cultivate that instead of just telling them that live in your mom's basement, depend on the government, they're going to take care of you. Ask if you have a question, go to the government. We got to get away from that. We got to get back to the self-responsibility, and I do believe there's a lot of young folks that they have that natural yearning inside, which I call the American spirit. The yearning to be free, the yearning for liberty, the yearning to, if I put some sweat equity out there, I'm going to get a little bag of rewards.
Let me say this, Harold. I'm going to let you take over. There's two places that young people are leaving us, in politics and the church. Okay?
Yep.
When you look at the church, you look around now, young people are gone. They're going to churches where they got young ministers, young people where they can relate to them. The biggest budget in any church should be the youth budget. Because they're the future.
They're the future.
Okay?
Wasn't there a song about that?
It wasn't no R&B song. But think about it, though.
Wait a minute. Whitney Houston said that's right.
Oh, okay.
No,
we are. Okay.
You're absolutely right, though, and we got to take our next break. I know this is going by fast, but we're gonna get to another break here. But when we come back, I want to elaborate a little bit more on that, on because you're absolutely right. We're not investing in the youth.
No.
And we hear a lot of talk every election season. Invest, which usually means spend, but it ain't going where it needs to go.
Right.
And then I want to hear your take on as a sheriff, how you can help the youth. So, folks, hang tight. We are going through a lot of topics, and we can't have much more fun than this. So we'll be back in a second. You're listening to On Point with Victor, America's Web Radio.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, at gmail.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift?
You hear a lot of talk every election season. Invest, which usually means spend, but it ain't going where it needs to go. And then I want to hear your take on as a sheriff, how you can help the youth. So, folks, hang tight. We are going through a lot of topics, and we can't have much more fun than this. So we'll be back in a second. You're listening to On Point with Victor, America's Web Radio.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com, and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schurz, as we talk about the topics that doctors talk about amongst themselves, such as Medicare, Obamacare, alternative forms of care, and health information technology. Join us every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back, folks. Welcome back. Yes, that is the sweet music of the band Pointless. And look them up. Well, I mean, maybe not look them up. We weren't that famous.
That's your band,
That's
isn't
my
it?
band.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So, all right, folks, welcome back. This is On Point with Victor and my guest, Amos King of the Amen Corner, and Harold Dennis, candidate for DeKalb County Sheriff. They are joining me today. I do want to mention, you guys are active today as listeners, and I cannot thank you enough for tuning in and listening. I love it. You guys are great. You guys are what makes this show awesome every week. But I have a, you've got your veterans group, Amos. Well, I got a Marine who just fired in and said that you're right about the raises, and he said the biggest raise he ever got was on a Ronald Reagan. And but I also have some listeners in Florida, and they're already starting to chant Amos for president, Amos 2024. So you may have to forego this age thing of yours, because we already got Amos for president started. I can see it now. Amos and Nikki Haley. How we can't lose.
Yes.
You already lost it.
He already aged. He aged himself out. Let's just say that. But oh man, this guy. All right, well, I want to. When we left before that break, we were talking about the youth and how even the churches aren't really putting that budget, instead of maybe going to the. You were giving an example about the guy asking for $300 million.
Yeah, I read this morning where he's a mega church evangelist, Kenneth Copeland. I saw him this morning saying that he's blowing the virus away, and that 3 or 4 years ago, I guess he prophesied that this was the year that his ministry raised $300 million.
Wow.
Okay, well, it might be, but is that relevant today? I mean, people are losing their jobs.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? They don't have a place to eat, a place really to stay. No, that they're very fearful. But to go and say, this is a year that we're going to raise $300 million. Okay, let's just say you raised $300 million.
And then what's he going to do with it?
What are you going to do with it? In time, I hope you do raise $300 million so you can give it away.
So you can give
to the people.
To the people.
Yes.
You
to
see,
the people.
these are the message that we should be sending.
Yeah.
Nothing against these ministries or anything, because I believe God is in it with these people. But here's where I think they go too far, and I don't mind saying it. If you in your church and you're tired and something happens, you fall on bad luck. Some churches you can go to, you can't even get no help. Now, let me just pause here to clear this up. I'm a member of the Beulah Baptist Church in Decatur. I got shot a few years ago. My church was there for me.
Wow.
Because I give back. So I can honestly say that they was there from visitation to help me. They was there, and we do. In our church, we give to the community. You don't even have to be a member.
Wow.
We give to the community. But you can't come back but once every 6 months. Because people will they'll rob the church.
People will rob. They'll rob their mother.
Did you understand?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's I think a scripture that said, "Will a man rob God? Not only will he rob him, he'll tie him up, so he can't come back."
So he can't come back.
I heard a preacher preach a sermon one time, 52 robberies a year, and none of them being reported. Now, you preachers out there listening, leave that alone now. God ain't told you to preach that. That's sermon by Reverend Marvin Wiley. So you start preaching it, he put it out. 52 robberies a year, and none of them being reported. Every Sunday. That's right. Let me leave that alone. Go ahead.
I like it. No, it's true. It's true. I talk about this sometimes. So I was raised now my mother was a Southern Baptist. My father was raised Catholic with Jewish influence, because my grandparents were Sephardic Jewish. My dad, though, was raised Catholic because his mom, they converted to Catholicism and Catholicism, and my mother was Southern Baptist. And not once growing up did my dad say, you have to do this, and not once did my mom say you have to do this. But they always warned about exactly what you just warned about, and they said, but you've got to have your spirituality, and you're going to grow and you're going to learn. But they gave the same principles, but my dad would always talk about exactly what you just talked about. about there's a robbery every bit. He didn't say it like that, but
once a week.
But once a week, and it ain't being reported.
It ain't being reported. Can I set the stage for you?
Yeah.
If I believe in the vernacular of my mind, if I was doing this message, I would call Dennis from the police station. Hello, I want to report a robbery. Well, where is it at? You give a location. Well, did you see who it was? Yeah, I saw them. What did they look like? They had red, white, blue, yellow, all of them on. Well, their sizes, they big, small, short, whatever. There's too many of them up here. You send a car down here. We got to build a fence around them. That's how I would begin my text with that sermon. 52 robberies a year. And not one of them.
Being reported. Man, I don't know how you're going to follow that up, Harold, but but I do want to, since we were talking about the youth and how they're being a little bit ignored, well, a lot bit ignored in the community, as a sheriff and in the office, and I know the sheriff you have a duty, but there is something that can be done. You can help with the youth, can you?
Certainly.
Tell me what your plan is.
By starting a youth program at the sheriff's office to help our youth resist gang involvement and drug usage by acquiring federal funds to facilitate an aggressive youth program so we can get them off the streets and have them being productive citizens of society.
See, and that's common sense. You don't have a political agenda. You don't care if they're D's or R's.
No.
You just want to do what's right. And this is what I love. And this is the conversation I think we need to have more of. Because we have, you can take the current situation right now that's going on with the COVID-19, this Wuhan virus, and the way people want to. This was an opportunity for D's and R's and L's and I's, and this was an opportunity for Americans to stand as Americans. We could stand together and say, we have an invisible enemy. We can get through this. We will get through this together. We had to shut down an economy. This wasn't your fault. It wasn't an R's fault. It wasn't a D's fault. But we're going to work through it together, and then we're going to help people together, which is where I think as the sheriff's office could work with churches, because there's no conflict there. There really isn't. And just as a politician could work with a church, and a church could work in the communities, because there's probably some of my liberal listeners out there are probably screaming right now, church and state separation. Well, I'll remind you to read the First Amendment, because it is a freedom of religion, not a freedom from religion. And as long as the state is not saying this religion will be the religion of the state, we can work together, and they can work together.
Certainly.
And so this was an opportunity where we could have stood together and everybody could have worked together, but we've got too many politicians that want to fight each other. And I know you've got some.
I think what happened in this situation, right, we wasn't prepared.
No, without a doubt.
You've got to look at when President Obama left office, the infectious disease people was fired. All of them was fired. Okay? You cannot allow something like that to happen. It has to be a continuation. The word is continuity.
Right.
There was no continuity left. See, this is why, sometimes I believe in the Army, because the military, rather. If you fire me today from my job, I'm committed to the military. I'm not committed to you. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So the show is going to go on. I can get fired right today. They got a job for me today somewhere else. So I'm not committed to the individual. People become committed to the individuals who are in office. When they leave out of office, it just lagged. We was not ready for this here.
Well, there's a number of reasons why we weren't, and again, this is one of the things where we should be able to stand as Americans, because both sides, you do have natural where there's going to be people who go and come, and there was that infectious disease office. It was weeded out because it was overbloated, and I think President Trump wanted to get to a streamline where we could get caught up, because it was brought to his attention that after the Ebola, under the Obama administration, they didn't replenish the PPEs, they didn't replenish masks, they didn't replenish respiratory. So there is something where, again, it shouldn't be politics, because if one area is trying to, what happens with politicians is they look at, well, maybe we can forego this because I want to put money towards this project or this program when we really ought to be putting Americans first.
Let me comment on what you just said about what they did replenish. You know, in the Army we call it SOP, Standard Operating Procedure.
Right.
If they had that in place,
Right.
it doesn't matter who's in office.
Then it naturally happens.
It just naturally happened. You
Yeah.
just follow along. President Trump, he shouldn't have to say anything.
Right.
Okay, you give a briefing that morning, we out of masks. Okay, we'll bring the masks in.
Right.
It's not rocket science.
Exactly right.
That we want to do that. But I want to pause here to come local.
Okay.
For the state of Georgia, with Governor Kemp.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the problems I think was going on in Georgia. Too many different messages are being sent.
Oh.
Now, the other day he asked people to be off. I think the streets at about 6 o'clock on last Friday.
Friday.
Well, he put that message out at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
I thought it was 9 o'clock. You have to be off the streets, or you'll be getting fined or whatever. Well, he just went the other day and opened up the beaches. Now you're asking people to be off the streets,
but yet,
you open the beaches. And here's the other thing: you asking me not to gather with more than 10 people. Okay, people, loved ones are dying; they can't even have a funeral.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
No more than 10. First it was 250 for the church. Then it was 50. Then it got down to 10 people for gathering. Well, hell, I go to Walmart, it's 500 people in there.
Amen.
You know, there's no social distancing. Now, explain that to me. This is how I feel now. I'm just going to be honest with you. I feel that the powers to be, Walmart, Targets, all of them, they friends with the powers to be. President Trump came up a few weeks ago. He was making a conference. And who's standing with him? Walmart and so the money continue to flow. Because it's not making sense to me that you're going to mean it, not gather with no more than 10 people.
But yet you're going to send me to a supermarket with everybody else.
And no social distancing.
Right. You know, I'm glad you brought that up.
Just save me some toilet paper. That's all.
Oh, you know what? I got to pause for a second. I saw this thing. Somebody sent this to me today, but they said if you're single, they got the best ad that you need to put out right now, and it is, I'm a man with toilet paper seeking woman with hand sanitizer for some good, clean fun. so if you're single out there, that's my advice from On Point with Victor. But no, Amos, you're so right. You know, I was having a discussion yesterday. I've got a good friend of mine who he's on the conservative side, but him and I both have a lot of friends that are on the liberal side. But he was talking about that very thing. He said, you know, I don't care who the government official is or where it's coming from, but if they're telling me that I need to be off the streets and I can't work past this hour, and if I'm at home, I need to have less than 10 people, and if I am with 10 people, we need to be 6 feet apart. But yet they want you to go to the grocery store, whether it be Costco, Publix, or Walmart or Target, and they want you to stand in line. Well, take a look, people. Just like Amos said, when you're in the store next, take a look. Do you see social distancing? No. Do you see people? And I mean, so where does it make sense? And that's so. There's got to be a happy medium somewhere, but we got to stop giving out mixed messages, which I think it was your point.
If I was the president of the United States, what I would have done?
Actually, hold that thought, because I don't want to interrupt you in the middle, because I like this, because they're already calling for you to run for president.
2024.
So I like this. So you hang tight, folks. When we get back, we're going to have President Amos King is going to give his address. We'll be right back, folks. This is On Point with Victor.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them. Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning at 8 a.m. and listen to the Doctor's Lounge, where you get a private insight into the conversations that doctors have amongst themselves. Join us Thursday, 8 a.m. every week.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And welcome back, folks. We are back. This is On Point with Victor. I am Victor Armendariz. Okay, so some of you who are just watching live are wondering why we're all here laughing our tails off. Well, that's because the wonderful, beautiful wife of Harold, she pointed out, she goes, I've tried to practice social distancing, but my husband won't cooperate. And I say, Harold and I agree. When we got married, we were told we are one.
We are one.
So we're going to be one through a crisis, through no matter what
everything, no matter what.
And you rightfully
said she has my back and I have hers.
And you have it, and you rightfully pointed out we're going to die together.
We're dying together.
All right. I want to go back. When we went to that break, Mr.
President.
Yes, President King, you were about to address the listeners.
This is what I would have done. I took a week out and had a meeting, got with everybody, the diseased people and everything else, and I would have put this out, mandated put this out. In 2 weeks, we're going to shut down the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is going to be coming out the house unless you're the policeman, firemen, nurses, doctors, very, very essential people.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay? Nobody is coming out. I see you out where you're going. You're not going to work because everything is shut down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that might sound crazy, but that's probably the only way that you really can do this, to get everybody in at one time.
Mm-hmm.
You give them enough time to buy enough food for 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And you stick to what you're going to say. You come up and you saying, I'm going to fine a person $1,000. Now, how can you sit there and say that? Well, you just took that man out of his job.
Yes. Yeah.
But you're going to fine him and then lock him up for 6 months.
While you're letting criminals out of jail.
While you're letting them out of jail. Where you going to put these people?
Yeah, where you going to put them?
See, it's just a scare technique.
Yeah.
That's another show that we have to talk about.
Right.
But you're trying to scare people.
Mm-hmm.
If I was the people, I would remember who you are. When time comes to vote next time, you would not be in office.
Amen to that. One of my messages today in the second hour is just that you need to be, I hope, that people are listening and watching and paying attention.
Yeah.
Because when they go to the vote in November, there's some of these folks that need to be thrown out.
Yes. Let me just highlight my state. I'm from Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Arkansas is the only state in the South that has not instituted this stay-at-home thing.
Wow.
They're the only one so far. There's been 8 states, and all 8 states have Republican governors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these people are on the fence because those people looking at you. Mm-hmm. Okay? Right now in the state of Arkansas, we're turning over the dirt. What I mean, when we get ready to plant for a crop.
That's right.
How long you want me to stay in if I'm a farmer?
Yeah, if you're, yeah. And where do these people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, where does she think this food's going to come from? The farmers are, and I got to say too, since you brought that up, we really need to be giving a lot of thanks to the truck drivers and the farmers out there, because if were it not for them, we wouldn't have what we have right now that's in the shelves, on the shelves, or in the store. So, but you're absolutely. I mean, I agree. It has to be a tough spot to be in as a president. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican or Libertarian or Independent, as a president, to face what we've faced here, because a lot of people want to put blame on Trump or on the D's and the R's and all that, when really, if you want to blame somebody, we need to blame China. But that's not the time right now. Right now we got to get through this, and that's when I think we should stand together.
The only common denominator between the rich man and the poor man is death.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay?
That's right, yeah.
When envision in your mind 2 graves dug, 6 feet deep, Okay? Well, they don't bear 6 feet no more. It's 4 feet now. Unless it's 2
Well, it may be all they need from me, but go ahead.
But I want you to envision that. 2 holes right there. What's the difference? Even right now with this virus, the rich man died just like
the poor man. Yeah, that's right.
Huh?
That's right.
So you have to look at it like that and say, wow, man, the only common denominator. So we have to take this serious.
Absolutely.
What we have to sit down and talk about now, and what they should be talking about, what did we learn from this?
Oh, yeah, that's got to
Okay?
come.
Right now, you have to talk about that. What did we learn from this?
Right.
How can we go forward? And not because I'm sure them guys up there in Washington D.C. looking around at each other, they don't know who's going to be there tomorrow.
Right.
You know, there's no protective shield. I don't think there is.
Not that we know of.
We know of. But they're looking at each other saying, well, when did I get it? You don't have it today. You could have had it back in January or February.
Well, that's a good point too, because they're starting to find out now and starting to study. And I was warning about this weeks ago. Because of the fact that China hid this, we don't know how long they hid it. But now they're saying that there are maybe half the population here in the United States could have had it.
Yeah, they're asymptomatic.
And never been symptomatic. They were asymptomatic, or they had it and got rid of it. So that we don't know how long it's been here.
You know what's interesting? I was reading about in Wuhan, China. They're not even having cases out there no more. Now, how could that not happen? If it started there, you know, what do they have? They got the virus?
No, they stayed inside. They completely shut down the government. Everyone stayed inside.
Look at Beijing and look at Shanghai.
Yeah.
They didn't even have a whole full-blown I mean, they had a lot of cases around China, but most of it was Wuhan in that area. But you're right. Now, the other thing we got to remember, this is a communist regime, so they ain't exactly being all honest with us. So we really don't have great data, but from what we're seeing. It looks like they're already sending people back to work.
Italy is catching hell.
Man, Italy's catching hell.
What do you think about as far as Amos was saying earlier that people don't have jobs, but the police, they want to fine them $100. But what about the nurses and the doctors who have student loans?
Right.
Do you think the government should go ahead and forgive their student loans because they're doing a great job in protecting the United States?
That's a great question, because I think one thing we can be thankful for is that all the models have been wrong. In every state, all the models have been wrong. So we haven't had the death rate. We haven't had the hospitalization rate that everyone was fearing. But on the other hand, we have had a lot of people that are having to go into the hospital. And were it not for the nurses, the doctors that you speak of, Dennis, and I think there are some states that are pulling in students who are about to graduate, residency. Their residency, instead of happening in a normal hospital, their residency is happening with a crisis.
Right.
And I'd be 100% on board, Harold, if these people who have this massive debt. And I don't want to burden the American citizen with the cost of that. But what I would...
But you just signed a $2 trillion.
But we just signed... Exactly,
stimulus.
which is what I was getting to. So if we're going to start throwing out money, that money needs to go to the very people that A, we put out of work, and B, to the first responders, and to those students. And I'll bet you most Americans wouldn't have a problem with some of that going to help the student, because that student who was going to graduate and go through residency just got fast-tracked to the front lines.
Certainly.
And imagine being on the front lines when it is a contagious disease. Now, we got some good news today, because it looks like 98% of the people who get the COVID-19 recovers. 98% recovery rate. That's great news.
But they're not saying that, though.
No, they're not reporting it.
Okay.
They really aren't. But we got that news out today. But as a first responder, knowing how contagious this is, you don't know if you're going to be part of that 98%, but you're still putting your life on the line, on the front lines, with a mask and gloves, hoping that, well, I got to treat this person. And those first responders are running in. They're not stopping going, I'm afraid of getting this. No, they're going in to save those people and save Americans, and I think that's a great thing.
Two things I want to comment on. When I hear you say 98% are recovering, I want to remind you, in Michigan, 40% of the people who have died have been African American.
Wow.
So where are they recovering from?
Right.
See, people get statistics. You don't even know if they're right or wrong.
Well, right.
You're just hearing a lot of things. And the other thing you're talking about responders, my daughter works at Greater Hospital.
Wow. Ooh.
And I call up, I said, I want you to quit right now. I want you to quit.
Wow.
She said, well, Dad, I'm not a quitter. You know, I protect
You
myself.
raised her too good.
Yeah, but I'm just being honest with you. I want you to quit.
Well, you're a naturally
Because
concerned
I was
father.
afraid. She works down there with people who got it on the floor.
Well,
and everything.
Let me just interject real quick. For those of you out there who aren't familiar, not from Georgia, Grady Hospital is our level 1 trauma center. This is not a hospital where you're just going to go when you need. This is the hospital they take you if you're gunshots, if you've got a cracked open head. I mean, it's a trauma center. And so now go ahead. And I mean, that puts it in perspective. If somebody's got COVID-19, they're going to Grady.
Well, if you got any trauma, you want to go to Grady.
Yeah.
Ask me. I got shot.
You were a gunshot victim.
And Grady, I went there. They saved my leg. 8 surgeries later, I spent 45 days in Grady. That's a long time to be in a hospital.
Yeah.
I was in ICU a long time. So Grady is the place to be. I'm trying to get up on the billboard where it said Grady saved my life.
Grady saved my life.
But I want to pause here and say this about Mr. Dennis because we want to get this in. Our organization, Justice for Veterans, vexed him, and we support him. Now, the other guy who came in second, I called him up. And I said, hey, sir, this is what we did. You came in second. This is who we're going to go with. Because we want to let you know how we come to this conclusion, how we came here. Now, we didn't look at Mr. Dennis or that he was a Republican. The race said nonpartisan.
Nonpartisan.
Okay? So, and I had a long talk with Mr. Dennis. I told him, if we support you, we expect you to do what you say you're going to do. No more than that. You don't have to give us nothing. Be fair to the people. The sheriff is the most powerful man in the county. People don't realize it.
No,
the sheriff, I was reading somewhere, the only somebody that can arrest the sheriff is the coroner. That sounds crazy.
It does sound crazy with that.
Well, this, being slick and all, this side DeKalb County gets over. They don't have a coroner. They got a medical examiner.
No.
DeKalb and folks.
That's DeKalb County for you.
But
loopholes.
The sheriff is a very important man.
Yeah, very much so.
Very important man. So we've got to have people with great integrity. I'm going to give you a stunning figure right now. The last 50 years. Finish me up, Mr. Dennis.
I got.
Finish me up.
Yeah, do it quick because unfortunately we're running out of time.
Basically, what Mr. King was saying, in the last 50 years, every sheriff has been arrested at DeKalb County Sheriff's Office except for one.
Unbelievable. All right, folks, we're going to have to leave it there. I want to thank Amos King. I want to thank Harold Dennis. Folks, look them up. They're awesome, and we're going to have you guys on again, and hopefully, Amos, you're going to have a show, I hope, pretty soon. All right, folks, we'll be back. Stay tuned for another hour of On Point with Victor coming up next at 2 o'clock. We'll be back.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good meal. And good afternoon and welcome to America's Web Radio, and this is David's Pick. I'm not real sure when we're going to play this, but we wanted to get our guest in when it was somewhat convenient with him, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. David Shapiro. And Dr. Shapiro, welcome to America's Web Radio.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
This should be fun. I know I'm one of these guys that knows a little bit about a lot of things and enough to get myself in real trouble, so I'm expecting that you'll bail me out if I get in real trouble. Dr. Shapiro is a chiropractor here in Atlanta and has it's Complete Spinal. Is that
Complete Spine Solutions? Yep.
And where are you located?
We've got two locations. One is in Brookhaven, and we have another location in Tucker, Georgia. Both of them in Georgia.
And well, that's good. And Dr. Shapiro has a specialty, and obviously with the name of his business, it's a pretty good bet it has something to do with the spine. And we were just talking before we went on the air about what he's doing, and I want to throw in here now that, and we can go into it a little bit more, is that, in fact, a lot more, but Dr. Shapiro also works with the VA and with veterans, and as everyone knows, we're very involved with veterans, very involved with active duty, and we realize, and we're doing more and more shows very veteran oriented. We'll be starting another one very shortly, as a matter of fact. The public seems to easily forget about veterans, and I was talking to a friend of mine, Colonel, last night, that we were talking about the fact that not only does the public forget about them, but the public doesn't really understand them. And I'm sure in your situation, you get all types of complaints, and you probably assist in this, even in PTSD. That is a problem with so many vets. And I don't know if you knew, but 1/4 of the homeless are vets.
Wow.
And that's a lot. So with that being said, let's first talk about, one, where'd you go to school?
Sure. I got my undergraduate degree in a school called SUNY, State University of New York, Oneonta, and graduated from there, and then went on to graduate school at Life Chiropractic College, now known as Life University, right here in Marietta, Georgia.
And Dr., and I can't think of his name that started it.
Sid Williams. Dr. Sid.
Yeah, and he, as a matter of fact, in another business, he used to come in frequently and buy products from us,
Really?
as a matter of fact. Sid. I'd forgotten. I couldn't think of his name. I started to ask you, and then I thought, there's two fields of chiropractic schools. Isn't that correct? Or
there used to be. I think they've somewhat come together now, so they're not quite as diverse as they used to be. Yeah.
And before we started this afternoon, I want to compliment all fields of medicine, and as many of you know, we do a number of different medical programs on America's Web Radio. But many years ago, as David and I were talking earlier, it would have been, I don't know if I'd had to use a pistol or a whip or I don't know what, if I'd brought an MD and a chiropractor and an OD and anything else in here. It could have been World War III, that they just wouldn't be seen caught dead in the same building almost. But it is, to me, it is the best thing that's happened in the world, that they're all working together, and they're all doctors. And I would say, conservatively, 99.9% care about one thing, and that's you and me, the patient. And you have a few of the the apples in the barrel that care about themselves more than the patient, but not really. And what these guys have done, and the sacrifice all of them have made in one shape, form, or fashion to get to where they are, and the education and the knowledge they have of the human body, and now working together is just, to me, the greatest thing going. And I congratulate you on it.
Yeah, it's excellent. I have some of my best friends are physicians, and 20 years ago, I when I first started practicing, it's almost 28 years ago now, I used to go and try and meet with physicians, and many doors slammed in my face at that time. It's totally changed now. We get referrals now, which is very, it's unusual, and more referrals, but from orthopedic surgeons, from neurosurgeons, from pediatricians, DOs, medical doctors, doctors of all types refer patients to us, where even as early as 10 years ago, that was unheard of. We go out to dinner with these doctors too, which is just totally shocking. It's incredible how times have changed, but it's ultimately absolutely for the benefit of the patient. The patients are now don't have to go to their doctor and be yelled at by their physician for seeing a chiropractor or.
I guarantee you, there are people watching and listening that, oh no, that never. Oh yeah, I can. You went where, and I'm treating you.
Yeah, it's
really those guys are hands-on, and I'm sure you've heard the whole gambit of stuff.
Sure, it's really changed in the last 28 years. Totally different, and it's much better. So now when a patient comes to me, they are now letting their doctor know that they see a chiropractor. I send records over there to keep the doctor apprised of what's going on with the patient, so everyone's in the same loop. And again, it's ultimately for the patient's benefit. It used to be, again, that, hey, if you want to see a chiropractor, that's on you. Don't tell me about it. I don't even want to know about it, is what they would say. And now it's completely different, which is really
there might have been some jokes about it, too, as I recall.
Probably so. I'm not. I block those out of my mind. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
No, but the bottom line is, it's for you and for me and to help us. And now, Dr. Shapiro may be the exception. He may have the answers to everything. I don't, but he may. But as we've learned, everything can't be fixed with a pill or a shot or a drug or this or that. And everything can't be filled by... What's that thing that you all have that goes like that? If you're laying on the table or something and it...
table drops or something like that. It's a part of, we can call it an adjustment, but that's one technique or one type of adjustment where the table moves, and with applied pressure, and the table will drop away a few inches, something like that maybe.
It's sort of like when I was flying and you do a stall. But anyway, are we already ready for a break? Oh, okay. It's just... Brett just got my attention by coming back in the studio. Anyway, so you have specialized in... Well, let me ask this. How far in the body does a chiropractor go? Shoulder, elbow, spine, hip?
Yeah,
because I hate to say this, but I've never been to a chiropractor.
Okay, great question. And a lot of people probably don't know that. So our primary focus is axial skeleton. That's basically your spine, and your pelvis as well, and your sacrum, which is the base of your spine. That's most chiropractors' primary focus, and then some chiropractors specialize also by working on extremities, such as the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, the knees, etc. But the bulk of chiropractic is really primarily the area that we spend most of our time is on the axial skeleton. Now, the reason why we spend so much time there is that houses our spinal cord, and that houses the nerves that come out from the spinal cord, emanating from the cord, innervating and being connected to every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. That's why that system is literally just so important. It's the most important system in your entire body. There isn't anything else that's more important than that. That controls and coordinates everything. Your heart beating, your lungs breathing, your eyes blinking, all of that is controlled by your nervous system. Brain, spinal cord, and then the nerves that emanate from the spine.
again, maybe a dumb question. How far back does chiropractics go?
That's a great question. Chiropractic started in 1895, and it was founded by a healer, and his name was D.D. Palmer, and it was in Davenport, Iowa. Is this story familiar?
Well, that was the other form of chiropractic, wasn't it? You had your Sid Williams and Life Chiropractic, but you also had the Palmer.
Sure. Those two somewhat came together and meshed, but D.D. Palmer found that there was a man came to him. His name was Harvey Lillard, and he had bent over and he heard a pop in his back, and the guy had lost his hearing. And Dr. Palmer found out where this bone was. He adjusted it or pushed it back in place gently, and the guy got his hearing back, and he literally thought he had the cure for deafness. So people from far and wide came to his office who were all deaf, and he was unable to reproduce that thing. So, yeah.
I've got to ask, too, and how much does technology play in today? Because I know it hadn't been that long that your basic tool was an X-ray.
Sure.
And now are you into CAT scans and MRIs and the X-ray?
Yeah, so most chiropractors don't have a CAT scan in their office, or I haven't heard of someone having that, or even an MRI. We refer out for that. The most important tool that I personally use is an X-ray, and my hands and my history taking and my exam. Those are all vitally important, but ultimately, because I don't have X-ray vision, I have to take an X-ray to see what's going on with the skeleton, and if it's in approximately the normal position based on someone's genetics or not. That will have a profound impact on how the way someone ages, feels, functions, and the overall health, and even posture now is linked to mortality. So anyhow, there's that X-ray is critical. We use digital X-ray in our office. The most important aspect of that is not just the X-ray, the quality of the image, but it's the software that we run that image through. And the software analyzes and digitizes every segment of your spine to determine if it's approximately in the normal position or not.
So am I hearing you correctly? You can take an old person like me and reverse my aging, and I'll be 25,
you got
26
it. No
in a couple
problem.
of days?
Nah, no problem.
Gee. What time do you open? No. Okay, let's go back to how can somebody get a hold of you? You have a website?
Sure.
And then you have your two locations.
Absolutely. So we can be reached at CompleteSpineSolutions.com, and both of the locations are listed on there. We've got a comprehensive website with tons of testimonials of people, how we've changed people's lives by changing the structure of their spine and nervous system. Obviously, we've got phone number 404-767-8873 is our phone number, and email admin@CompleteSpineSolutions.com.
We're with Dr. David Shapiro, and we're going to be taking a break. We'll be back with the doctor and finding out more about, I just think it's fascinating what is going on today, and I want to check and see how your crystal ball is on what you see in the future. We'll be back right after this.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
And welcome back to David's Pick on America's Web Radio. And this is, as I've said many times, this is more fun than scratching an itch because it means a lot. And we have Dr. Shapiro in, and he has
Complete Spine Solutions.
Complete Spine Solutions. I'm going to write that down. Maybe then I'd remember it. Complete Spine Solutions. And I think I don't know. You obviously know a heck of a lot more about what I'm about to ask, but as you get patients in, and or even doctors, other doctors, physicians calling and stuff, do you think in general appreciate the spine like they should? And realize, just like you were talking about, the importance of it is the computer cable to the rest of the world.
Absolutely. It's your antenna to the world, and it's your central computer to your body. So most people don't have a real awareness, a keen awareness of the spine and what it does and its functions. They usually come in because something hurts, and that's a pretty good motivator. Pain ignites people to change and want to do something. And most people's solution for that is that they, obviously everybody who's hurting, they want to get out of pain as quickly as possible. And
take a pill.
Yeah, so and we try to, we achieve that in a very effective way, getting people feeling better very quickly. Along that process, the word doctor, it actually means teacher. Most people are unaware of that. That's what doctor means. It actually means teacher, but most people don't do any, most doctors don't really have time to do much teaching. That's not our approach. So when a patient comes in, we realize that most people know very little about the spine and how to take care of it. So we do spend quite a bit of time with the patient, learning about them, finding out their history, learning about what activities they do that might be causing them problems, and at the same time, we spend a lot of time teaching.
Teacher of science, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. You one-upped me. I love it. That's great. Yeah. I think you're right. That's awesome.
Yeah. In fact, and like I said, we talk and are with a lot of physicians that. Sure. I'm a scientist first, and then a doctor. Yeah. And the part that makes me a doctor is working with people or working with patients, whereas I'm a scientist. By education, and it is a science, and so is chiropractics.
Sure. And that's all. It's interesting you're touching on that. That's about knowledge. The science part is all about knowledge, and we all want to gain knowledge so that we can be healthier. But the knowledge without taking some kind of action is just information. And so we as doctors want to, first of all, learn, and then impart, and then the second piece of that is getting people, including ourselves as patients, we're also patients, but to take action. And that's not such an easy process, because we've been indoctrinated to believe that we are pretty much, we can't do anything to our health. Pretty much that's the doctor's responsibility to take care of our health. So we do spend quite a bit of time. I would say probably my primary job really in the office is to be a self-empowerment coach. I want to teach people how to live a happier, healthier, stronger quality of life, giving them more confidence, not false hope, but confidence in their body, so they feel and function at their best, not just today and tomorrow, but I also care about what's going to happen to that person the next 10, 20, and even 30 years.
Again, this goes back to being older than dirt, but a medical student, and I don't think this has changed, a medical student gets, I believe, 6 hours of nutrition, and that's about the sum and whole of it. What about a chiropractic or the education? Do you all get more nutrition, and how important do you see the nutrition part of it? And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, but a physician, a medical physician, looks at one part and piece and doesn't necessarily put the whole together, whereas a chiropractor will look at the whole and see how it comes off to the piece. And that's why I think the chiropractor in the past, I can't address today because it's been many years since I was involved in any way, but nutrition played a big role in the chiropractic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so to be honest with you, I've been out of school for a long time. I don't remember how many hours of nutrition I took, but it was a lot. And, you could obviously go on and continue your education and specialize more in that. I know enough to be probably dangerous, and I know definitely taking many more classes than is given in med school. I know nutrition, what used to be an option in med school long ago. Now I think there is a nutrition class, or maybe two. I don't really remember. But in chiropractic school, we have It's interesting. Just in terms of education, we have almost the same education in terms of hours, class hours. People go, when I first started practicing, people are like, you're not a real doctor, and the reality is we have almost the identical. We have a few hours less than medical doctors. Medical doctors have 4,600 hours in med school. We have 4,200 hours in chiropractic school. It's almost the same in terms of hours in classroom time and lab work. The big difference, though, as you're mentioning, is the focus. Med school is, first of all, they get their doctorate in medicine, so that's really their focus. Their focus is primarily the diagnosis and treatment of disease with medication and surgery. That's the summary of medical school, 80% of it right there. Ours is a very different. We spend tons of time with neurology and physiology and radiology, x-rays, in other words, much more. We have 300 hours of x-ray in chiropractic school. Medical doctors have 45 hours. They know, and the bulk of our education is on axial skeleton. It's on the spine. Theirs is very minimal. So when people go to their physician and ask them their opinion on an x-ray or what they think about what the chiropractor said, my recommendations to them, this is a medical doctor who's never had a course in chiropractic in their lives. They have minimal radiology training, so they really don't know. They've never taken
read an x-ray.
They've never taken a class in spinal biomechanics ever, and this is clearly not their area of expertise. So if anyone wants a second opinion from a chiropractor that you might go to, then please go to another chiropractor. They're going to at least be able to be on the same page in terms of education and understanding.
Nasty question. Sure. DOD.
Yeah.
How do you see them fitting in between the doctor and the medical doctor, and they are medical doctors?
Their degree is DO, so ours is doctor.
OD.
It's cool. Our chiropractic is Doctor of Chiropractic, DC degree. MDs have medical doctor degree, and DOs have Doctor of Osteopathy. DOs today are very similar training. It's almost identical to medical doctors. They may have a little bit more of a holistic approach, a little bit, but they have to have the same pharmacology. It's the same medical training, really, as most physicians. I'm not an expert on osteopathy. I'm not an expert on medicine, but I've looked at their classroom hours, and it's relatively the same. I mean, medical DO can work in a hospital in the ER, so you have to be really pretty much trained as an MD.
Yeah, in fact, the ones that we've interviewed in the past few years, it seems as though they're moving more and more away from adjustment.
Oh yeah.
So strictly.
I think it's an elective now in osteopathy school. So if you have to want to take a manipulation class, whereas in chiropractic school we spend literally years learning how to manipulate, and the same is true with even physical therapy. There are some physical therapists who will do manipulation as well. If you just compare pure education hours, there is no comparison. I would never, just personally, and I have nothing bad to say about DOs and physical therapists. They do great work, but I would not, knowing the amount of skill and expertise that the chiropractor has coming out of school, I wouldn't let someone with a fraction of that or none of that start moving bones in my spine. It's just not something that I would feel comfortable doing. The spine houses your nervous system. You want to go to a trained professional for some service like that, rather than someone who has minimal training.
Again, I have no idea if it's even in the playground, but obviously optometrists were able to convince the legislature to give them the rights to prescribe.
Sure.
Do chiropractors, are they working towards that at all, or do they want to do that?
Yeah, so in some states, chiropractors can prescribe certain things. Sometimes it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory, like an Advil, Aleve, something, Motrin, something like that. It depends upon the state. So different chiropractors want to be, more like medical doctors in those states, or be able to prescribe, want that right. it's not allowed where I practice here in Georgia. Chiropractors cannot prescribe medication of any kind, and personally, that's not my area of expertise. I didn't study pharmacology like a medical doctor or a DO. That's not, and I don't really have an interest in that at all. I want to get your body functioning the best it can. I would rather, if you want advice on medication, seek medical attention. They're the experts on that, just like I'm the expert of this biomechanics in the spine and overall health, and that's my where I thrive.
Where are we going?
In the future.
Yes.
Well, in order to do that, I really want to talk about where we came from. So,
with Dr. Palmer.
Yeah. So, beyond that first adjustment, he thought he had the cure for deafness, and that's where this whole thing sort of started. So, all these people who were deaf came to him looking to be healed, and their deafness didn't go away.
Where have I seen? Was there a special on him or something? And I remember the guy coming in with the horn, the ear horn or whatever, the hearing aid that they had back then.
Interesting. And, could very well be. Could be. But what they found was these people who came to him, a lot of their other health issues cleared up. So he couldn't reproduce the deafness going away, but they noticed, holy cow, my digestion's better. I'm not having chronic constipation. My headaches are gone. I'm breathing better. So he literally thought he had found then the cure for disease, which is kind of interesting. That's how it all started. Flash forward to 1918, 1919, there was an epidemic that was a world crisis at that time, and that was the epidemic of the flu. And this just really rings true for today, so this is why this is a hot topic. The flu wiped out 10% of the world's population. In Davenport, Iowa, because chiropractic was so popular, there many patients sought chiropractic care as their primary care provider back then. Instead of going to a medical doctor, they went to a chiropractor. That was their doctor. So they tracked this as part of the public record, and this was people who sought medical attention for the flu in 1918 back in Davenport. The death rate was 1 in 25 people who sought traditional medicine for treatment. This is also published. The death rate for people who went to the chiropractor for treatment of their flu was 1 in over 800.
Wow.
That's a huge difference.
Oh, yeah. I mean, incredible.
So what's going on there? That's what truly put chiropractic on the map. It has nothing to do with back pain. It has nothing to do with neck pain or headaches, like everyone thinks that's what chiropractic's all about now. And I'm not saying this is the treatment for the flu. However, I am saying that your nervous system controls your immune function. People who got their spine manipulated back then had their immune response was better. They had a faster recovery. They were able to fight off illness and disease in a much stronger way, and that changed the whole landscape of healthcare in terms of chiropractic back in 1919.
Never heard that.
Yeah.
We'll be back with Dr. Shapiro right after a quick break. Stay tuned.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And you're back. We're back on America's Web Radio and David's Pick, and we have a special guest today, Dr. David Shapiro, who is a chiropractor and specializes in, well, all chiropractors are into the spine, but David is specializes in the spine. And we were just talking about, and I had never heard this, about the flu virus of 1918, and that the cure rate, or I don't know if you want to call it cure, but the survival rate was incredible for the folks that were going to chiropractors. And I bet the MDs back then had a pretty good hatred going on too, didn't they?
Sure. I have that went on for a long time. I have a friend who practiced in the 70s who got locked up for when he was a chiropractor, and he was put in jail for practicing medicine without a license. And on a regular basis, the cops would go around and round him up. This was in New York, and he would be in jail, get stuck in jail over the weekend because they'd lock him up on Friday, couldn't get out till Monday, and they did this on a regular basis. So it was tough. Fortunately, they've paved the way, and now things are totally different, which is great. And they have their scope, and we have our scope of practice, and everyone is getting along a lot better.
Oh, it's got to be, and like we discussed earlier, it's to my benefit, it's to your benefit,
Sure.
the patient, and it's care and concern, and this may sound a little out of line, but that's what this radio station is about. Is we are an advocate for the elderly, we're an advocate for veterans and the military, and any and the homeless, and that's what a good doctor is about, is the care for the patient. And I'm sure you all crossed many lines many years ago before a lot of physicians did, and I respect that, and respect the fact that all of you, all doctors, are now coming together and care about the patient.
Yeah.
With that being said, because you'll appreciate this, Moses was a good friend. So, what is your perspective on age, as far as too young, too old? Doesn't matter. We all have spines.
Yeah, well, you're right on that last one. Everyone has a spine. The earlier someone is checked for misalignment of the spine or biomechanical problems, the easier it is to fix, for sure, because it hasn't been there as long. The ligaments haven't altered in shape, so the younger the better.
When you say younger, how young?
Well, the very first misalignment of the spine can happen from the birth process. So we check.
That's a hell of a ride, actually, for
sure.
baby.
For sure. I mean, think about it. When you're born, the doctor twists your head 90 degrees or more and then pulls. And you get pulled by your head. Your neck is right underneath that, and that is absolutely a mechanical force that's applied to a physical body, i.e. a baby. If C-section, there's not really much difference because your head is twisted just the same, and except the only difference is you're not pulled horizontally, you're being pulled vertically, lifted up by your head. So babies, I believe, should be checked for subluxation, or it's misalignment, same thing, subluxation. And mechanical forces can move mechanical bodies, i.e. bones in your spine, out of position, just like a car accident, slip and fall, sports injuries, even the birth process. If a bone is out of place, what is the only thing in the whole wide world that can move it back in place? If there's a bone out of place in your spine, what's the only thing?
A good chiropractor.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect, right. I was hoping you'd say that. No, it's really a mechanical force in the other direction. It's just basic physics, right? I mean, that's all we're doing is we're applying physics to the spine. If things are out of position, the only way they're going to be put back into a normal alignment is by applying an opposite but equal force. Now, the force, if someone's spine is out of position, it doesn't require a significant force necessarily to move it back into position, although as we age, our spines become really strong. So for a baby, we literally adjust with our pinky. A pinky can move a bone in the most gentle way. It's totally safe for a baby, as long as the doctor's trained. There's no force. The baby doesn't even know that they've been adjusted. But the effect of that is that you're taking stress off the spinal cord and the possibly the brainstem, depending upon how high up the bone is, and you're changing that course of that child's health for the rest of their life.
Okay, so I got to ask: Are there pediatric chiropractors?
There are chiropractors who specialize in that, absolutely. There are some who are more general and take care of kids. So in our office, we take care of babies. I have 3 kids. They were all adjusted from the day that they were born, and until I have a 94-year-old patient who just the other day, 2 incredible things happened to her. She's been suffering for years. She still works, believe it or not. 94 years old. She's a teacher. She teaches French. She's an incredible woman. She just regained her sense since she's been coming to me for just a month, maybe just slightly under a month. She's just regained her sense of smell. She hasn't had her sense of smell in years.
Wow.
Now, your sense of smell...
See, I got it covered. I got a huge nose, so I got that pretty well covered.
Your sense of smell, as every other sense in your body, is controlled by your neurology. If you have stress on your nervous system, it blocks energy trying to get it from your brain to wherever those nerves go, including your sinuses or including your sense of smell or your sense of taste. She's also started to regain feeling in her feet again, which she had totally lost. So people get neuropathy, which is, pain in their feet, or they lose sensation in their feet. The nerves that go to your feet, they come out from your spine. And if that nerve has pressure on it, it can cause the symptoms that I've just described. For the first time in years, she's able to feel her feet again. Now, what does that do for her? Holy cow. I mean, if you're talking about balance, one of the biggest concerns for someone who's older is they're going to fall. That could be a life-threatening trauma. And if you can feel your feet, you're decreasing the chance of falling. So you started out and you said, at what age? What age is maybe too old? The earlier the better, as I mentioned. But for patients whose bones are, a lot of degeneration and there's tremendous arthritis in there, so we're going to be more limited in what we can do. But for most patients, even into their 90s, we can help them feel and function better. A, by decreasing pain and inflammation, and B, by changing their structure, their position. So one of the major factor in falling is leaning forward. So you know how as we age, the spine curves in the upper back and our heads go way out in front of us. That increases the rate of falling and mortality.
So do you work with osteoporosis?
Absolutely. Osteoporosis, bone loss, for sure, a great risk factor of fracture from that. One of the biggest concerns of osteoporosis is fracture, right? So osteoporosis, for those of you who are watching or listening, it's when the bone loses density. It becomes more fragile and brittle. So that means you're going to be increasing the risk of a fracture. When bones are brittle, they can break. So one of the things that we do is actually we reposition the spine, allowing people to stand more upright, improving their posture. That decreases the chance of a fracture. If you have even bone, even your weight is evenly distributed versus all the pressures in the front when you're leaning forward, greater risk of upper back fracture, greater risk of falling, and also increases your risk of mortality. So all of those things, even in someone who's older, even into their 90s, can be oftentimes improved by getting a person to be able to stand up more straight and not so hunched over.
Is that because of the neurons and things flowing better, or is this what I started to ask when you were talking about that is that do you ever get in an argument with a physician and say, you've destroyed this person with prednisone, because that prednisone will cause osteoporosis.
Sure.
And turn your bones into almost like, what do you do with that if a patient comes in and their bones are almost like a cracker?
Sure. So my main question in that case, first of all, I generally don't get into arguments with physicians, just so you know. I mean, really the work that I do is, it's just physics. If your position of your spine is out of position, you're going to be increasing your chance of injury, falling, greater increased chance of health issues as well. So it's just physics. All we want to do for someone who's got osteoporosis like that, we do some things to help increase bone density. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about mechanical spine problems. Mechanical spine problems increase your risk of fracture. So it's not, hey, you took all these drugs and you have osteoporosis, now there's nothing we can do except give you another drug to help fight that. It's for me, if someone comes in with that condition, I want to assess their biomechanics. That's my expertise. I'm a biomechanical expert. If someone's got a biomechanical problem, I want to see what their biomechanical problem is, number one. Number two, is it something that's fixable? Not everybody's fixable, but we test the spine, we test that patient first prior to beginning spinal corrective care, which is one of the things that makes us very different, and seeing if we can improve their structure and decrease their chance of fracture or falling.
Okay, you talked about the 94-year-old.
Yeah.
So, are you telling me that age is basically no limiter in what you do, be it your baby or?
Sure. So we treat every patient different. Obviously, we treat a baby different than an adult. We treat a 94-year-old different than a 50-year-old. It's custom treatment for each individual patient. So there are limiting factors of matter, and we determine that prior to beginning treatment, and we don't accept every case who comes in our office either. Only if we're certain we can get a good outcome, and the patient will know that going in, what the outcome to be expected is, then only then do we move forward with treatment. So first it's about getting a proper diagnosis, really.
Okay, the nasty question.
Sure.
Which we're all faced with today, insurance.
Yeah.
Do you take most insurance, or do you not take any? Or there's a big move within the physician industry to go pay to play.
Sure.
And get away from insurance totally, which I personally agree with.
Sure.
But where is the chiropractic?
Since a lot of people who are elderly have Medicare, so Medicare covers one thing in a chiropractor's office and one thing only, and that's the spinal manipulation. That's the adjustment, the chiropractic adjustment. They don't cover anything else. So first off, before a patient can begin treatment, we need to do an exam. We've got to take an x-ray of a patient, too, to see what's going on with their biomechanics. So until you get to that point, we don't know. So that would be something that would have to be out of pocket for a patient. But every chiropractor in America has to participate in Medicare. They must take Medicare. So that's the first part. Second part is general insurance. A lot of insurance companies, what they do is they give you a limit into number of treatments that you can provide for someone in a year, and also they have a deductible that they have to meet. But we give everyone a super bill. If we don't, we will file many people's insurance. Depending upon what policy they have, every policy is different. And if it's not covered, or if we can't file for you, we'll give you a bill so that you can submit it to your insurance company for reimbursement.
So it looks like we're getting close to. Let's go back. How do I get a hold of you?
So we're at CompleteSpineSolutions.com, and that's the easiest way to find us. You can email us, make appointments, ask questions there. We're also on Facebook and also Twitter, as well as Instagram.
And 2 locations?
Yeah, 2 locations, one in Brookhaven and one in Tucker. Our phone number is area code 404-767-8873.
Very good, you remembered it.
Yeah.
Yeah, does one number cover both locations?
It does, yes. Yeah, you can, and same thing with the email. Admin at Complete Spine Solutions will get to either location.
They don't look like you have that you're schizo or anything like that. And how do you cover both locations at the same time?
So we have multiple doctors who are trained under me and who are all trained in this technique that we use. It's called chiropractic biophysics. It's the most researched spinal biomechanical corrective technique.
I got to ask one quick question. Do chiropractors use PAs?
No.
Or anything?
Generally not.
Anything like that?
Generally not.
Okay.
Generally not.
Well, with that being said, Doctor, it's been a pleasure meeting you and having you on America's Web Radio, and I hope to see you much more. This is very interesting.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Great job.
You've been listening to David's Pick on America's Web Radio.
Still have one more segment.
Got one more segment?
Yes, we do. But I can edit this out, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Well, stop it and we'll start again.
We'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll be right back with Dr. Shapiro right after this. I don't know.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to America's Web Radio and David's Pick, and we have Dr. Shapiro here with us today. Dr. Shapiro is a chiropractor that practices here in the Atlanta area, has 2 locations. You can go online and find Dr. Shapiro at Complete
CompleteSpineSolutions.com.
Okay. With that said, there are a couple of questions that are a couple of things that I wanted to cover with Dr. Shapiro, and we were talking off camera with this. One is, as everyone's aware, and we'd started into it a little bit and then backed away, and because of me, I backed away. But the bit of a crisis that we've got going on right now with the coronavirus. I talked to my farmer out in Texas, and I told him to, as quickly as possible, get those lime trees planted, and I wanted to be able to ship out limes as quickly as possible. Which is sort of my sick joking, but at the same token, limes are very helpful in many, many things,
Absolutely.
as a matter of fact. But anyway, let's talk about what's going on, the virus, and the statistic that you gave me earlier is just incredible.
Yeah. So, for us, look, I don't have the cure for the common cold. I don't treat the coronavirus. I don't treat any virus. Your body does the healing. So the better your body functions, and there's many ways to improve your body's function, the better chance that you're gonna have to fight off anything. And the most important thing I believe that we can do as a society is take care of our health. I mean, that's the number one most important thing that we need to do. And the way we do that is many ways: by getting rest, eating a proper diet, exercising regularly. All of these things help your body function better. There's two ways to fight illness. Or even in, let's just say, just to use an analogy, there's two ways you can win a war. That's you shore up your own defenses, or you beat your enemy down. Okay, so there's two different strategies. So the best approach probably is to do both of those. The way we focus on in our office really is by improving your own health. And one of the ways you do that in terms of when we're talking about the flu of any kind, coronavirus or anything, it's by making your nervous system function better. So how do we do that? The nervous system is really, the central part is housed within the spine. Your skull, it's not movable. There's not much you can do that about your brain per se, but the bones of your spine, they move and they adapt to stresses, and sometimes they can get out of position. It's called the subluxation. They can shift out of position, and that can shift whole regions of your spine out of position. When your spine is out of position, it puts your whole nervous system under stress. Put stress on the nervous system. Your nervous system, as we said earlier, controls everything, including your immune system. So when your nervous system is under stress, it can absolutely negatively affect your immune function, which is going to make you more susceptible to getting sick of all kinds, and it will slow down your recovery, and it could affect your quality of life, or even your life. So our encouragement is make sure you have a properly working nervous system, and make sure everyone gets their spines checked for these mechanical spine problems that negatively impact your overall health.
Which brings me to a couple of other questions. One is, again, you know a whole lot. I mean, I'm not even in the same ballpark. But with that being said, do you work with many cases of strokes, where people have had strokes, which is
Sure.
Either an optical or I've had optical strokes.
Sure.
So do you work with patients because that's directly related to the spine?
Sure. So absolutely. I've got many patients who have had strokes who are patients, and look, here's what it really all boils down to. With a better working nervous system, which is housed primarily within your spine, anything is possible, and people feel and function and age better, stronger. They have more confidence in their body. The results that we get in our office are incredible. They are really not believable. Like the changes that that happens in people's lives as they're going through spinal correction it's the most. I mean, from digestion to all these different. I mean, so many different things get better. Not just pain. People come in because, like we said earlier, pain ignites change. People want to do something when they're in pain, but they also want more than that. They want to be truly healthy. So this is really what differentiates from the work that I do from maybe another chiropractor out there. If you see a chiropractor sign, most chiropractors are doing joint mobilization. They're mobilizing and manipulating the joints of primarily the spine to provide pain relief. the way, and that's awesome. It actually has a positive effect on your brain that's equal to opiates. It like literally will give you pain relief the same as an opiate will. So it's an amazing pain reliever. But what people want, even as much, maybe even more than feeling relief today, which they do want when they are hurting, is they want to feel good for the next 10, 20, and 30 years. So what's linked to that? We were talking off mic a little bit about arthritis and degeneration of the spine, and now medicine we already know what causes that in most cases, and it's abnormal mechanics. Abnormal spine mechanics will cause premature degeneration of the spine. So it's kind of like, you ever drive a car with the front end out of alignment? Once or twice, right? So the car, what happens to the car in that case? It pulls, but what about the components to the car?
Oh, it wears.
It wears them down, right? So the same thing with any structure, like our spines, the top of that spine, the top of your spine should be directly over the bottom. There are normal curves that your spine should have from the side. When those curves are gone, your spine prematurely, or when the top is not over the bottom, just like anything in our gravity environment, it breaks down prematurely. That negatively affects the wear and causes, proven in the medical literature, pain, degeneration, and spinal disc problems. That's just the mechanical part. We're not even talking about how that also negatively affects the nervous system, although we touched on it earlier. It literally, because the spine houses the nervous system, you're talking about not just a mechanical problem, you're talking about something that's going to affect your quality of life for your entire life. These mechanical problems that people have don't get better over time with no intervention, and traditional manipulation of the spine, mobilizing the joints, also don't fix it. So we take a little bit of a different approach, or a vastly different approach than most chiropractors when we're treating someone with a mechanical spine problem, because we know manipulation alone doesn't fix that. And what that is it's exercises. It's mechanical corrective exercises, not like functional exercises like what a physical therapist does. These are mechanical corrective exercises that are custom for each person's mechanical spine problem. Then we do mechanical corrective adjustments. And lastly, we do stretching, or a type of traction. All of our traction is done for 10 minutes or longer in the office. Anything less than 10 minutes, you will spring back to the original position, not just according to our practice, but according to research, and it will have virtually no long-term effect on your spinal structure at all. So we do that three-pronged approach in the office, and every single patient must be committed, before we take them on, to doing home care exercises as well. Without the home care, even as great as our in-office treatment is, it's really not going to last. And people don't come in order to fail. They don't start care with the intention of quitting or failing. They want to succeed. They want to live a great life, and they deserve that. So our goal isn't to make the patient feel better today so they like us, which we want them to like us, and we want to make them feel better today, but that's not really our goal. Our real goal is for patients to live a fulfilled, purposeful life, and that's with the body functioning at its highest potential. And that's really what we do.
One other, and I apologize for jumping around so much. I guess it means you'll just have to come back and do more, and who knows, maybe even do a whole show weekly or something. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to touch on is what's near and dear to my heart, is veterans. And you were telling me that you work with a lot of veterans.
We do.
Just tell us about your program, right?
So, great. Yeah, so fortunately, we're one of the few chiropractic offices in the Atlanta area that has VA privileges. What does that mean? It means the VA can refer. They don't have chiropractors working at the VA. So we have patients come from the VA who get referred out directly to our office. There is no cost. They can come to us for free. It's totally free. So we take care of veterans as well as our active duty military at no charge. So they don't have to stress out. They're under enough stress. They've served our country. They've protected our rights of freedom, which we can't thank them enough. The least we can do is give something back to them and take care of them. Whether it's covered or not, we're going to take care of them and give them the best quality of life, having an impact on their neurology, their physiology, how they feel, how they function. It changes their mental state too. They literally feel better mentally with the care that we provide. We have an incredibly healing environment and a positive environment. I mean, if you just look at our reviews online, you'll see, I mean, patient after patient. The staff is incredible. You guys are so motivating, inspiring. It's like an office that you've never seen before. We have literally, when you come in, you're going to be cheered by our staff, and we have even other patients cheering. I mean, it's just really supportive and fun, and And that's part of the reason why we get the results that we do.
That's fantastic, and you're right. And so many offices today are pretty sterile, to say the least.
Sure.
And you wonder if you're really being cared about or cared for, or we're going to do our job and then get out.
Yeah,
and,
that's not us. We hire genuinely, happy people.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's great. And I know I'll say too, Scott, and Scott's office is like that. It's an incredible office.
Yeah, they do a great job. We refer to them, and they do an awesome job.
Again, how much time have we got?
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Okay. Well, we want to get back and have Dr. Shapiro once again give the telephone number and how you can get a hold of him. But also, we don't do recommendations often, but being here with David has been quite inspirational, and I have no doubt that if you're in need, David would be one to go and talk to. And I imagine your lines are really pretty broad, not just the spinal, but like you said, stress can cause a lot of problems as well. And I'm sure you put on your psychiatry hat every now and then, and your philosophy hat, and all the rest of the hats. But it's the whole, and this is what I love about chiropractics, is that it's the whole body, not just the big nose that I got and can smell anything. Anyway,
sure.
Dave, thank you so much for being with us.
You're so welcome, David. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Want to do it again?
We do free consultations also, just so you know. If someone wants to reach out, they can send us an email or message us on Facebook or just go to our website. We'll do a free consultation over the phone. I've taken care of people from Seattle who literally fly in for treatment. Overseas, people have come to us for an intensive short period of time to turn their lives around. And we've had miraculous results, and it's just really, what's so cool about it is just really logical. It makes sense. The spine controls everything. Your nervous system controls everything. Get that in good shape. Most people's problems will dissipate, even if it's stress.
With that being said, you've been listening to David's Pick on America's Web Radio, and want to thank Dr. David Shapiro for coming in today, and look forward to visiting with him many more times in the future. See you next week.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, Medical Director for the Atlanta Healing Center. Our team is able to offer a multitude of treatment options such as quantitative EEG, also known as brain mapping, hormonal and nutritional assessments, neuropsychological testing, and cognitive therapy, along with traditional 12-step facilitation. And we can even offer you, if appropriate, a gentle medically managed detox. Please contact us at 770-696-9862.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good experience. Around town movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best.
Stay tuned, folks.
That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
All right, I think we are now. All right, we're live, folks. There it is. All right. Yes, this is On Point with Victor. Look, folks, it's live radio. Things happen. So, all right, welcome back, folks. This is On Point with Victor. This is America's Web Radio. I am Victor.
You're listening to America's Web Radio, your voice in the matter.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good morning and welcome to America's Web Radio, and we appreciate you tuning in today. And I want to wish everybody a good Friday. And with that being said, we have our honored guest, as always, on
Fridays, and he's a good Presbyterian as well. And we have Shai Deruan, and Shai is a master, a 31-degree master in Kung Fu. Am I describing it right, Shai?
It's just the name. Don't worry.
Okay, just the name.
They call 31st generation of the Kung Fu. Shaolin. Shaolin has been around for 1,500 years. So I'm the 31st generation of the Shaolin family that started teaching martial arts. First started teaching martial arts in the world. All the martial arts today, and 90% came from my family.
Wow. Now that's passing something on from generation to generation without.
Yeah, all the karate, kung fu, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, they all came from the family. Yeah, originally.
And I've just a very little bit, and nothing like what Roger has done, or nothing like what Victor has done, but I do have a great respect for the East. And I think I mentioned this once before. I don't know if I did on this show or not, but I did mention it's very interesting. The East was so far in advance of the West, and taking their foods and everything else, and the trade and the ships that went to sea so many years ago, and the culture that was brought and developed, and it just I'm fascinated by it. And just like you said, the generation passing it on from generation. And if I would say there's one quality that I respect more than any other, and we do a show on the other side of it, which is called elderly abuse. And the respect that the East has for the elderly is just incredible.
Yes, absolutely, because in China, the elderly speaks and everybody respect. Doesn't matter how old that elderly is, and in the village, in anywhere, and in the country, and the elderly is vastly respected. If your grandparents are alive, so who make the decision? The grandparents basically said the final word. And in the village, it's the same thing. The oldest person make the decision, and then the same thing in a large community. The old days, because they see the experience, they see where they connect their past to the present, and then they see that connection. They respect the connection. They respect the genetic connection, the history. They respect the past generations, past the knowledge, past the wisdom, past that the energy and connection, so to speak, and we call qi. And I will later on explain a little bit about qi. Thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong many times, but don't the elderly, like in the United States, it's sort of like there's a point that we, as we get older, in many cases, not all cases, but in many cases, we decide to stop learning. But in the East, don't the elderly continue to learn, and then that's why they express the wisdom of their age?
You are absolutely right. I just started a new range of learning experience, and then we say nobody is too old to learn, and people 80 years old are still learning, and 90 years old are still learning, because the learning is a very, very important part of the life experience. Life experience to us is a learning experience all the way to the day that body is gone, but that qi, we call it spiritual qi, that qi, the soul of the body, that's the ultimate qi, remains, never dies, because you have individual expression qi the manifestation of the end expression of that chi, and perished with that body, because that's moment in time. That's that transmission, just like your cell phone. Cell phone can be destroyed, but the tower, the transmission, the internet, the satellite, all the way to the universal, that electricity never dies. So individual, you can, thousands of cell phones can, change back and forth, but doesn't mean anything. But that transmission, it's always there. The internet always there, and that's what it is. And that chi is that transmission between human being to human being. The chi is the transmission between human being and the universe. The chi is the transmission between the universe as the ultimate wisdom. That means, let's say you from Christianity standpoint of view, we have a God. God, of course, in the West, you have a person. Maybe think of a God is look like a white man, but to the East, look like a Oriental man. But that's the personified God. Okay, if you go beyond that, personification is that spirit. That spirit is cannot be touched. The spirit, is formless. The spirit is not visible. The spirit is there. The spirit created that universe. It's the original light of the universe. That's before the Big Bang, after Big Bang, and then that's not created in certain days. That's of course and as a human being we use different language to personify, use different language to describe, but we only capture so much. Today we thought we knew a lot of things. We don't, and even science. We say we know the reality. No, we don't. We know less than 5% of the reality, and according to science, and then for everything else is sort of like a symmetry, sort of like a matrix, sort of like interface. All you see is interface. Because behind the interface, there are a lot of things. The wires, behind the wires, it's so many things. Just like Max Planck and said, a long time ago. Max Planck probably, many people have heard of him, and a lot of people may not have heard of him. Max Planck is one of my heroes, and he's Christian. He's a very spiritual person. When he received his Nobel Prize, he said, "I'm a serious physicist, and then research the physics all my life. But I don't see anything that is physical. Behind the physical, behind all matters, there's a force. There's a spiritual force." He's kind of like his student. He's a mentor of this guy, and his name is Albert Einstein. And everybody probably heard of Albert Einstein and heard of his student, but not him. He's the one introduced the Albert Einstein to the world, and hired Albert Einstein as a professor. Get Albert Einstein's article into the paper, and because he was the physicist, the #1 physicist, the magazine's chief editor at that time, and so we all see nothing really that matter. Everything is the spiritual. The real thing is the spiritual behind all the matters. And chi is in that. Okay, let you go on.
No, I'm fascinated, and as the day that we're talking about this is for Christians a very important day, and Good Friday, and that's when our Lord and Savior gave His life for all of us, that through Him our sins could be forgiven. But working in and around emergency rooms, and also as an EMT, and a lot of folks have never experienced being in a room with someone that dies. They may have had a friend or a loved one die, but they weren't necessarily in the same room. But as Christians, we call it the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. But in a sense, it's the chi, right? And
correct.
And I don't think there's, in my experience, I don't think there's anything more final than the death of someone, and it's like with Christ, his last breath, and the centurion knew that he was gone, and Christ said, "It's finished," and as he took his last breath, his chi was gone, his Holy Spirit was gone, and he said unto God, I give my spirit into your hands. And but the finality is just incredible, and you know when between that last breath and the next to last breath, you still have a live person with chi or with the Holy Spirit, and then after death, it's gone. And nothing more final, in my opinion.
And that's each person probably express that thing in different ways. And yes, to that cell phone, that unique cell phone, each cell phone, that cell phone probably is not going to work anymore. But the cell phone, the contents of that cell phone, that energy, the cell phone transmission, the transmission from one cell phone is that cell phone is gone, and changing another cell phone still is going to work, because each entity is sort of like a cell phone, the end expression. But the cell phone is gone doesn't mean all the information is gone, doesn't mean the spirit is gone, doesn't mean that the chi is gone, doesn't mean anything of that soul is gone. Everything is still there, never dies. There's no death, no die, no birth, because it's always in that circulation. God spirit is always there, because God's spirit is that transmission. God's spirit is that by electricity. It's always there. The God spirit is beyond all that physical you can see, beyond all the formulas you have heard of, and it governs everything. That means that thing never dies. Before the Big Bang, after the Big Bang, always continues. It's infinite. That mind is the infinite mind, and that's in my view of the God. God is infinite. God is a supreme intelligence. God is a supreme wisdom. God is everything. Is everything, and occurs everything before anything occurs. Before anything occurs, and produces, before anything that exists. So it's the mother of everything, and so to speak. And so it is the soul of all souls. And so that soul of all souls never dies. But the individual expression may go, but the real thing is not. So each person, for example, let me give you a little bit chi explanation. Last time, you wanted me to explain to you the chi. Chi, okay, you have a universal chi, the chi of God, that we call supreme chi. That is supreme intelligence. That also we call supreme consciousness, whatever you want to say. And you in the Orient, and we call this the supreme chi. The supreme chi has soul, the supreme chi has consciousness, the supreme chi has intelligence, the supreme chi is everything that happens. It's the ultimate projection. Let's say, for example, according to today's science, quantum physics, and what we see is the quantum world, and everything is quantum produced. Everything's sort of like holographic world. From the holographic standpoint of view, and you have original light. The light is the projection of everything. It's sort of like a film. The film, we have the light project into the film. The original light is the God light. But behind the light, that is the God spirit. Behind the spirit, that's the God consciousness, that's the God intelligence. And then that intelligence pushes the chi out. That chi gives the light. The light produces everything, from the galaxies to plants, to planets, to and the suns, to Earth, and then to everything on the earth and everything under the star, everything, and then eventually, and you have a tiny humanity. The humanity is the whole thing. The whole thing is the humanity, and within the humanity, you see a lot of little tiny humanities, human beings, the billions of them, and this, and then they, because of the sun, because of the environment, and they look like different colors, different shapes, but they all belong to one humanity. They're all interconnected with the original God, that original Qi, that original soul spirit, that original soul Qi. That's all connected. However, because we have so many films, we begin to give ourselves so many programs, because the subconscious program, the culture program, the nationality program, the authority program, different religions have different program, different, Baptist, Presbyterian, and Assembly God, and Mormon, and Muslim, and Catholic. You have Israel and this Jewish, all kinds of religions, but they build their own shackle. They build their own, shelter. They build their own groups, and then they give their own explanation. Those are what I call programming. So each programming become a different short film. And then whatever film you play, but ultimately it's the compassion. Ultimately it's the love of God. The God of love is not our love. Because we explain ourselves, okay, I'm a Jewish, I love my Jewish people. Okay, I'm a Presbyterian, I love my Presbyterian people. And then I'm a Buddhist, I love my Buddhist people. And it's just so that love is no longer love anymore. That is caged. That is the caged. That is your self-programmed. That is self-filtered. Your self-programmed, the self-filtered, and the thing, and it has nothing to do with God. God is the ultimate love, without condition, without prejudice, without division, without conflicts, without any authority. Doesn't matter who you are. Love all. That is just like Jesus Christ said. You slap my right face, I turn my left face. That whole idea is about compassion. There's no enemy. There's no enemy at all. So that compassion, that love is the ultimate God love. That is the ultimate Qi, so to speak. Because that Qi, when you connect with that Qi, your life is, and you are connected with the ultimate soul. You are connected with the ultimate Qi. We are connected with the ultimate consciousness. That body is no longer important anymore. Because that body is not really yourself. It's the expression, the end expression. The self is the God self. The self is the connection. The self is the ultimate soul. That soul never dies. That expression can throw away. You change another vehicle. You change another cell phone. That's all it is. So sometimes we don't understand, and we hold that little vehicle so vital to us. And I know, just like one of the friends introduced his friend's son to me. The friend is Joshua Priest from Catholic Church, and he told his friend, because the whole family went to Spring Hill Catholic Church. Spring Hill College is a Catholic college also. And this Joshua Priest heard of me. I never met him actually. And then he introduced him. He said, well, this is a Zen master. He's also Christian. And then you probably talk to him. He may be able to help you. What happened was the whole family in quarrels. The whole family could not sleep. The whole family just diseased families. What happened is that mental projection. The mental projection is the son, 8 years old son, died of a car accident. And then church, explain what is God's will, and then they just cannot take it. And one day they came to me and said, well, the Joshua Priest introduced us to you. Say, you can explain from the point of Qi, from point of consciousness, from point of whatever point you have. And we don't understand it. The priest doesn't understand either. He just said, you can explain to me. And I can see maybe can resolve my whole family's troubles. And then I said, well, I cannot explain as well. It's everything is there. What I want to see is what I understand. I can explain from my understanding. So I explained to him. He came here. He is God. He is God. He's the God. It's a God vehicle to come here to give you a lesson. The God vehicle come to give you a lesson to see how tough it is, how tough you are. He's not your son. He came here, his job, that he finished his job up to this point. It's sort of like a cell phone finished that cell phone's job at this point. And then that cell phone is over. But that cell phone's information is always there. And then that tower is always there. That the satellites are always there. The beyond the satellite, that conscious information is always there. The quantum communication is still there. But the cell phone, there are billions of cell phones there. You can throw away and change another one. There's not much difference. So this is not your son. Your son came here to give you a lesson. And to finish your lesson, you need to learn from your son. That is more important than anything. Okay, this is not your son's son. It doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to your home. You have nothing to do with your son. You don't have any possession of your son. He came here, is your teacher. Your teacher need to go. He need to go. Has nothing to do with you. And just like people get married, they're married, I love you. If you leave me, you betrayed me. No, you want to possess that person. It has nothing to do with the love. The real love without a condition. The person is free. Everybody is free. God gave you that idea. Everybody is free. But you do not want anybody to be free. You want to be a Presbyterian. You have to be a Baptist. I went to Mobile College. People told me, oh, the Presbyterian is not real Christian. We're Baptist. That's real Christian. You have to be a Baptist to be a Christian. I said, really? And I didn't say anything. I went to Baptist church for a while, and Dr. Garner was very nice to me. He said, well, whenever you want to baptize here, we'll have another friend. He's very, very casual. He said, you don't have to be a Baptist. You can just remain Presbyterian. I said, no problem. I said, well, next time you have a congregation, I'll be baptized. I'll go over there. To me, go to the water, immerse it, and then be friends with the guys. No problem at all. I can experience to any congregations. It's not a problem to me, because this is the end expression. That's all it is. But each person, each group has that congregation's idea. Sometimes we put too many ideas of our own. Forgot about God. Forgot about Jesus Christ. Forgot about the healing, our own healing. That's why I came here to express that self-healing, to express that God will, to express that immune system, to express what God gave us, the consciousness. Sometimes we forgot all that natured, the self-natured wisdom, self-natured intelligence. And we stuck with ourselves, that the little tiny appearance. See the appearance is easy, but I see beyond the appearance, it's challenging, because we're so bombarded with appearance signals, noises, TVs, internet. Today you have social media. Technology has advanced so far away, so advanced, but our spirit, our intelligence, our morality, our ethics, where are they? Let's forget about religious morality. At least it doesn't matter what religion you are part of the humanity. That humanity is it has that intelligence. That is the real religious intelligence. Why? Because that's origin love or original compassion from the original light. It doesn't matter what a name you can give, what kind of religion you can give, but that one is the core intelligence of all of us. It's the core light of all of us. It's the core love of all of us that connects of us, all of us, that achieve that transmission, that connection of that transmission, that information, that light shooting to us, and it doesn't matter how many programming, how many filters we put over there, but if we do not have the light, we're done. Even your life, you're still done. Have nothing to do with it, because that intelligence is gone. It's like a zombie. You're done. You don't have the light anymore. You don't have the healing anymore. People will always go to take drugs. You're done. You don't have the light anymore. You don't have the love anymore. You don't have the love to yourself. You don't have the love to God. You don't have any connection to anything, because you savor yourself from everything that produced you, and that body is no longer there. The light is no longer there. That body is dead. That's what I say.
You know, this is fantastic. With the situation that we're in today, and you and I have talked about mind over body ever since we met, just about. But with the situation that we're in today with the coronavirus, it's my belief that this is when, in many cases, we should turn to meditation to make sure that we are charging our immunity. Does that make sense?
That's correct. Yeah. I totally get what you talk about. You know, let's say from the ground level, from the ordinary as a person, and then we have energy. That energy, sometimes we quarrel, sometimes we think, sometimes we keep memories, sometimes we have emotions, sometimes we have this, that, and dissipate that energy. But if we want the energy to really be released, to be resilient, need the energy to boost our immune system, need the energy to deal with any situations, we need tremendous energy. That energy through what? Number one is reconnect. Reconnect yourself internally, recharge yourself internally. That rechargement, that energy recharge, that energy will transcend and connect with the universal energy. That universal energy give you more. That's real charge. That charge, we're going to consistently, continuously to recharge you. Your energy will never end. And you become a person of alive. Not only alive in healing, but alive in intelligence, alive in everything that God produces you to do. Alive with the universal consciousness. When you're away from it, and you become single. For example, you have the original light, the little light. When you leave the original light, the light becomes diminished. When you have the original light, the light always charged. That is internally connect with God, internally connect with the original consciousness, internal connect. I call Zen. Zen Shichen is the freedom of the body, freedom of the mind, freedom of the universe that God gives and that the universe gives, the conscious connection, transmit, permeate, penetrate into yourself, bounce back to the universe, and that connection, the freedom of the connection. That's what it is. So recharge. And the only thing I see is observation. You know, I taught a lot of Catholic people from Vatican. I taught a lot of people from a Jewish community. I taught a lot of people from different communities. And I love it because I don't want to get into religion, but I want to see this is a human, basic human breathing, basic human inner observation, basic human being, that connection with whatever God you believe is there. Okay, and whatever neighbor you believe is there is the original light. Connect with the original light, the supreme consciousness, the supreme wisdom, the supreme intelligence. Okay, let's do a few minutes. Okay, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what with the situation we're in today, what advice would you give people to relax and accept? Maybe that's, I don't know if that's the right way to say it.
I like what you said, accept. Accept is so important to the universal consciousness, to the supreme intelligence. Let's put religions out. Let's just use this word, supreme intelligence. Because the supreme intelligence gives you the light. When you accept the light, that means you accept the communication. You accept the connection. You begin to resonate with that supreme intelligence. When you cut yourself away, that means you are not accept anymore. Do you understand? You do not accept your origin anymore. You become a discarded garbage. That's what it is. It doesn't matter how much money you have, what a status you have, you're still garbage. It's useless, meaningless anymore, because you are no longer meaningful to that original soul, the original intelligence, because you no longer function. So what we do is over here, as far as meditation is concerned, is look inwardly to make that connection. Make the connection, number one, is through that breath. Because you need breath, when the breath is doing what? The breath is to give you calmness. The breath to bring you to that status. The status of calm, the status of serenity, the status of inner observation. Listen to your breath. Feel your breath. And sense your breath. And then as you observe your breath, you begin to calm down. And then that breath begin to bring you to the oxygenation, to the energy expression, and to the body. You begin to see and feel. That's the first step, to see and feel see yourself and feel yourself. Disregard anything else outside. Sometimes, yes, people say, oh, my mind is crazy. Everybody's mind is crazy. You're not the only one. Everybody says, oh, my mind is different. No, you're joking. Yeah, everybody else said the same thing. And it's only by degree. Some people more crazier than others, that's all it is. But for certain degrees, everybody's mind is totally radical, totally dynamic, totally transmitted, all kinds of signals. But at the moment, when you calm down, your signals, you're going to be collectively through all kinds of crazy signals out. Yes, sometimes you have signals come in, you readjust and to see one or two things, and a lot of signals you begin to, because just like you read a book, you cannot read millions of books at the same time. It's no way you can do that. You cannot even read 10 books at the same time, not to mention not to mention 100 books. You cannot even read 2 books exactly at the same time. That means you watch your breath, listen to your breath, feel your breath penetration into your body, into your cells, and then that is the first step. My brain, we have a lot of people did different research on my brain. My brain is a little bit different from most people's brain, because I have a little bit more layers of brain cells than everybody else. Because of the meditation, especially your frontal part, and because the many years of meditation, and slowly the brain cells begin to grow. And then today we can see, actually, from the many neuroscientists that can see that when you 80 years old, when you're 90 years old, you still can grow your brain. Your brain is elastic. We call elasticity of the brain. So it's totally different from the past science research. Today's science research is totally different. Old days we call genetics. Today's we call epigenetics. Why? Because the heritage is no longer that important. because it is the expression of that heritage is important. Your father has cancer, you don't have any right to have cancer. You don't have to have it. Your father behaves like a drunk, you don't have to be drunk. Because it's that expression of the heritage is more important than that heritage. We can talk more about that in the future. Okay, let's just let's do this. Sit for quietly, and whatever position you can do, like a cross-legged position. You can sit like a chair, like me right now. Put the two legs on the ground, flat on the ground, body straight. Put your hands just put on the legs, and just put on legs. Also, you can put together, or you can put the legs. You can just like this. Any way you want to do. Right now, just relax. First, take a breath, just a deeper breath. Breathe in, then breathe out. Now breathe in, slowly breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. You can take another breath at any time. Just breathe in and out calmly at your own breath, at your own pace. Okay, let me give you explanation. At the moment in time, usually, how do I start? And when I teach other people, when I share with the people, and normally this is what I say. And when you breathe, you listen to it, you begin to feel how the breath into your lungs, all the way to your diaphragm, how that breath become from ADP, become from ATP, become ADP, and become energy, and penetrate, permeate into your body, into your cells. You begin to scan the body, see the body begin to relax. If they're not relaxing, don't worry, has nothing to do with you. But if it is relaxing, they are relaxing on their own. So don't worry. Worry is the main thing a lot of people have it. I want to relax. No, you don't want to relax. When you want to relax, you're not going to relax. Let it go. That is very, very important. Second thing, I already said, let it go. I mean, let it go, not only let your body go, let your breath go, let your sense go, without any control, without any management, just like a flow with the water. Just like you said, accept whatever it is. Trust yourself with God. Trust yourself with nature. Let nature take over. Let the universe take over. Let God, Spirit take over. Now, in the meantime, acceptance, let it be natural. Let it go. Let it go without control, because we always want to control the moment. We'll control this, we control that, we control that. And anything out of control, we don't feel comfortable, we don't feel secure. There's no such thing as secure. There's no such thing as secure. Everything's changing. You know, when you want to hold that secure, you're no longer secure because you don't trust the God anymore. You don't trust the universe anymore. You don't trust the nature anymore. You don't trust yourself. You can't even trust yourself. Why? Because you do not trust yourself. That's why you want to get that secure. That secure is illusion. So, let it go. Anything comes to your mind, let it go. Any attachments come to your mind, let it go. Any emotions to come to mind, let it go. Any thoughts come to your mind, let it go. Any authority come to your mind, let it go. Anybody saying anything, let it go. See your breath, watch your breath, listen to your breath, observe yourself internally. That's the first step. That's the first step. Yeah, I can do this for days. Just like I told you last time when I had the SARS, I literally meditated for 9 days to 10 days. Of course, 10th day I didn't do as much, just a few hours. But 9 days, and then the whole day and nights, I never stop. And I might doze off, I might do this, I may, fall in sleep, but it doesn't matter. I'm meditating, sleeping, meditating. And it was beautiful when I get out of it. The totally transformation of that person. I don't see myself as the original person anymore. I totally changed, not only because of the SARS, that virus, but because my mind, my body totally transformed. That means that a transformation of the energy, transformation, that information, transformation, that are neurons, transformation of that electrons, transformation of that interconnect of that neurotransmission. It's totally different. That's what I see. Yeah.
Just want to make sure nobody tries this while they're driving.
No. You can do breathing. And when I drive, let me tell you how do I do that. Now, some people. Now, I was in Washington D.C. I was going from Washington D.C. to Baltimore, and the cars just cut into my front, and people give me a middle finger, and I just lightly close my eyes because a lot of people bumper to bumper. I just wave my hands. Sometimes I just knock my head. Everything's quiet. Nobody does anything anymore. So when you bring yourself in such a position, the calmness, because all these people come in, it's a manifestation of your hurriness. When you begin to bring that calmness in, and everything around you become calmer. Because at the beginning I was rushed to go to Baltimore, and that's why people called me. And then I said, calm myself, let it go. And then I semi-meditation. I just drive, stop, and let everything go. No hurry. Whatever it takes is going to take. And then, everything becomes calm. Because a lot of things is a reflection of you. You are the manifestation of all the things that surround you. Reflection of all the lights that surround you. And the consciousness surround you, the energy surround you. And that's what it is.
So with doing the meditation, just like we did, and are you talking to yourself at all, or are you just strictly breathing and rejuvenating? Right now, the important thing is the immune system, correct?
Yes. Most important, what I do is the immune system. Why it's good for immune system? When you calm down, your body begin to communicate because you have 100 trillion cells. 100 trillion cells, maybe more than 10% are your own cells, but the rest are microbial. And the microbial, what are those? Those are things, bacteria. Those are things, germs. Those things actually help you also to help you survive better, because they also block all kinds of virus from you. And then you actually not only you communicate the internal cells of yourself, but also communicate with this virus, this bacteria, these germs. Think about it. 90% of them, around your body, within your body, on your skin, everywhere, in your corners, and your immune system, they're everywhere. But they actually help you. But you communicate with everybody. And then when communications becomes possible, everybody become immune, build that good energy, and anything coming in a flash system. And flash system, your blood, your T cells begin to expel out, your serotonin rest up, your endorphins raise up, all kinds of chemicals you're produced at that time to help you, to strengthen you. Your production, your serotonin, that means your hypothalamus, the whole body begin to communicate. You reorganize yourself. And it's totally different from any drugs because it's all natural. A lot of communication, a lot of reorganization, a lot of connection makes anything possible. That's what I see. And then that's what I meditate, and then I see you sometimes, let's say for example, a lot of times for the last 20, 30 years, people always have flu. They all come to me, because I touch the students, I work with the students. Everybody get these things, I don't. Why? Because I'm become more used to it, and my body begin to see all these cells, all these flu come in. My body begin to build layers, and then sometimes too heavy for me, and then I immediately sense it. I just sit down for a few hours, and then it's gone. Why? Because the body begin to learn how to deal with it, and then your immune system immediately not just rise up to fight, but rise up to harness, to heighten your immune intelligence. That's all it is. To work together, harmonize your immune system, to balance your homeostasis. That's how it is. And your brain cells, your body cells, your heart cells, they all communicate. The brain is a beautiful thing. Your brain can shrink, your brain can expand. And some people say your brain you cannot do anything. No, that you can do a lot of things, billions of things to your brain, to your neurons, transmission, to your neural connection, beautiful things you can do. Yes. That's only through what? Through meditation.
And basically you can do it anytime, any place.
That is correct. You don't have to do a long at the beginning. Let's do 3 minutes to start. 3 minutes. Sometimes you have all kinds of bombarded like a signals. Don't worry. Next time, just do it again. And sometimes just readjust. Do another 2 minutes.
Let me ask,
yes.
Is there anything to same time, same place, or like I just said, any time, any place? Some theorists say that you need to do it in a dark room, or you need to do it every morning at 8 o'clock, or...
Okay, this is what happens. Okay. If you can set a time, because it become a good habitual thing to do. You have old habit, all kinds of crazy things going on. That's the old habit. In 9 to 5 work and go home, watch TV and watch cell phone. This bad habit. Because your body is no longer functioning. Why? Because you no longer have the confidence, depend on yourself. You no longer watch yourself. You no longer depend on yourself. You no longer unveil your own intelligence. You no longer have your own light because you depend on everything else. The cell phone or your authority or work or anything. But over there, it is yourself. It's lighten up yourself. My job is here, hopefully I'll give you a spark of light so that each person can lighten yourself up. That light, you can lit up the light anytime. However, if you have a habitual time, a ceremonial time, and in the morning and evening twice, or middle of the day once, you can do 3 times, or do once, or do twice. Start with 5 minutes. That's definitely is a good thing. It's a habitual thing to do. And that will give you a time to sit over there just for 5 minutes, for 10 minutes, for 20 minutes. It's a beautiful thing. Oh yeah, it definitely have more effects over there. And that's episode. If you do not have time here, there, but do it any time, it's better than nothing.
You're incredible, and we're going to be doing this every week, right?
Sure.
That's super, and we'll have the America's Web Radio master teacher in here, and you're wonderful, and I understand how your students would follow you anywhere. And
I teach, I want to share the information worldwide because I believe I'm the humanity, I'm the society, because I'm you and me. We're the same. We don't have much difference. It's only the end expression is different, but ultimately it's the same. And I want to share with every end expression, how can we reconnect to ourselves? How can we, each individual, back to that self? And then over here, I would say for every Friday, we can say Deru speaks. Deru is my name. Deru also, De means the principle of the universe, the principle chi of the universe, the principle communication of the universe, the expansion of the consciousness of the universe, the expression of the universal intelligence, the principle of the nature. That's De. Ru means is that inner intelligence, is the original chi, is the original light, is that quantum communication, that motion of the quantum communication. That's Ru. Deru speaks. Basically, the intelligence of the universe speaks through that end expression, the one of these cells, cell phones, and we're all the same. I'm an ordinary being, just like each one of you guys, and I express myself. That self connect with yourself. We all become that self. That self express ourselves, and then we all communicate with each other. We become a little bit more stronger, more resilient, happier, healthier, and what a beautiful life we cannot enjoy. We can all enjoy life, each one of us.
So one of the things that and you are, people would have to know you, and I just barely do, but I know some of you're so smart and have gone to school, and I'm sure you've read our Constitution.
Many times.
Many times, okay, and probably our Declaration of Independence.
Yes, many times. I used to be able to recite. I don't recite it. I used to recite very well, and when not because I joined and I become the citizen of the United States, many years ago, and but even when I was a much younger person in China, and I recited Lincoln's speech, I recited the Constitution, I recited a lot of things, and those things in my mind, and that's one of the reasons I came to this country, become the citizen of this country, because this country, and you have people from all over the world, and it doesn't belong to one race, one nationality, one color. Belongs to everybody. And that's the beauty of this country.
The reason I bring this up is that I marvel at the Constitution. I marvel at the men that wrote the Constitution, and they had, in my opinion, an ability that I've never seen since. But they saw very far into the future. I mean, they addressed things that we didn't even know needed to be addressed, particularly at that time, 200 years ago, 250 years ago. And yet they, in so many words, they may not have called it a cell phone, or they may not have called it this or called it that, but they still saw into the future the need to choose words that would be applicable to something 200 years in the future for them, 250 years. So my point being is I would love to take a time, some show, some Friday, and hear your thoughts on what those gentlemen were going through as they sat around and said, we have to write a constitution that will be forever.
I love to do that. When I was in my meditation, maybe 4 years ago, I specifically I go back in time and space, and without the locations, without time and space, and to get engaged with each individual. And I see themselves, we see each individual as me, and I don't see the difference. We're all the same. And me and each individual and you, we're all the same. When we peel off the time, when we peel off the space, when we peel off the location, we're all the same. Transcend with God. We transcend with the universal supreme intelligence. That's all.
Thank you. That's I love doing this show, and we do a lot of military shows, and I have everything from sergeants up to we have a general that comes in and does a show, and I love him like a brother, and we're very close, and there is a certain awe when he walks in the door, and the same with me sitting across the table from you, is that like you said, we're all the same, but we're also as different as anybody can be. And
the end expression is different. That is true.
Yeah.
End expression is different. But sometimes if we pay too much attention to the end expression, we forgot what do we connect to. That's what what I see is a balance. To express well, and then but also connect. When you connect well and express much better. When you cut the connection, and you're gonna express terribly.
Well, what are we going to talk about next week?
Next week is still. I want to still talk about the qi, the different expression of the qi, different expression of the energy, different expression of healing.
I look forward to it, and I don't know whether our other person will be in with us or not, Roger. But
I'll be here.
He'll be here, huh?
I'll be here. Yes.
And you'll be here.
I'll be here.
That's the important thing, and we look forward to it. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in, and tell your friends about America's Web Radio, and tell them about this show. There is no other show that I know of that's like this.
Not in this country yet.
Not yet.
Yeah,
well, we don't want another one.
I think this is the first one.
Good,
Yeah.
good. Well, we'll keep it to ourselves, and but let everybody else listen. Shai, thank you.
Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Because generals in Venezuela
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. I'm your host, Dr. Hal Schurz. Each week, we come to you with the information that you need so that you can advocate for yourself and for your family for their health care. The show is brought to you by the Docs Patient Care Foundation, which is the only physician-led healthcare think tank in the country. The Docs for Patient Care Foundation stands for principles that we talk about on this show, the doctor-patient relationship and healthcare freedom for all Americans. We need your help. We need your support, so please donate generously. Go to our website at www.d4pcfoundation.org. Read about the work that we're doing. The work does not stop because we have a pandemic. We need you to just continue to give us the support that we need so that we can be out there exposing the lies and giving you the information that you need so that you can successfully navigate the mess that's out there in healthcare these days. And today, to help me put some clarity on what's going on right now, which is something that we have never experienced, nor do I hope that we ever experience again, is an old friend of mine, a longtime friend, not an old friend, a longtime friend of mine, a frequent guest in this show, Betsy McCoy, who is the chairman of the Committee to Reduce Infection Deaths and former Lieutenant Governor of New York State. She is a syndicated columnist. She writes about healthcare and politics, and there's nobody who I would prefer to have on the show this morning to try to get some clarity into what's going on than Betsy McCoy. So, Betsy, good morning.
Good morning, and I always love being on your show, Hal. It's such a public service.
Well, thank you so much for saying that. You know, we've been trying to just get word out to as many people as we can about what is really happening, the truth about things in healthcare, and at no time do we need that truth more than right now. And there's just so much that we need to cover. First of all, Betsy, you are in the epicenter of this storm in the New York metropolitan area. So please tell our listeners how you are doing.
Well, I'm doing just fine because I've been socially isolated totally with my little family here for 22 days, and that's a luxury many people don't have. And so I feel very safe. But when I look at New York is the epicenter. It's literally has almost half the cases and deaths in the nation. And you have to ask yourself why. Part of it is that it's the city and metro areas have a population density far higher than anywhere else. And of course, before the public even realized that there was something called coronavirus, people were traveling to New York from areas already hit by the coronavirus, particularly China, and so the virus was circulating before anybody knew about it. But in addition, there are some factors that make New York very, very vulnerable, and there are lessons to be learned. One is that New York's hospital system was already taxed. In other words, it didn't have sufficient capacity in many ways. So many hospitals had been closed, and the hospitals had been underpaid for years by the Medicaid system. So this hospital system was tottering on the brink before it got hit by coronavirus. And we know from looking at places like Florida that when hospitals are in better shape, the death rates are lower.
So you brought up China, and I want to just get this off the table. Do you believe that the virus originated in a wet market, or are you somewhat suspicious about the coincidence that the virology laboratory for China resides in Wuhan? In the U.S.
There are so many lies about the source, the origins of this coronavirus, Hal. I don't know whether it originated in the seafood market or in the lab. And when you look at the earliest articles to come out, the very first victims hadn't gone to the market. They were sick and said they had no association with the market. Whether that's true or not, it's hard to say, but we're not going to get the truth out of China. We don't know where it originated, and that's troubling, although we do have now a relatively accurate genomic map of this virus. So we're able to work on developing therapies and vaccines, even if we can't figure out how it actually got produced in the first place.
Well, I think that's something that's going to get sorted out after all of this, because right now, we are in the middle of a major crisis. It's like, I don't like using cliches or metaphors, but it's like trying to work on the engines of a 767 when it's in flight. You got to wait until it lands, and then we can go ahead and investigate and take things apart. But right now, we've got a bigger problem on our hands, which is how do we get out of this mess? And I think that the media has made this situation worse. I think, Betsy, maybe you can comment on the politicization of this whole affair.
It is so extensive that when you turn on cable news at night, it's hard to know what's true, because every station is taking a position that is so 180 degrees contrary to what the next station. People just can't rely on this television news to get the truth. I'll tell you a perfect example of it is the way CNN and the Washington Post are bashing the use of hydroxychloroquine with a Z-Pak on patients seriously ill with this virus. Now, it is true that we don't have the same wrapped up with a button, gold standard, randomized, double-blind clinical trial for this treating coronavirus as we do in ordinary times when the FDA insists on all of that before a drug is used. But these are people dying with ventilators on. They only have a little while left. And hydroxychloroquine has been used for many years to treat lupus, to treat malaria. The trial that came out of France and was written up did show the efficacy of hydroxychloroquine in a Z-Pak. It wasn't a big trial, and it wasn't randomized, but it was a trial. And now we see from thousands of examples at bedside, it's being used by in tens of thousands of doses right in hospitals in New York, and we're getting the reports out that many patients are responding. So why is the Washington Post and CNN waging a war against the president for saying, put the pedal to the metal and let's get the data on these drugs and use them? The president has distributed tens of thousands of doses of this to New York because patients had nothing else, Hal, nothing else.
Right. And you brought this up, and I'll expand on this. Jackson and Coker, which is a physician and medical staffing company that does surveys on a regular basis for many, many years, sent out a survey. I was actually one of the ones who received the survey. They sent it out to over 1,200 doctors, almost 1,300 doctors from 50 states across the U.S. And this came out yesterday that 65% of physicians across the United States would prescribe chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine to treat or prevent COVID-19 in a family member. And only 11% of the doctors surveyed said that they would not use the drug at all. So Betsy, where is the media getting this information
Total
from?
dishonesty. They know they're being dishonest. And you know what? When you look at Dana Bash on CNN, for example, and she says how terrible it is that the president is hawking this unproven drug, you know that if she or someone in her family had coronavirus, she'd be begging for it.
Absolutely. And not only are they making up facts, but they are actually, or they're not reporting the truth, but they're fabricating data that is just the opposite. And so how do we get out of this?
Well, shows like yours
mess?
are a big public service because we're getting the word out there. And I have to say, I'm paying tribute to the president, who is undeterred, unruffled by these critics. Yes. He just moves right ahead. Right? He says, every time I'm not a doctor, I know there are side effects, but what do you got to lose?
Exactly. He's a pragmatist. He looks at a situation just like somebody who's running a corporation, and instead of getting bogged down in minutia, in things that don't matter, he's trying to solve a problem by getting to the heart of the matter and putting together a response team who he relies on, who he knows has the expertise to fix these problems.
Right.
So that brings me to the next question. What do you think about his response team? What do you think that there are good people on that team, the great people on that team, but I have my bias that I'll interject after I hear what you have to say.
Well, my view is not about individuals on the team, but rather the current approach. And I think they've made some very good decisions, but right now it's time to end this shutdown.
And you wrote about that yesterday.
Well, and I'm writing about it again today, because the fact is that when I hear some people say, well, we can end the shutdown when we have a vaccine. Ridiculous. That's 18 months away. We won't have a society, a country anymore in 18 months. We are facing, according to the St. Louis Fed, a 32% unemployment rate by June. Even Goldman Sachs modestly expects 15%. We will know later today when the jobs figures come out exactly how bad it's going to be. But in the last 2 weeks, 10 million people have newly applied for unemployment benefits. And here's my concern. This shutdown this coronavirus is now estimated to kill 60,400 Americans. That's tragic. But this shutdown is going to cause twice that number of deaths from people losing their jobs. And the people who have modeled, the academics and the public health officials who have created these models, tracking the virus and predicting the number of deaths and when they will occur, have never asked, what about the deaths from the shutdown? It hasn't dawned on them. They're getting their paychecks, right? They're unaffected by the millions and millions of layoffs. They don't have to worry. But layoffs cause things like suicide, drug overdoses, alcoholism, deaths of despair. It's going to be an epidemic, and I'm not predicting like they are. I'm not just looking at some model. I'm looking at the cold, hard facts from the National Bureau of Economic Research, from the medical journal Lancet, and other places that document from past experience how many people die with every 1% hike in the unemployment rate. And I can tell you we can expect 126,000 deaths directly linked to those layoffs based on that historical experience in our own country. Now, that is something to really deal with. 126,000 deaths from layoffs.
That is frightening. And, the problem with the team, and I think that they're, as individuals, they're just spectacular people. I think that Tony Fauci is a patriot, and he's a fantastic doctor. I happen to have a good friend who was the head of infectious disease at the Children's Hospital here in Atlanta, who is a colleague of Dr. Fauci's and has nothing but the highest admiration for him. But
everybody does. He's a superb human being.
He is, but he lives in a world that is a bubble. It's not so much that he's getting a paycheck. He's got blinders on. So the only thing that he is considering is the virus. And what do you do to fix a viral outbreak?
This reminds me of the people at the CDC, also very well-meaning, who spent millions of dollars trying to eradicate the last 2 cases of polio in Pakistan. They got to get those last 2 cases, right? That's wonderful. Yeah. But let's talk about the costs of doing that. This is like, you want to eradicate this virus no matter what? How many people are going to get laid off in the process?
Right. It's basically taking a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito, and I'm not even trying to say that the coronavirus is a mosquito, but the approach is to set off a neutron bomb to kill everything.
I think the sledgehammer metaphor is superb. It is. Because, look at 60,000 deaths, that's terrible. But we've got a lot more deaths than that. Compare that to deaths from the regular flu. Now, it doesn't surge the way this does. The regular flu is spread over half a year instead of in just a few weeks, so it doesn't cripple or devastate our hospital system the way this could. But that's only happening in a few places.
Yes, it is. It is. And so you wrote a superb article yesterday about how to end the shutdown. So I'd like to explore that right now before we go into some other issues.
It's pretty clear what the roadmap is. We've got 3 tools that we did not have a few weeks ago. We have therapeutics coming online within weeks. They are already being used on patients in clinical trials all over the New York area and other parts of the country, but particularly in New York because of the huge number of cases here. And the key is for the FDA regulators to examine that data as it comes from the bedside, not wait till the trial is over the way they usually do, but to watch as it accumulates and say, okay, this drug is working, this drug is safe, let's get it into the market, right? They can do that. And several of these drugs are repurposed drugs. So they've already been approved for something else, right?
Yes.
We are ready to go. So this is going to become a treatable disease.
And let me just interject, because this is another one of the media lies about these drugs being used off-label. This is something, as a physician, that we do all the time. I'm a pediatric specialist, and there is absolutely zero drugs that have been approved for pediatric use. All the drugs are used off-label.
Right, because they don't do trials with kids.
Exactly. So go on. So how do we get
that's number 1. This will be a treatable disease in a matter of weeks. Number 2, we have 2 types of tests now available. The 5-minute Abbott test, which means that you can test and see whether someone's positive or negative literally in 5 minutes. We just got to get the hardware all across the country to employers, not just at urgent care facilities and hospitals. This is a pretty easy-to-use test. And secondly, we are going to have a serological test widely available. It's also being manufactured right now.
Explain what that means to everybody.
Well, to test whether you have antibodies in your system that indicate you've already had the virus and you are now likely, we don't have a lot of data on this yet, but likely immune. And that means that we'll be able to open up the workplace safely. And that's also something that can be done in weeks. We have the technology to do that. That's number 2. And number 3 is we can be regional about this. There are a few hot spots, but this nation should not be shut down because there are a few hot spots, because nobody's weighing, to get back to what I said at the beginning, the price of the shutdown, the thousands and thousands of lives that are going to be lost because of unemployment.
Right, that's right. So in regard to getting back to where we were, there are people actually who President Trump is talking about putting together another task force. It's something that has been hinted at, and not just hinted, but intimated. What does that look like?
Well, I hope that it will be. I'm a strong supporter of what the president's done, and frankly, the whole initial task force, because they have done heroic work, marshaling the materials and the manpower needed, bringing them to New York and other places that were overwhelmed, and really their performance has been superb. But now we need a task force that's not focused on saving coronavirus lives today, but rather leading us out of the shutdown. And that will be people who can light the fire under the FDA to get these drugs out immediately, work with employers to get testing into the workplace immediately, and then examine what areas of the country should be opened up immediately.
Yes, absolutely. So there are the people that we see on TV pretty much every day. Dr. Birx, Dr. Fauci, we see Secretary Azar. There are a lot of other people who are writing about what's going on, who are strong voices, who have not been listened to, but who are extremely bright, intelligent, and bringing good information to the table. For example, Dr. Oz, who a lot of people dismiss, and I have to say the last person in the world I thought I would be using as a source is Dr. Oz, but he has been talking to people all over the world about chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine. Scott Gottlieb, who we both know.
Oh, yeah, he's top drawer, absolutely top drawer.
Absolutely. He was when the CDC was saying no masks, he was tweeting out papers from around the world about the efficacy of wearing masks.
Yes, and I have to just break in and say the one agency of the federal government that has performed abysmally is the CDC. Abysmal.
Well, they've become so politicized, haven't they? Over the decades,
God. They've politicized and globalized. They are no more concerned with Americans putting America first than the man in the moon. I'm telling you, when they have allowed the public health infrastructure in this country to completely disintegrate while they were sending billions and billions of dollars, $5 billion to sub-Saharan Africa to build up its public health infrastructure to fight Ebola. Now, that's a good cause. But to see how the money was taken from public health here is shocking.
Right.
We don't
and
have the lab capacity either. Right. It wasn't the president. It wasn't the president. No. It wasn't this president. It wasn't Obama. It wasn't Bush. It was the CDC, which is always under Frieden, kept saying a disease anywhere is a disease everywhere. That is not true. That is not true. We cannot afford to have the American standard of public infrastructure everywhere in the world. And we certainly can't afford to build it elsewhere first.
Right. I totally agree with you. And we are not the doctor to the world. It's a noble cause, but the first obligation that our agencies have are to the American people.
Right.
And they have let us down. They have unfortunately they started out as an organization with a noble cause, and they were doing good work, but over the last 3 decades, it has become more and more politicized.
Yeah.
And now it's a beast unto itself. It's out of control.
Well, and also
it's
very disturbing. The other bias that they have that really crippled us here is they have a strong bias against commerce, against anything that's for profit. If you're an academic or a government scientist, you can talk to the CDC any day of the week. But if you, God forbid, work for a for-profit company where most of the real breakthroughs are happening, you have to wait for vendor day. Like you have a scarlet A on your forehead. You have to wait for vendor day. Maybe it comes once every 3 months. And it's as if whatever you're saying is tainted by the fact that you work for a for-profit company. And that is why our hospitals don't have the kind of technology that's totally available to make their operating rooms free of bacteria and much safer. Right. They don't have it because the CDC doesn't want to listen to the for-profit sector.
Right, and not only that, but there's so much bureaucracy. People who have really not been involved in healthcare for many, many years, if ever, making policies that affect people's lives on a daily basis. And it's interesting that you said what you said because, again, going back to the Jackson-Coker survey, the physicians who did not want to use some of these treatments that we've talked about, like chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine, who wanted more data, were doctors under age 45, academics, and those who practice medicine in a healthcare system. The ones who are independent, who have a brain, who are not part of this bureaucracy kind of mindlessly moving forward, they're the critical ones. They're the ones who, unfortunately, nobody is listening to. And
Yes. Well, but you can look at this fiasco with the testing and see that it was because the CDC didn't want for-profit companies creating tests, as if those would be inferior to what they were trying to invent in their own labs.
Right, inferior, or it would be tainted, and that's something that is, that's just an idea that, again, academics who live in an ivory tower, who don't look at the real world like we've talked about, and the implications in a real world setting, they are those opinions, those thoughts are easily dismissed by elitists, and this is what that's become. So Betsy, can you stay with us, because we're going to be going to a break shortly, and I'd love to cover.
No, but I want to
come
back next week or the week after.
Okay, we can.
Why don't
Let
we
me
do
just
that?
ask you. That would be great. Let me just ask you one thing then before the break. We'll take a late break. I want to ask you a question. I want to ask you where you think this is going to wind up when we get to the other side of this.
Well, I'm hoping that the president will, as he has a tremendous skill and ability to really look beyond the Washington, D.C. bubble and hear what people all over the country are saying. And they are saying, we want the shutdown lifted because we know that the economic damage, we're not talking about dollars here, we're talking about lives, that the number of people who are going to get laid off and not rehired, the number of people whose lives are going to be destroyed because they spent 30 years building a business and now it's shuttered. They want America open for business. They're willing to deal with this disease in other ways, but the shutdown has got to end, and that's how it should end.
Okay, well, I can't agree with you more, and I think that I'm hoping that from a physician standpoint, we wind up in a better place than we were before with regard to less red tape and bureaucracy, greater availability of resources instead of outsourcing them to other countries, and just a system that is stronger instead of weaker. Not a single-payer healthcare system, which would be a disaster.
I think that's
right
definitely over. People now realize how important the healthcare system is to them, and when they look at what happened in Italy and Spain, they see that patients were literally lying on the corridor floors with a red line drawn around them. That was supposed to be their bed.
Oh my God! Well, Betsy, I can't thank you enough for taking time out from your busy schedule. I know that there's a lot going on, and we're all thinking and of you, praying for all the people in New York and elsewhere who have this deadly disease or who are whose lives have been altered in ways that we can't even imagine. So keep up the good work. We thank you for your truth-telling and hard work, and I'm looking forward to having you come back in a couple weeks.
Great to join you, Hal. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? The Doctor's Lounge, and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back into the Doctor's Lounge. I'm your host, Dr. Hal Schertz, and we just got through speaking with our guest this morning, Betsy McCoy. Betsy has probably the one of the biggest microphones as a commentator and writer about healthcare issues, and she has been very outspoken in support of what President Trump has been doing, the administration, this effort, but she's also been critical of the way that the country has shut down, and how it does not look like there's any end in sight. So she has shown us a roadmap how we can get out of this. And there really is no end in sight right now unless we take initiatives to undo the damage of the shutdown, because as Betsy McCoy stated, the carnage from a shutdown very likely can and will exceed the death toll from the disease itself. And so this is something that as physicians we always make sure we tell our patients, that we do not want the cure to be worse than the disease. And this is one of those cases where we may actually be witnessing just that. If you know that you've got a disease, a cancer that is mostly curable or controllable with surgery. You do not want to use drugs, toxic drugs that are going to wipe out the patient's immune system and let them die from a common cold or from their organs shutting down as a result of the treatment. And that's what we're witnessing right now with this response to COVID. It is interesting. I wanted to ask Betsy when she was on, and we'll maybe be able to get to this next time when we have her on the show. I wanted to ask her about what she thought about Italy and about Spain, about Europe. Some data came out yesterday that this strain of COVID may not have actually originated in China, but in Europe. Now, it's interesting how they can map the genome, the genes of the virus itself, and track it to a specific geographic location. But there's very little that's written about the Italy experience or the Spain experience. But I think that what I've read, although it's not been popularized very well, is that the Italian shoe industry is dependent now on foreign workers. And instead of outsourcing the shoe industry to another country, like has occurred in the U.S. with all of our industries in virtually every sector, the Italians bring in foreign workers to work in their factories. And that happened in Italy, in northern Italy, where the shoe industry is centered. And the workers came from China, and they came from the province where Wuhan is in large numbers. And so there was free travel between China and Europe for quite some time until it was recognized that this was a problem, and China was shut down, but the Italians didn't shut their border to the Chinese coming in as the United States did. So there were a number of Europeans who were infected, and these Europeans then had free travel to the United States until we've closed down borders from countries where there appeared to be high of affected cases. But this pandemic, which originated in China, I don't think that there's any mystery, despite the Chinese attempts to point the finger elsewhere. Right now, what is happening is that nobody is really talking about the why, and I think that's something that there'll be plenty of time for. But right now, I think that we need to focus on how to get out of this mess right now, how to break this cycle, and there's certain ways to do it. And Betsy McCoy mentioned that we start using drugs, we start using increased testing, and we continue doing some of the things that we're doing with social distancing and wearing masks. But excuse me, I do not have coronavirus. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and this is the epicenter of spring and pollen. In fact, the pollen counter was invented, was created by Atlanta Asthma and Allergy, and this is widely used around the world now to measure pollen counts. But this is, the thing that we need to do. We need to really get out of this crisis by doing increased testing, and we're seeing this now. We're seeing, the availability of testing. In fact, the hospital where I work primarily, which is the Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. We're talking about when these tests become available to start testing all preoperative patients to determine whether or not they've got coronavirus or not, possibly antibodies, but we're not so much concerned about the antibodies in an acute setting. What we're really interested in is whether or not they're infected currently or not. And this rapid test will enable us to go ahead and determine that. And so once we're able to determine whether or not somebody is sick or not, if they're sick, they go home and they go into isolation. If they're well, then they can proceed with surgery. And we don't really need the PPE in that setting. We don't have to waste it on everybody because we don't know who's sick and who's not. And then we can start to come out of this and use resources more reliably. We can also start doing surgeries. We can get back to normal behavior. Right now, I have been unable to do an operation for 3 weeks, and there's a backlog of cases of patients who are going to require surgery. So we need to get those people back into the operating room so that we can go ahead and start taking care of routine problems that they've always had that we have taken care of. And so the testing will allow us to go ahead and do this. You know, the healthcare system, I must comment, is really now the thing that everybody is talking about. We talk about it on this show every single week, and this is something that we focused on, but it doesn't really get the attention that it needs, that it requires, until everybody realizes how much they need it. When we get into a situation like this, how important it is to have doctors, how important it is to have equipment. The soft underbelly of the healthcare system is being exposed by the politics that have been that have developed, that has created this situation that we're in right now. We've outsourced the manufacturing of all the protective gear to Asia, to China. And in a crunch when we need it, we can't get it. Even before COVID virus hit the U.S., we were actually dealing with a shortage in the operating rooms for weeks and weeks. I'm talking about 6 to 8 weeks, where we couldn't get gowns. So there were surgeries that we did that typically we put a gown on, and we were trying to determine which surgeries do we really need to use gowns on. And I know that may sound startling to a lot of people, but there are some procedures that we might not necessarily need to use a surgical gown for. If you're doing an eye surgery and it's very and it's just very superficial. You're doing superficial surgery, not cutting into a body cavity, but on the surface of the skin. As long as you maintain sterile technique, you use sterile gloves, you use sterile drapes, but you don't necessarily need to use the entire gamut of materials or protective gear to the patient that we would typically use. And what this several months ago exposed is really the all of the procedures, all the process that we do may really just not be based on sound evidence or fact. It's dogma. It's something that has developed over time, and we just accept it as fact because it's the way it always has been. So I think that now that we don't have what we always have used, it really is changing the way we think about certain things. But by outsourcing our manufacturing to China for this protective gear, it has made us very vulnerable. The same is true for drugs. You know, we've components of drugs that are actually finally assembled here in the U.S. Many of those come from China, and you know we've gotten politicians who have sold us a bill of goods over a generation about how we're a global community, how we're all interconnected, how everything, you know, that we do here affects people elsewhere and vice versa. And so we really need to all work together. Well, unfortunately, that's not how the world works. There's bad actors everywhere. And this whole coronavirus fiasco is a great example of it. You know, this could have been contained very, very easily if it had been honestly been approached by the Chinese, but they did not do that. You know, in the U.S. A number of years ago, I recall that there was a problem in the CDC where a virus got out, and the people at the CDC, despite the fact that Betsy McCoy and I bashed the CDC as being basically a political, you know, bureaucracy, it's not. It's lost its way and deviated from what it was when it was created. The CDC got ahead of that accident and contained it very quickly, and there was no fallout from there. There was no problem. But the Chinese did not do that. And again, I think that what Betsy McCoy said about the origin of this disease coming from a laboratory instead of from a wet market is very, very likely, especially because of the lack of people in the market being the ones who were sick, and instead the people who were in the laboratory being the ones who were affected early on. So I think that the relying on the Chinese to be able to provide the materials and the products that we need to be able to be prepared for the next crisis that comes up in healthcare is a fool's errand. We have to do a better job of getting ahead of that. And if there's any lessons that we've learned, that should be the number one lesson. The second lesson that I think that we should take away from all of this is the fact that the World Health Organization, the WHO, has been extremely dishonest about their approach to this entire pandemic and their apologist stance for the Chinese. And I think that this whole crisis underscores the fact that the U.S. is alone. I don't mean to say that we can't work with the world, but the world does not necessarily view the United States favorably, despite the fact that they rely on us for virtually everything, including our brain power and expertise in creating what is going to be required to come out of this pandemic and to prevent future pandemics. But we can't rely on the World Health Organization to oversee what the response worldwide should be to something like this, and nor should we be compelled to abide by whatever the World Health Organization is advocating and trying to get the United States to do. We lead the world in virtually every arena, and healthcare is at the top of the list. And so we do not need the WHO to tell us what we should be doing in the United States from a healthcare standpoint. We should work with bright people around the world and utilize their expertise to help us to get better treatments, better diagnostic testing. The Israelis are on top of this like no other country. Great minds there. It's no surprise that the people who invented text messaging would be the ones who would be out in front of developing a vaccine, and they certainly are. They're very close to manufacturing a vaccine. What I'm hoping comes out of this are good things and not bad things. So I'm going to spend the next few minutes just talking about what good things hopefully will come out of this. What we're seeing right now is that so much of the red tape and the bureaucracy has been completely eliminated. That's because President Trump is a let's get things done kind of guy. He's trying to push the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, to stop being the cautious bureaucratic agency that it has become, and get them to approve certain treatments, because as he famously says whenever asked, what the hell do we have to lose? And so I think that's something that we're seeing. We're seeing it. I'm personally seeing this in terms of healthcare delivery. We've converted our medical practice, which is enormous. It's not like converting an entire healthcare system, but it is a microcosm. It's a small part of a big, gigantic healthcare system. My practice, Georgia Urology, is the largest in the Southeast, and we've transformed our practice from a hands-on practice to a virtual practice for 90% of what we do. And this has not been easy. It's not something that is intuitive. We have to develop all kinds of new workflows, and there's technical issues involved, and teaching patients how to become virtual patients instead of patients in your office. It's particularly difficult with elderly patients or patients who don't own technology. Not everybody has a smartphone. There's still a lot of people with flip phones. Those are people that are, we have a difficult time doing virtual medicine, telehealth with. But you hear this on TV every single day. We're going to do telehealth, and it's going to be great. And it could be great, and it's something that the administration has allowed to happen by making sure that physicians who deliver telehealth are paid for it, by reducing the red tape, by allowing us to see new patients, which we couldn't do before, by allowing us to see patients across state lines via telehealth, again, something that we couldn't do before. So it's my hope that this red tape that has been eliminated is something that we see continue, and that's something that I and others will be trying to work very hard to make sure that does not get walked back by insurance companies or by government, because believe me, what is happening right now is a threat to both of them, and we want to see less bureaucracy, less red tape, not reinstitution of that bureaucracy and red tape that was there before, that put handcuffs on the medical system and did not allow us to be flexible and do the things that we're doing right now. It really exposes the uselessness of some of this stuff that we're compelled to adhere to, like HIPAA, the privacy laws. Now they're saying that we can do a visit on our phone. That was not, quote, HIPAA compliant before. Well, why is it okay now but before it wasn't? That's something that we really need to critically look at. Another thing is the unpreparedness of the hospitals. The hospitals have become these businesses that are not really interested in healthcare, and they've taken the focus away from what needs to happen, which is taking care of patients. And so now they're faced with a situation where they are caught flat-footed. They don't have the equipment, they don't have the materials, and that's because they have shifted their focus away from being what they're supposed to be, which is a place to take care of patients, instead of a big business that makes money, that generates money for themselves so they can grow and become bigger and bigger and pay the administrators in these hospitals more and more money. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to see laws change, which have eliminated competition and allowed these hospitals to thrive and become the 800-pound gorillas in every single market in America, major city in America, where the hospitals are the largest employer and the hospitals control the way that politicians vote. We need to get rid of the certificate of need laws that keep people like myself and my colleagues who would like to open up a hospital that focuses on the right things to open, and that's something that I'm hoping comes out of this. What I'm hoping comes out of this, beside those things and drugs being more available and getting to market sooner, I want to see protection for the physicians from predatory lawyers and ambulance chasers, because I'm already hearing about lawsuits that lawyers are trying to put together to represent patients who have not been taken care of properly in this crisis. And this just turns my stomach. These lawyers who are crawling out of their holes to claim that the care that patients are being given right now is substandard. These people should be ashamed of themselves, and they are disgusting, and we need to put an end to frivolous lawsuits from this scum and protect the people who are trying to take care of patients in this country. And this is a perfect opportunity to get on board there, get on that bandwagon, and advocate for this, because right now, more than ever, the public recognizes how important it is for the doctors to be there to take care of them. I think that for a long time, over the last few years, doctors have been taken for granted. And I think it's more important than ever that we have independent doctors that are not owned by hospitals, which are a place where there's a conflict between what the patients need and what the hospital is telling the doctors to do. And you're seeing this on a daily basis, where the hospital is telling doctors and other healthcare personnel what to do, which is contrary or different than what their medical judgment would dictate. So if we can really get to that place where the medical community is protected and respected coming out of this crisis, the way that it is being heralded right now in a time of crisis, that's going to be something that is very good, very positive, and I'm an optimist. I always look at the glass half full, not half empty, and I'm hoping that on the way out of this, we are better, we're stronger, and more prepared for what may come next and what we need to do every day, not just in a crisis situation, but every day. I can't even imagine what it would be like right now if we had a single-payer, government-run, socialized healthcare system. And I think that even though Betsy McCoy said that this argument is off the table, I disagree with her. I don't think that this is off the table for a second. I think that this is something that we have to be vigilant about and stay on top of. So I hope that you enjoyed the show today. I'm going to get Betsy McCoy back in here in a couple of weeks to get an update. My next guest in a couple of weeks will also be Dr. Stephen Shore, who is the former head of infectious disease at Children's Healthcare of Atlanta and former CDC infectious disease expert. So please join me in 2 weeks and come back next.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
This is Professor Robert D'Agostino, and the show is Do Facts Matter. And today I'm going to talk about a threat or a potential threat. It is a threat, and it's also a potential threat to America and to the society. And that is, of course, one of the two religions that is now threatening in various ways American interests or American life. And, of course, one of those, obviously, as we've talked about before, is progressivism, which, of course, is a religion, since they have sacrament abortion. They have all sorts of crazy ideas, which they can be taken only on faith. Things that George Orwell talked about that only an intellectual could believe. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. So I'm going to talk about Islam and the Muslim religion, Muslims in general, because we need to face some facts. And one of the facts we have to face is that Islamic civilization is completely incompatible with Western civilization. Western civilization, of course, is basically a Christian civilization with its Jewish roots, combined with Greek philosophy and Roman concepts of law. And whereas Islamic civilization is based on a totalitarian religious doctrine, which is more than a religious doctrine, it's a political doctrine. And it's an economic doctrine, it's a cultural doctrine, it's an all-encompassing doctrine, it's a totalitarian doctrine. And it's come to America in various guises, supported somewhat by our progressive religious adherents for reasons that can be explained or sometimes cannot be explained. But let me start with a quote. And this is a quote from Winston Churchill, and why we need to be concerned about Islamic civilization and how much of it is being translated to the United States, more than you think, I'm afraid. And this is a direct quote. This is from his, I think it's from his books, I know it's from his book, Two Rivers. It's an early book, I think he wrote 1899, as I recall, in the year of the book. And there's a 2-volume set which has a real great description of Islamic civilization in about 2 or 3 paragraphs. And I'm not going to read that. I'm just going to read one thing from Winston Churchill. And I'm going to quote, "When Muslims are in the minority, they are very concerned with minority rights. When they are in the majority, there are no minority rights." And I think one can see that in the world. But let's get some little background before I get into the fact. And by the way, the reason I'm talking about this is there's an unprecedented number of Muslims running for political office in this country. If you go to the internet and go to Muslims running for political office, there's an entire list, names, what offices they're running for, and obviously most of them are Democrats. But in fact, on the list I looked at, I didn't see any Republicans, but I'm sure there are a few. But the point is, it's a huge list. The goal from Muslim groups, which I'll talk about, including the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR, C-A-I-R, is to get 5,000 Muslims running for political office, which means that would be a significant presence in politics, particularly in the Democrat Party. But let me give you let's get some background. And these are some facts about what's going on. And a lot of these facts come from the Pew Research. That's PEW, Pew Research. Pew Research is some of the best research internationally, in America and internationally, and they're very careful and they're very objective. There's never seen a political bias on Pew Research. They just report what they find. And right now, according to the research they're publishing, Muslims, there are about probably close to 1.8 billion Muslims in the world. About 24% of the world's population claim to be Muslims. And that's not far short of the total number of Christians. And some would say that the Muslim population has now exceeded the Christian population. According to the research, Pew Research, 10% of Europe will be Muslim by 2050. So in 30 years, Europe will be 10% Muslim. And by 2050, the number one country with an Islamic population will be India. It'll be a minority, of course, but it'll be 300 million projected Muslim population in India. Now, what about the United States? Pew says it's 3.45 million, which is about 1.1% of the U.S. population. Now, Muslim groups claim 5 million or 6 million, but they're exaggerating, I think, pretty clearly. We'll know more when the census comes out. But Pew says 3.45 million, 1.1% of the U.S. population, and the majority are immigrants, not native-born, but the majority of these are immigrants. The Obama administration flung open the door to Muslims. They were accepting Muslim refugees from the Middle East during the wars there, while turning down Christian refugees. That's you can look that up. You can see what the Obama administration was doing. So that would be 1.1% of the population today, and by 2050, they're projected. Muslims are projected to be 2.1% of the U.S. population, which would be in excess of the current of the Jewish population at that time. Now, they have this interesting little questionnaire about how warm do you feel towards, what's your level of warmth towards Muslims, and it's from 1, from 0, no level, to 10, 100% feeling of warmth towards Muslims. And so what are the U.S. attitudes towards Muslims? And which, by the way, have increased somewhat over the last 10 years. According to a survey by Pew, 48% of all Americans have a warm feeling towards Muslims. That's just a little less than the percentage of Americans who have a warm feeling towards atheists at 50%. But the real interesting thing is the division. Republicans and Republican leaners, warmth is rated at 39%. For the Democrats, it's rated 56%. And concerned about extremism, Republicans 64% are concerned in the U.S. About extremism in the U.S., 67% about extremism in the world. For the Democrats, extremism concerned in the U.S., 30%. In the world, 40%. Now that's an interesting. I don't understand why it's not 100%, at least for the world, considering ISIS and Al Qaeda and the rest of them. But yet, only 40% of Democrats, American Democrats, Democratic leaners, are concerned about extremism in the world, which is kind of interesting. And there's encouraging violence internationally. Republicans think that 63% of Republicans think Islam encourages violence. Democrats, 26%, which certainly indicates how ignorant Democrats are. These Democrats supposedly have all these, highly educated, I would say highly credentialed. I think educated should be left to those who are educated, who know something, who've read some books. Being credentialed is not being educated. So Democrats, of course, the intellectual class are largely Democrats. And the intellectual classes, I think George Orwell said, there are some things only an intellectual would believe, and that describes the Democrats for sure. And you go to universities and you look at the departments of sociology, psychology, English, and they're dominated by Democrats. And of course, they consider themselves very intellectual. And just because they're intellectuals and they're history professors or sociology professors or English professors doesn't mean they know much of anything. And I think the fact that only 26% of Democrats think that Islam encourages violence is kind of an interesting topic, because an interesting number. If one bothers to read the Quran and the Hadith, the Sunnah, all those crucial textbooks and of Islam, and of course not where the Sharia law comes from, and we'll talk about that later. Now, as far as discrimination is concerned, the Republicans think there's some discrimination against Muslims in this country, 49%. The Democrats who think there's discrimination, 85%. But of course, Democrats are all into victim groups. They love victim groups. Identity politics is all about finding victim groups and classifying them so that every group has a complaint against somebody. The problem for the Democrats has always been, who's the oppressor? Who oppresses all these victim groups? Who's the evil group? And of course, who's left? White heterosexual males. And the other thing is Islamic civilization. 65% of Republicans believe that Islamic civilization is incompatible with Western civilization. Only 30% of Democrats think that, which means that Democrats are far more ignorant than Republicans. How about support for Sharia law? Now, Sharia law is what the Muslims want to impose, or radical Muslims anyway, or political Muslims, politicized Muslims, want to impose on the countries that they're in. They should be ruled by Sharia law. And talking about incompatibility, Sharia law, women are the property of men, gays should be hung, things of that sort. Lying is perfectly okay, and we'll get to this idea of lying in a minute. If you lie to a non-Muslim and it furthers the interests of the Muslim or Islam in general, lying is just fine. Sharia support. Well, in Russia, 42% of the Muslims in Russia want to impose Sharia on the whole country. In Malaysia, it's 86%. In Thailand, it's 77%. Indonesia, it's 72%. In Afghanistan, it's 99%. So why are we there? We can't possibly establish a system in Afghanistan that would recognize the equality of women, or that it's wrong to have slaves. We can't do it. 99% of Afghanis want to impose Sharia law. So this idea that we can nation build, the second Bush and Obama who stayed there, why? I mean, get out. Trump is doing it, and thank goodness he's doing it. There's nothing. We need to leave them to their slavery, to their women, our property. We can't do anything about it. And so they want to raise their poppies. Good. Let them raise their poppies, and we'll intercept them on the high seas. And whatever else they want to do in Afghanistan that is incompatible with what we think is right.
Robert, let's let the folks think about that while we take a break, and we'll be back with Robert D'Agostino and Do Facts Matter right after this.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email maga45cag@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at maga45cag@gmail.com.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
This is Robert D'Agostino back with Do Facts Matter, and I'm talking about Islam, and I'm talking about Islam because of the number of Muslims who are now running or attempting to run for political office. The Muslim groups are trying to get up to 5,000 Muslim candidates for various offices, House of Representatives, state legislative offices. The Minnesota Attorney General is a Muslim, and they have a lot of running. They want to establish an influence. So it's very important to understand, for the American people to understand what Islam is all about. And I'll repeat it: this Islamic civilization, as practice, is totally not in the United States necessarily, but elsewhere. We'll talk about what's happening in the United States shortly. Is incompatible with Western civilization. It's a totalitarian system. It's not merely religious. There's no separation of church and state or mosque and state. There's no separation of the economic system from the religious system. There's no separation of cultural. There's no separation of any aspect of life from religious control in a Muslim society. Now, and just as a side thing, by the way, in this country, a lot of violence in Islamic societies, particularly directed against Christians, and actually also within the Muslim community, Sunnis and Shiites have been at war with each other for many, many years. Iran being a Shiite state, Saudi Arabia a Sunni state, for example. And in Iraq, the Sunnis and Shiites, there's a lot of both. I think it's a slight majority of Sunnis, but historically the Shiites have ruled there. But Iran, of course, backs the Shiites, but the Shiites and Sunnis are pretty well balanced in Iraq. And going back to violence, in the United States, 8% of U.S. Muslims admit that they condone violence some of the time or all of the time against non-Muslims. 8%. That's the ones who admit it, and we'll talk about whether that's an accurate number, whether that number is not much higher. But talk about that. And by the way, just as a sidelight, American Muslims, 66% of them identify as Democrats, 13% as Republicans, but of course the remainder either not saying or saying they're independent. So we got 66% Democrats, 13% identify as Republicans, which is kind of interesting. So the Democrat Party, in terms of religious affiliation, the Democrat Party attracts the vast majority of Muslims, the vast majority of Jews, and the vast majority of atheists. Yes, atheism is a religion too. Absolutely it is. So they have, the Democrats have a religious coalition of Muslims, Jews, and atheists, which is kind of interesting since certainly in the Middle East, Jews and Muslims don't get along. That's for sure. Okay, well let's take a look at what guides Muslims, and I want to talk a little bit about that because I want to tell you about some stories that I know. The Quran, of course, is number one, and that, of course, is the Quran says the Muslims was handed down by Allah to Muhammad. It's revelation, and the Quran does says the Muslims must obey Muhammad. And by the way, the Quran is not necessarily consistent. The chapters of the Quran are called surahs, and there are a number of very peaceful-sounding surahs in the Quran, and then there are many violent ones. Surah 9, for example, is the most violent of the surahs, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So when a Muslim cleric or a Muslim says, well, the Quran is peaceful, there should be no compulsion in the issue of religion, and we should be friendly to everybody. Yeah, there are those surahs in the Quran. However, we had a couple of years ago, 2, maybe 3 years ago, there was a alleged scholar giving a talk at a synagogue before a very large group. He was a visiting scholar about Islam and Christianity and Judaism, and he was talking about, it's all the same, and he started with some of this various precepts and honest and friendly and peaceful surahs. And I raised my hand and I said, well, Professor, who's a professor from some Ivy League school or something, I said, Professor, why don't you explain abrogation? And abrogation is a surah in the Quran that says Allah will abrogate what He will. That means the latest surahs, the later revelations to Muhammad trump the earlier ones. The earlier ones have a number of peaceful, a number of tolerant surahs. The later ones do not. So Allah decided when Muhammad was subject to a control by non-Muslim majorities, Medina, remember he went, Medina and Mecca were the two places where Muhammad, he eventually took over Mecca after lying, of course, to the people in Mecca that he wouldn't do it. What happened was that when he was driven out of Medina, he went to Mecca, and he had to take control. But when he was in Medina, before he got majority, he was seemingly very tolerant, very much a part of the community. And of course, he changed that, and therefore, Allah was giving him these revelations that sounded just fine. Once he had control, Allah's revelations changed, and they got quite violent in a lot of places and quite intolerant. So the Quran says Muhammad must obey. And must obey what? Well, the Hadith is a narrative of the Prophet's life. This is how it's defined by Islamic scholars. You can look it up. Hadith, Hadith, is a narrative of the Prophet's life and what behavior is approved of. Now, the Hadith, if you read it, there are sections of the Hadith that justify rape, slavery, looting, the jizra, that's the tax for non-believers, Christian and Jews, actually. If you're not a Christian Jew or a Sabbatean, you just another infidel, a pagan, you just get killed. I mean, non-Muslims have a choice. If they're Jews or Christians, they can pay the tax and agree to be submission to Muslims. If you're not a Jew or Christian, or if you're an irreligious Jew or Christian, then, of course, if you don't convert to Islam, you just get killed. Jews and Christians are referred to as people of the book, but there's a lot of hostility towards them in the Hadith. There's two places in the Hadith where Muhammad calls for killing all the Jews. I don't think he necessarily. One is a famous one where he says, the Jew will hide behind a rock. The rock will say, "Come Muslim," the Jew, "Come believer." The Jew is behind the rock. Come and kill him. If you read the Quran and the Hadith together, you may be able to restrict that for non-religious Jews and Christians. But anyway, it's still. And of course, the third thing is the Sunnah, S-U-N-N-A-H, which is the way of life, the kind of religious tract. But Quran says you follow the teachings, you follow the behavior and obey Muhammad, and the Hadith is a narrative of what Muhammad believed and what he did. And the Hadith is a pretty scary book, I'm telling you. Read it. Just plug in the Hadith and Jews, the Hadith and Christians, the Hadith and slavery, the Hadith and rape. I mean, Muhammad says it's okay to rape the women of captured soldiers. When you defeat the soldiers, that's part of your booty or your loot or your gift from Allah. You can go ahead and rape them. It's perfectly okay. But it does say that if you have to get them pregnant, you can't sell them into slavery right away. You have to wait till they have the baby. So with all this background, and by the way, interesting word that you hear bandied about is taqiyya, T-A-Q-I-Y-Y-A, which means concealing or disguising one's belief. And often people will say, well, that's a word, in fact, it comes from the Arabic, that's a word that allows Muslims to lie to non-Muslims, to scheme and lie. Now, you'll get this, well, no, it's nowhere in the Quran. Well, that's true. And it's a Shiite word. So we Sunnis don't do that. Well, that's, of course, untrue. They may not use that word. In fact, they have a different word for Sunnis. It's makara, M-A-K-A-R-A, and it means scheming. Anything that would help a Muslim or help the Islamic religion, you can lie about. You can lie to dissemble, scheme, and there, in the Sharia allows it. There's actually an area of the Sharia that specifically says if it advances the interests of a Muslim or the Islamic religion, you can lie. If you think so, if it helps you, you should never take a Christian or a Jew as a friend. That's in the Hadith. And later on, you can make believe you're friendly if it benefits you. The Allah Himself is described in the Quran. That's Surah 3, verse 54, as scheming and with guile and uses guile and deceit to advance the cause of Islam.
Robert, we're going to have to stop on that one, and we'll be back with Do Facts Matter, and this is extremely interesting, and we'll have this show posted Monday, so you can listen to it again, but this is scary information, and we have to put a stop to it. Not to what Robert's saying, but a stop to the Muslims and what they're trying to do to our country. We'll be back right after this.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4, patientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
This is Robert D'Agostino back with Do Facts Matter. And that introduction that we just had from David Boxley, who runs America's Web Radio, about we got to be careful about what do Muslims want to do to this country. And, of course, the leading Islamic group in this country, which I'm now going to talk about, is CAIR, C-A-I-R, the Council of American Islamic Relations. And what is the Council of American Islamic Relations? It claims to be a civil rights organization, but it was actually founded by the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a terrorist-supporting group out of the Middle East, and tied up with Hamas. Now, we'll talk a little bit about this, but before I do, about what they do, what they believe, and what they're trying to do, let me point out to you that the Obama administration spent years courting CAIR, C-A-I-R. They were courting CAIR. They included CAIR at White House meetings on civil rights. They bowed down to CAIR when CAIR said we have to eliminate references to Islamic terrorism, just call it terrorism, or politicized Islam in all the training manuals for intelligence groups. They protested against any references to the violence being committed by Muslims, honor killings, for example, which are endemic to the Muslim world. All this stuff had to go. And the Obama administration included CAIR and representatives of CAIR in discussions about civil rights and about discrimination in America, while excluding Muslim reform groups. For example, there's a group actually called themselves the Muslim Reform Movement, and they were excluded from the White House when Obama was there. They're a group that calls for Muslims to denounce use of violence and to accept American constitutional norms. And they were excluded by the Obama administration. Anyway, CAIR, Council of American Islamic Relations, claims to be a civil rights organization. However, in 1998, CAIR founder Omar Ahmed publicly stated that Islam is not in America to be equal, but to dominate. He's the founder of CAIR, all right? CAIR is, in fact, a front organization for the Muslim Brotherhood, a radical Islamist organization with ties to terrorism in the Middle East, particularly with Hamas. In fact, Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood are one and the same. And what the Muslim Brotherhood, which was founded in Egypt, as I recall, is their goal is to engage in civilization jihad, which is a word the FBI used in 1991. Civilization jihad, to bring down America from within and gradually ensure the implementation of Sharia law. Of course, the Muslim Brotherhood, of course, hides behind CAIR. And, of course, left-wing groups, they back CAIR. ACLU, CAIR is a civil rights group. oh, well, no, yeah, they condemn violence, yeah, but they don't condemn the organizations that commit the violence. There's a difference between condemning violence and condemning the organization that commit the violence. So just, we got to protect them from discrimination. They're just another victim group, another victim of white heterosexual male Christians, presumably, and of course the Democrats and the left loves victim groups, as many as they can. Divide and conquer is their idea, and so they think they're using Muslim groups like CARE to achieve the power they want in this country, but it's CARE who's using them to achieve their goals slowly but surely. They're very patient. Let's see here. Let's take a look at some of the things that CARE has done and CARE has said. The CARE member, a very high-ranking CARE member, is Nihad Awad, A-W-A-D, and he openly voices his support for the terrorist group Hamas. Well, of course, Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, CARE, they're all offshoots of each other. Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization. There's a Hamas defector named Mossab Hassan, who, of course, was unwelcome in the White House when Obama was there. There's Mohab Hassan, I guess his last name was Yosef. Yeah, Mohab Hassan Yosef. And he talked in an interview, and he talked about Hamas and Muslim Brotherhood, one and the same. CARE Communications Director Ibrahim Hooper openly supports Saudi financial aid for the families of suicide bombers. Now, the Saudis have pretty well cut that out, I think. Several leading members of CARE now sit in prison. In the Holy Land Foundation trial, this was supposedly a charitable organization to help Palestinians, was funneling money to terrorist groups in the Middle East. And that trial of the Holy Land Foundation, there was guilty verdicts on 108 Muslims for raising funds for terrorist organizations in the Middle East. And many of those convicted were top members of the Islamic organizations, like CARE. Now, these are coming from various sources, which I've accessed on the internet and otherwise, in books and statements by the actually groups like CARE, and I've kind of summarized them for the show. Now, what did CARE do? Did they condemn jihadist groups? No. In fact, what they did was criticize the U.S. government, the Justice Department, for closing these alleged charity groups. These alleged charity groups, led by the Holy Land Foundation, were funneling money to terrorists. And CARE said, "It's unfair to pick on them." So CARE is part of an Islamic supremacist movement. That means, therefore, the complete takeover of the country by Sharia law, the imposition of Sharia law. What about CARE? I mean, does anybody really recognize them as terrorists? Yes. In fact, the United Arab Emirates at one point, and I think it's still on the books, classified CARE as a terrorist group. And 7 board members of CARE were arrested, denied entry into the U.S., or found guilty of terrorist activities. 7. That's, and of course in the Holy Land trial they were found as unindicted co-conspirators with terrorist organizations or sending funds. So what should we do? I think it's fair game to ask any Muslim running for office whether he believes that Sharia law should be imposed on America, or whether he believes that Muslim communities should operate according to Sharia law, or how he feels about these terrorist organizations. you're going to get very hostile responses. You're going to say, "Oh, you're Islamophobic." You're going to be attacked personally, and of course, the press will not support you because they won't ask those questions. I mean, to ask those questions would be not PC. I mean, after all, it's PC to think these people are to ask those kinds of questions of these peaceful Muslims. Well, most American Muslims, of course, are peaceful. They want to make money. They want to have families. But remember what I said at the beginning: 8% of American Muslims will admit to condoning violence against non-Muslims, either sometimes or all the time. Now, what about this idea would Muslim mean peace? No, it doesn't. Muslim means submission. What Islam means is you submit to the will of Allah, and then you will have peace, personal peace. But Islam means submit. So you submit to the will of Allah. That means you follow Allah, Sharia law, in everything you do. And if you take a look at the behavior of in some Muslim communities, I mean, there are Muslim communities in Minnesota where non-Muslims dare not show up. There are gangs of young Muslim men in England, in Sweden, who think it's perfectly okay to rape non-Muslim women because they are dressed immodestly. And they get their justification for that from the Hadith. I mean, Muhammad had no problem with raping of infidel women or taking them as slaves, concubines. And by the way, in 2003, one of the Muslim clerics, one of the Muslim scholars, and I don't remember his name, I just remembered this at this moment, when he was asked about slavery, he said, well, it's ridiculous to think that Muslims don't believe in slavery. I mean, Muhammad had slaves. Muhammad gave slaves as booty to brave soldiers. Slaves were traded and sold freely in Muhammad's time and thereafter. I mean, where did most of the American slaves come from? Slave markets. And who ran the slave markets? Muslims. The Arabs would come down and would attack and capture black Africans and sell them as slaves. I mean, it's ridiculous to think, a bunch of white sailors would get off a ship and go around and collect blacks and slaves. They had to buy them. They either bought them from other blacks, the coastal tribes who attacked the interior tribes, or they bought them on slave markets run by the Muslims. And to this day, look, go look it up. Don't listen to me. Look it up. Slavery in Muslim areas. There are rumored slave markets to this day in Mauritania and to this day in North Sudan. There are slaves in Morocco. And there's a couple of watchdog groups that are tracking this. In fact, one of our religious groups in this country made it a practice of raising money to buy people out of slavery in North Sudan, return them to their families in South Sudan. So slavery is not, dead in the world today. Remember that Wilberforce in England, it was the English who stopped the slave trade out of for religious motives, Christianity. John Quincy Adams, former president, sixth president of the United States, defended the Abbasid, defended the sailors, the name of the ship, Amistad. The Amistad slaves, they were taken as slaves and they rebelled, and he defended them before the Supreme Court. They were housed at churches and among Christians in New England, and they were found not guilty. They were freed by the U.S. Supreme Court, and their attorney was John Quincy Adams. By the way, just as an aside, John Quincy Adams, our sixth president, was probably the single most intelligent man to ever be in the presidency. I know people talk about Jefferson. Yes, Jefferson was very superior. Lincoln, tremendously superior. And those three may have been the three most intelligent. And that doesn't mean people like Clinton, Obama, Nixon, John Adams, they all had very high intelligence quotients. But to be in the class with John Quincy Adams, probably not, maybe only Jefferson and Lincoln. John Quincy Adams spoke 5 languages. He was a brilliant Secretary of State before he became president. And I always kind of talk to my historian friends, say the first real wrong turn America made was when they replaced John Quincy Adams with Andrew Jackson. Yeah, John Quincy Adams vigorously opposed to slavery, brilliant in his foreign policy, and who he gets replaced by? Andrew Jackson, a vicious slaveholder, double-crossed the Cherokee Indians, precipitated the Depression. And he was the big hero of the Democrat Party for years and years. Jefferson, Jackson Day dinners, remember? Holy cow, what a guy.
With that, we're going to have to stop, Robert, and take a break. We're up against a hard break. We'll be back right after this with more of Do Facts Matter and Robert D'Agostino.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Okay, folks, let's have some fun on America's Web Radio. We love idioms, and we want yours. So send it in, go into our homepage, look under the flag at the banner, and click on idioms, and send us your idiom today. Thanks.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
This is Robert D'Agostino back with Do Facts Matter. And we're talking a little bit about beliefs. And I'm going to go and read from the Hadith, which is the behavior and the behavior of and the life of Muhammad, the perfect man according to Muslim theology. But before I do, it was kind of interesting. We talked about a history, John Quincy Adams, and Obama at one point, President Obama at one point said that Islam is woven into the fabric of America, which is total nonsense. Total nonsense. And the first significant contact with Muslims occurred when Jefferson sent the Navy, the Marines, after the Barbary pirates. You remember, Stephen Decatur was an American hero. Remember what happened, that the Barbary pirates were attacking ships on the high seas and enslaving the sailors. And they had attacked whatever they can get away with. We didn't have too much trouble when England was the mother country before the Revolution. The English ships helped protect American ships. And then the French ships helped protect American ships. But the French got mad at us when we refused to join them in the war against England later on. So they quit with American ships. So the Barbary pirates, well, why attack English ships and French ships when we can attack American ships and they have no protection? And the U.S. government paid blackmail, paid tribute to the Barbary pirates. At one point, 25% of the gross national product was being paid to Barbary pirates so that they would quit attacking American ships and enslaving American sailors and maybe giving some back. Of course, under the doctrine of Taqiyya, which we talked about, they lied about the fact that they wouldn't do it and just kept doing it anyway. So finally, Jefferson said enough was enough, and he sent the ships. So I think in terms of significance, it convinced the United States that we needed Marines to protect our interests and protect our citizens overseas. So in that sense, it was it influenced American military policy, because Stephen Decatur, not only did he attack and by the way, Jefferson said when he wished sailors off, he said, chase the Barbary pirates all the way to Tripoli. That's where that Marine song came from, to the shores of Tripoli. Jefferson said, chase them to Tripoli. And he met get them, and they were freed. And not only were American sailors freed, he freed French and he freed English sailors. Whoever he could free, he freed. And on his way back, he actually dropped some sailors off in France and in England. In both countries, he was greeted as a hero. And then he came back to this country. So in terms of being woven into the fabric of America, I guess you could say that the Barbary pirates were woven into the permanent establishment of the Marines. This kind of nonsense, and just like the second Bush saying Islam is a religion of peace. No, it isn't. Read Churchill. Read some other people who understand what was going on in the world. It's not the religion of peace. Individual Muslims can be very friendly to foreigners, but it's not the religion of peace. On the contrary, let me read you from the Hadith. And this is why you need to ask Muslims running for office where they stand on Sharia law, where they stand on the position of Sharia law, where they stand on recognized constitutional norms, where they stand on these issues. And yeah, a lot of them are going to lie to you, because that's part of their religion, is to lie if it advances the interest of a Muslim. Hadith. This is Muhammad speaking. I have been ordered by Allah to fight with people till they bear testimony to the fact that there is no God but Allah. Again, Hadith. Fight against those who disbelieve in Allah. Make a holy war. That's known as jihad. Yes, it's a religious responsibility. The person who participates in Allah's cause, namely in battle, will be recompensed by Allah either with reward or booty, or will be admitted to paradise. Either with reward, and what's the booty? The booty is anything from gold, silver, furniture, clothes, to human beings. This is also Hadith. Wherever you find infidels, kill them. For whomever kills them shall have reward on the day of resurrection. Read that again. Wherever you find infidels, kill them. Does that sound like ISIS? Does that sound like Al-Qaeda? No ummah. That's a member of the Muslim community. No ummah should be killed for killing a kafir. That's an infidel. Whoever changes his Islamic religion, kill him. Have you heard about that? Apostates from Islam getting murdered, having to go into hiding. So if you convert from Islam to Christianity, you got to go into hiding. Of course, a lot of women have to go into hiding because their brothers, fathers, uncles, aunts are out to kill them. Those are honor killings because they somehow dishonored the family. And women where the dishonor is. So if a woman, an Islamic woman goes out in a religious family, goes out with a non-Muslim, that's dishonor of the family, especially if it's a non-chaperone date, and the only way to restore the honor is to beat her or kill her. And we've had a number of honor killings in this country. Look it up. Just put honor killings by Muslims and you'll find a list. And talking to the Jews, he said, "You should know that the earth belongs to Allah and his apostle, and I wish to expel you from this land, Arabia." Well. Now we know why the Palestinians will never agree to peace, at least the leadership, because Muhammad says they've got to expel the Jews from the land of Arabia. They got to go. No two-state solution. No peace with Israel. They have to go. We have to drive them into the sea. That's what Yasser Arafat used to tell his followers when he spoke in Arabic to them. When he spoke to the suckers in the Western world, mainly liberals, he would say something else, how much peace. I can remember when the Oslo Peace Accords were signed, and I was at that point talking. There's a meeting, and one of the leading Jewish activists in Atlanta was at this meeting. A very nice woman, she's just a terrific lady, and she was just all gushing. "Oh, we're talking to them. This is wonderful. This is wonderful." I looked at her and said, "This is the worst thing Israel's done. Israel will regret those peace accords for a lot of years to come." And sure enough, peace accords allowed Arafat to come back to the Middle East from exile in Spain, and I think in France, exile in France, and it started the Intifada, the first one. So it was a disaster for Israel. It gave a lot of Israelis false hope, and instead of dealing with the problems that they had in a way that was rational, unfortunately, there's got to be a winner and a loser, and Israel to survive, the Palestinians, at least Hamas, has to be a loser. And let me this is also about the same topic. And this is the Umar, heard the messenger of Allah, that's Muhammad, say, quote, "I will expel the Jews and Christians from the Arabian Peninsula and will not leave any but Muslims." Well, there you go. There's two parts of the Hadith that say that similar things. And this is Ayatollah Khomeini, who was took over Iran for the make it an Islamic state. I'm going to quote from him because I think this is very interesting. "Those who know nothing about Islam pretend that Islam counsels against war. Those people are witless. Islam says, kill all the unbelievers just as they would kill you all. Does this mean that Muslims should sit back until they are devoured by the infidel? Islam says, kill them, put them to the sword, and scatter them. Islam says, whenever good there exists thanks to the sword is the key to paradise, which can be opened only for holy warriors. Does all this mean that Islam is a religion that prevents men from waging wars? I spit upon those foolish souls who make such a claim." This is the leader of Iran. This is the same country that Obama funded with over $1 billion that they spent on terrorist activities. This is a country that Obama administration allowed to develop a nuclear weapon under a delayed schedule. In other words, kick the can down the road.
Well, we're going to have to kick that can down the road. We've run out of time, Robert.
I hope that the listeners have heard something and understand that they have to take a look in this country at what the Muslims are up to, what CAIR is up to, and ask. I'm not saying the Muslims running for office all believe in all this stuff and all believe in the supremacy of Islam, but they need to be asked. Thank you.
You got it. And hope you'll take this subject up again in one of your coming shows. You're listening to America's Web Radio. We thank you for listening. And tomorrow we've got the Classic Car Show and a lot of great programs. So stay tuned and don't get too bored in your house. Listen to America's Web Radio.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction on America's Web Radio. Please join us at 4 p.m. on Tuesday afternoons.
Social distancing, if you think you have fever, shortness of breath, if you have a cough, self-quarantine yourself for about 2 weeks. In the end, this disease is out there. We are going to have to get back together. The consequences of shutting down this economy are really severe to a lot of people, and I know there's people out there suffering, people in my own family. So we're going to get back together soon, and we're going to have to continue these habits of keeping ourselves clean. Rich, I want to thank you so much for coming on, Congressman. If there's any last things you'd like to say before we close the show.
It's all about education. It's about making the right decisions. I'm glad to be in this great, amazing country, to see the leadership working the way it is. We just need to do our part, not vilify people, but work together. Actually, in the ER, I'm seeing right now, a lot of people are making the right decisions, staying home. The ER is actually less busy than usual. So I'm proud of the people. Hopefully, we'll come. I know we'll come through this. This is America. We're strong. We're going to make it.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to have you back on the show because you and I got a lot more to talk about. This has been the Doctor's Lounge and America's Web Radio. See you guys next time.
You're listening to America's Web Radio.
Well, folks, we're having a little problem hooking up with our guest, Pat Liddell. We got hit by a brutal storm last night, and we're not sure what all it did do, but we're checking it out, and we're going to be able to go live with Pat here shortly, and we'll see if her landline works better than her cell phone line, and we'll see if we can go to that shortly. And we had some battery backups that outlived themselves, I think. If Brett will come back in and tell me if he's got Pat on the line, and also need to check our battery backup too. So, sorry about that, folks, but this is live radio.
Mine too.
I know, but can you check and see that our battery backup is giving us power over here? It looks like. Let me try this again. Okay, Pat, I'm going to transfer you in again and see if we're working. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Pat, can you hear me? Pat, can you hear me? Pat, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
I can barely hear you.
Let's start.
Okay, well, I can do it. Wait a second, don't leave. Okay, you can barely hear me. How about now? Can you hear me better? On the air. Can you hear me now? Hello, Pat. Pat, can you hear me now at all? Well, we seem to continue to have problems. Pat, can you hear me now? Hello, Pat.
Just barely.
Just barely. Well, how about now? Any better? This is live radio, folks. Unfortunately, Okay, can you hear me at all now? Pat, any better?
Nope.
Nope. Well, let's see. I can hear you fine, so if you can hear me a little bit, we'll go ahead with the interview and see. I think it'll work out from my end if you can hear me a bit on your end.
I know you're saying something. I just don't know what it is.
Well, I'm not sure I know what it is either. Is that any better?
No, sir.
No? What?
Which slider is her? Which slider is the phone?
She's on here.
Okay, don't these have to point towards each other or something?
No, I do these two. And, okay, any better at all?
I heard the any better at all, but just barely.
Well, we may have to live with just barely until, how about now?
It's a little bit better, but not much.
Okay, how about now?
No, sir.
No? Okay, well, if you can hear me at all, we can hear you just fine. So, let's go ahead with it, and we'll just have to make it like we're in the Army and we've got one of those old green, OD green radios. And let me explain who we have on the line with us. We have Master Sergeant Patricia Elaine Liddell. And Pat was is an interesting story, and I'm sorry that she can't hear me on my end. I've got it pumped up about as far as I can pump it up, but anyway, we're trying, and that's all a person can do is try. But Pat has a very interesting story. She spent 27 years in the military, and Pat, go ahead and tell us your side of the story of what you did for 27 years.
I made an attempt to try to help veterans because veterans are my life. I joined the military to make sure that me and my children could have a stable life. And I actually joined to keep from going to jail because I allowed my husband to abuse me until I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I decided that one of us might be going to the morgue and one of us to jail. I decided I didn't want to go to jail, but I knew I wasn't going to the morgue. So it was best that I join the military and leave Chicago.
Wow. That's quite a decision to have to make. That's incredible. And this was, how old were you when you made this decision?
22.
And at that, you had 2 kids?
Yes, sir.
So what was your thinking on that? I'm going to join the military. What am I going to do with my kids?
Well, I had talked to, their grandparents. My mom didn't actually believe that I had joined the military. And I told her, well, Mom, you'd rather for me to go in the military than to go to jail, right? She said, what are you talking about? I said, I'm tired of going to the hospital. I said, I'm not going to let Willie continue to abuse me. So I'm going to have to do what I need to do to, stay alive. I said, and I don't want to stay alive in jail. She said, okay, join the military. We'll keep the kids until you finish what you need to finish, and then come back and get them.
And 27 years later? No. I'm teasing about that.
I came back and got them after AIT.
AIT, well, now I know what my AIT was, Advanced Infantry Training. Surely yours wasn't advanced then. It was just individual training, advanced individual training, right?
Yes.
So, that's quite a decision to make. But I want to make a point here, if you don't mind, is that
yes, sir.
The military is overlooked so many times by high school graduates and college graduates and yet, in my opinion, and I'm very proud of my youngest son, he went from Texas A&M and being in the Corps and being in ROTC right into the military, and I think he's going to make a career of it, and I'm very, very proud of him. And the military offers, for some reason, people have blinders on about the military, but the military is a great occupation. It has more opportunities than almost any business I know of, and I think everybody thinks, oh my God, I go to the military, well, I'll be pounding dirt, and I'll only be in where the action is, or I'll be, this, that, or they have preconceived ideas of what the military offers, and they shouldn't. It's, the military is absolutely wonderful with every opportunity under the sun, and it depends. If you like being on a boat, well, then you got the Navy. If you like the Air Force and you want to be a pilot, well, there's no better Air Force in the world. If you want skills that are second to none, the Army has so many different variations, and we promote on all of our shows that parents and grandparents that are listening should encourage their kids and their grandkids to take a look at the military before they make a decision on a job decision. Would you agree to that?
I agree. And see, and a lot of things that they get from the military is from the TV. And that doesn't tell you at all what the military is like.
No.
Not at all.
No, it doesn't. You're right. Absolutely correct, 100%. And that's something that folks just have to find out for themselves. And we totally support the military. And you can't get a better program if you make it a career, and you come out like you did 27 years later, and the benefits are there. And so we are very big proponents of everybody taking a look at the military. Plus, there's one other thing. It's such a warm and great feeling that you are or you have served your country. No matter what branch, whatever you do, you have served your country, and you've raised your hand to protect and defend. And the greatest feeling ever. So, not only were you in the military, but you came through an accident that I read all about it, and it's still mind-boggling how you're up and walking today. You want to tell folks what happened?
Well, I was on my way home from Martin Army Community Hospital at Fort Benning, because that's where I worked, and I got rear-ended by a soldier's wife, and I looked in my rearview mirror and saw that she wasn't moving, and I got out of my car to help her to find out what was going on. And then I went back to my car to get my cell phone just in case I needed to call an ambulance, and I went back to check on her and her baby. Never got a chance to check on her baby. She was doing better because I had told her how to breathe to relieve some of her discomfort because she was having false contractions. She was pregnant. And I woke up 3 days later in the hospital because I had gotten hit by another car.
Oh, wow. And I believe you were told that you weren't going to walk again.
When I came out of the coma, that's what they had told my son, that if I came out of the coma, I'd never walk again. And I told them that when I was able to talk, that I understood that, they had done everything that they could do as far as their, medical education would take them, and I appreciate that. But I knew that it was up to me and God from that point, because I knew God didn't leave me here to be blind and not able to walk. So a year later, I was able to see and walk again after a lot of training.
Oh, wow. What a story. What a lady. And, Rick White, that's the director, and this show it's called David's Pick, but at the same token, it's brought to you by the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, which is in downtown Atlanta, and it is an attraction, I should say, if we call it an attraction, but it is a place that anybody visiting Atlanta and interested in the military should make sure it's on their agenda to go and see it. And you'll see Pat Liddell's picture hanging there, and she was inducted into the Hall of Fame in the class of 2017, so 3 years ago, basically. And because of all the work that she does with veterans and has done with veterans, and then her story in general is just an incredible story that, I would say everybody that is in the Hall of Fame at some point or place is a example and a good mentor for any and everybody that walks through. And just reading their stories, just reading your story is enough to, my gosh, if she can do it, there's hope for me. And you are a prime example of, we do a show on Fridays that is basically mind over body, and you had to have such a positive attitude that, I didn't know if you... Oh, no, I think so. Such a positive attitude that you, against all odds, you did what they said you couldn't do. And how are you, has it lingered on? How many years ago was this?
This was in 2002.
Okay, so 18 years ago. And do you still suffer, or has all of the pain basically gone?
Oh, I still have the issues, but that's how I know I'm still alive.
Doesn't sound like a favorable way to know you're still alive.
I know.
I think I just as soon get up every morning and say, thank God I'm still alive. But
and I do that as well. Because without him, I know I wouldn't be here.
And your family had to marvel at you, too. Your son that was there, and when they had told him that they didn't think you'd ever walk again. And everybody has to marvel at Pat. In fact, I was very honored that I got to meet Pat a couple of months ago. I guess it was in March at the an induction ceremony in the state capitol of Georgia. And Mr. White, or Colonel White, retired, I should say, gave me the pleasure of meeting Pat, and she is some lady. Let me ask, Pat, I didn't ask in advance, do you give a lot of talks or speeches?
I don't. I mean, I run around and make sure that I can help veterans. I mean, sometimes folks will ask me, and it's very seldom if I speak if they're having a Veterans Day program, and I'll go and do that, but it's not anything that I do all the time.
Well, if whoever's listening and they decide they need a speaker, well, we can get you in touch with Pat, and just her story is so inspiring that, and you work with, I think, the greatest group of people in the world, and that's our veterans. I can't say enough about our veterans, and I always make it clear I did not go to Vietnam. I was what they call today a Vietnam-era veteran, but I did put my time in, but it was not in Vietnam. And I'm trying to pay back some of that time by doing this show and many other shows honoring our veterans. And I'm very fortunate to, we have General Richard Dix on that he was a general and served in, his show is called Remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And then we've had any number of other veterans on that served in Vietnam and served in Iraq, and so we're very fortunate. And veterans are, and this is, let me ask, this is a new group of veterans in many cases, and I assume that you don't care where they served, whether it was Korea, Vietnam, or the Middle East. And we've got, and let me ask you, we've got like I said, a different group of veterans that we've never really dealt with, and they're the new veterans that were called up from AR and NG companies and so forth across the country to serve in the Middle East. And many of them had joined the ARs or Army Reserve or National Guard thinking that they probably would never go on active duty, and yet not only have they gone on active duty, but they've served several tours. So what are you saying different from those, the ones that have been called up for duty now, that they weren't active duty going to straight to Vietnam?
Well, sir, they put the uniform on, and when we put the uniform on, we do it and say wherever you want to send us. Like I say, send me. When you put that uniform on, that's what you said, be it reserves, National Guard, or active duty.
Well, there's a quote that a lot of out of the Bible that a lot of reservist and active duty say. I think your computer's trying to start up on me here.
I know it's acting foolish.
But is it? If not me, then who? And
absolutely,
a lot of people go by that, and that's the way they look at it. And I don't think there's ever been the respect for ARs and NGs like there is today. And yet you hit it on the head. Even during Vietnam, we all took the same oath, and we could have been called up at any time. And like I made it quite clear, I was not called up, but nor were any of our units called up, but we could have been. And we were called up one time for civil disorder, and a civil disorder can be just as scary as a foxhole, I guess, if you don't know what's around that next corner. You're
right.
So,
and when we say that we're supposed to, we were sent abroad to protect abroad, but we need to remember we have to know how to protect home as well.
Yes, ma'am. So, going back to your memories of when you were on active duty, what incident or what thing stands out the most that is always in your mind or in your memory?
Oh gosh.
Is there any one thing or any one person, I might ask too, that stands out, that not only your accident, but before or after? Well, before your accident, say.
Oh goodness, I didn't know so many things that made me realize that I made the right choice. Be it taking care of my children, because I know if I wouldn't have been stationed at Walter Reed, my son probably would have never got into West Point.
Wow.
I don't believe my daughter would have made the choice to join the National Guard either if I wouldn't have been there. So it's got a lot of things that makes me look that I made the right choice.
That's great. So did your son career it?
No. He got out after he paid back his time for making it through West Point. And then he became a doctor of acupuncture, and now in Colorado he does that, as well as he's one of the directors, for the school system there in Denver.
Wow, how interesting! And did your daughter stay in the Guard?
She stayed in for a while, but then she met her husband, who was Navy, and she's still military. So, and I think he retired last year from the Navy. So she did her time in the National Guard and got out and had my last grandchild, and all my grandchildren are adults, and 2 of them are now military. One is Army, one is Navy.
Wow. It runs in your blood, huh?
Yes, sir.
You pump OD green.
Well, we
blue.
We pump blue, red, white, because my grandson, my son-in-law, and my dad were Navy.
Well, my dad was Navy, as a matter of fact.
my brother and a nephew was Air Force, but 90% of us are Army.
Well, I tell you, any branch, there's the old saying that the military will make a man out of the boy, and it will make a better person out of anybody, in my humble opinion. And I think it's been proven over and over again, the quality of the training. And General Dixon, I've kidded about this many times, is that, it's the military, and I didn't really realize this until I had been out many years. It's a psychology course in progress, and there's, when you're in and you're going through basic, or the Navy calls it whatever they call it, boot camp, and then you go to AIT. We call it advanced infantry, but you called it advanced individual training. But anyway, you question, why am I doing this? But then years later, you wake up and you think, I know why we did it, because they said duck and we ducked. And that's what they wanted you to do, and they wanted you to realize that, that there was a power and that you were to obey orders. And we just saw a situation, and we've discussed it on the air a couple of times with the captain of the Theodore Roosevelt breaching the chain of command.
Yeah.
And it's like, there were a lot of people that said, how dare he do what he did in writing a letter? Well, on the other side of the coin is that a good commander, the first duty he has is to his men or women, and that's to take care of them and get them back home as safely as he can. And
absolutely,
so he had a heck of a choice to make. And my personal opinion is he tried through the chain of command and couldn't get anybody's attention, and then he evidently had a good talk with himself and said, I've got to do something for my people. And he did, at the sacrifice of himself. And I would serve under somebody like that in a heartbeat. And,
in a heartbeat, absolutely.
If he's dedicated to his people, and that's what a good commander is. He's dedicated to his people. And that doesn't mean he's not dedicated to his country first. But, if you got a bunch of sick people, they can't defend the country either.
And you're right. He was a George Patton, only wore Navy uniform.
Yes, ma'am. That was... I Believe You Must. I love that movie, and kid deserved to get hit upside the head, and maybe it got his attention. Who knows? But and this is the thing that we try to do on this show, as well as on remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm, is that first we're all humans, but at the same token, the importance of discipline and the importance of the chain of command and the importance of the military being an option for a career. And we certainly push that. With that being said, we're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Pat Lydell and I should say Master Sergeant. And by the way, for folks that don't know this, a Master Sergeant has power beyond belief in the Army, and they're at the top of the heap as far as the NCOs go. But at the same token, if you've made Master Sergeant, you have the respect of every officer in your company or battalion or whatever it happens to be, because you don't just fall out of a chair and make Master Sergeant. You've followed the chain of command. You've done what you were ordered to do, and you've done it better than anybody else. And my hat is off to you, Pat, that for all of your accomplishments, not only in the military, but walking in the things that you've gone through since the military. But I have all the respect in the world. I was a grunt, but I was all of an E5, and if you don't think I wouldn't jerk my head up if a Master Sergeant walked into the room, in many ways more command than no matter what the rank of the officer was. And officers had all the respect in the world for a Master Sergeant, and they still do. So we're very fortunate to have Pat on with us today, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with Pat right after this.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com, and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back on America's Web Radio and David's Pick, which is sponsored by the Georgia Military Hall of Fame, and our good friend that's a director of it is Rick White. And I want to give a shout out to Rick. Rick, I hope you're doing well, and that everybody is well and staying, either hunkered down at your house or staying away from anybody that happens to be sick. And we also pray for those that have succumbed to the virus, and we certainly think about all of them and think about the veterans that may have health issues. But yes, ma'am, I started when I was very young in the radio business, and as things progressed with America's Web Radio, I realized that one of the things that I wanted to do was always be saluting and promoting our military. And I was very blessed to meet Rick, and also a gentleman named Mike Mazzell that he's had to postpone the healing wall out in Johns Creek until after the virus situation is over with. But when he sets another date, we'll be promoting that. And I just, like I said, I was in the quote-unquote Vietnam era, as they call it today. And, we were literally ordered. I was in Fort Ord, California, and ordered not to wear my uniform coming home. And when I landed in Atlanta, I was appalled at they had a roped-off section of demonstrators, and we were pointed at and spit at and yelled at, and I couldn't believe it. And this was, and I've thought about that, and it doesn't happen today, because the Vietnam veterans have taken the bull by the horn, and they wouldn't let it happen today, not for our military coming back from the Middle East or anywhere else. But it happened, and when I started the station, that was one of the things that I wanted to do, was talk to Vietnam veterans, and it's expanded from there. And we've had Donna Rowe, that was a triage nurse. She's been on, and the list just goes on and on and on. So many pilots. We had pilots that spent 6 years and 4 months in the Hanoi Hilton, and we've had other pilots that spent a little bit lesser time, but it doesn't matter how long. It's just a matter that they were away from their families and served. And one thing we did early on was, when the first ARs and NGs were called up for the Middle East, was that we went on and literally, I wasn't on my knees, but I was begging neighbors that were listening to take care of their neighbors that were deployed, because it's one thing to be on base and realize that you may be sent anywhere, anytime, but it's a whole nother ball game to be mowing your grass and get a message, you're now on active duty and you will show up at, and you will be gone. And the why, on a base or post situation, you have everybody can be deployed, or a lot can be deployed, and the wives take care of the wives. But when you're in a situation like the NG or AR, you don't have that backup, and it's not meant cruelly. It's just that's the way it is, and really the neighbors are your backup, and they need to know that your spouse, be it man or woman, is gone to serve the country and protect you. So while they're protecting you, how about changing the light bulbs or painting the door or mowing the grass or doing this or doing that while they're protecting us? And we started that. This was back in around when we first started the station back in 2000. 2005 is when we started the station, but this was like in 2008 or 9 when they first started being deployed to the Middle East. So we are positive military. I've got a flag sitting here right in front of me, and a flag on the wall behind me or in front of me, and we're flag wavers. And don't mess with my flag either, or you'll find out what a little guy can do.
Yeah, no, don't mess with my flag.
But we've come so far, and we've dedicated a show at one time to victims of PTSD, which we've always had PTSD. It may have been shell-shocked, or it may have been whatever name they gave it at the time, but I'm afraid we're going to have the largest case of PTSD the world has ever seen when this virus is over with. It's affecting a lot of people in a lot of different ways. And at the same time, it's also showing off, and it's there's another word I'm looking for, and I can't think of it, but it's showing off what our military can do. Our military, when you come right down to it, can do anything from running a tank over a house to taking care of the wounded, taking care of the sick, and our military is just absolutely fantastic. Now, you were in the medical end, too, of the military, right?
Yes, sir. I was a hospital administrator.
Say again?
I was a hospital administrator.
Oh, administrator, okay. And that had to be a challenge unto itself. Was this a field hospital, or was this one of the... I know you were at Walter Reed. Were you the administrator at Walter Reed?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Wow. Well, thank you for your service, and thank you for that. That's one heck of a big responsibility. And do you miss it? I'm sorry, do you miss what you were doing in the military?
I miss the camaraderie, but I don't miss the bureaucratic.
Right. We've said, or I've said many times on the show with General Dix, and on this show as well, the military is without question the biggest fraternity / sorority in the world. And just like you were saying, you miss the camaraderie. Well, I've been very fortunate, very blessed here at the station of the folks that I've met, many of them through Rick White. But, there's just something, it's like, as a grunt, as a E5, I never, ever thought I would be so blessed as to be able to sit across, we have a round table here, sit across the table from a general and talk to him like, I certainly talk to him with total respect, but at the same time, even be in the same room with him. And General Dix, I can't say enough about what he is. He is the leader's leader, and there's an awe about, and this is true. I want to bring this up. This is true with you and with all of the rest of the inductees into the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, in that when you walk in a room, when General Dix walks in a room, when Colonel White walks in a room, or Colonel Mazel, or any of the others that I've met, and I've been very honored to meet them, but when they walk in my studio or they walk into my office, there is an aura around them that's just absolutely incredible. And General Dix has taken me in like we kid about being brothers, but there's something about somebody that served, and it doesn't matter what branch, what rank, what anything, but if they've served and they've raised their hand, then we are all brothers and sisters.
Absolutely.
And each knows what Tonto Peranto said, and that is that, no greater love hath a man than to lay down his life for a friend. And that's what, the friendships that you make in the military are everlasting and are the greatest of all. Now, let me ask you, I always ask this. As a veteran, have you ever talked to a veteran that had only one story to tell?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Just trying to figure out how to stop them, huh? No, it's those stories are great. And I got to admit, Bob Babcock has done a wonderful job of taking Vietnam veterans, and he has a book out called, and it's from Deeds Publishing, which is his publishing company, but it's called I'm Ready to Talk. And, I'm very fortunate, again, as I've said, I did not serve in Vietnam, but veterans will talk to me, and I appreciate that, and they make me very proud that they will talk to me. But, many veterans, particularly those that have gone through some traumatic times, won't talk to just anybody. They won't even talk to their family.
You're right.
Because if you ain't been there, done that, then I'm talking to a wall, and it's the old Native American Indian saying, if you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, then my moxicans, then you don't know what I'm talking about. And but it's and I would venture to say both your son and your daughter would agree that it is one of the biggest sororities and fraternities in the world.
Yep.
And when somebody has served. And, how do you feel about the volunteer military? I know how I feel. How do you feel?
Well, I know that I volunteered, but I still think that, maybe the draft wasn't the way to go to get them in, but I believe if a lot of men were not drafted when they were drafted, they would have ended up in jail. And I think now that everybody should at least serve 2 years, and we wouldn't have as many as we have now in prisons.
So you feel like what Israel does is right. Everybody serves their country for at least 2 years.
Yeah, but see, with Israel, their people, when they serve, they're taken care of when they get out. They don't have a problem fighting for health care like we do.
Mm-hmm. And nor should they.
And our military, when we get out, we shouldn't have to fight as hard as we fight for our health care. But I fight tooth and nail trying to make sure that veterans get taken care of.
Yes, ma'am. And I agree. I was on both sides of the fence. When I went on active duty, there was still a few leftovers from the draft that were in basic, and there were a few that were lottery, and then there were the rest of us that had volunteered. And so it was quite a thing to see, how it all played out. And sometime when we're sitting down breaking bread, we'll go into it more. I have very mixed emotions about. I think we're very lucky. The volunteer military has gotten, in my opinion, the cream of the crop, just like your son and just like your daughter. Whereas So, yeah, when it was draft, we got some of the sour milk and not always the best. And
yeah, but with the volunteer army, we don't get always the best either.
Well, that's true, but it's I would venture to say I personally like the volunteer and if we can keep the numbers up, and so far we've been able to do that. But it's, everybody has their own opinion, and everybody has their own experiences of who they knew and who they went through with. And like I said, I saw all three of the situations: draft, lottery, and the lottery was more or less sort of the draft in its own way.
Yeah.
But it was all three, and those that volunteered. So, and there's well, obviously I'm a proponent of everybody should serve their country in one shape, form, or fashion. Our country has been too good to all of us not to want to serve it, and not to give a few years of our lives protecting and defending it. And that's just my opinion and my little radio station's opinion. So I personally think, and I always harp on this one, is that I have a real hard time, and did during Vietnam and any other time. I really am for all of our Congress and congressmen and women that they should serve in the military. I agree. I have a real hard problem with someone that hadn't served being on the Armed Service Committee, or deciding which weapons, or deciding the terms of engagement. I'm sorry, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And
how our uniforms should look.
Yes, ma'am, and how our uniforms should look. Absolutely.
I should say, I don't know how they can even fix their brains to even walk down that road.
I don't either, and I would be, well, they're not going to give themselves term limits. They will give themselves raises, but they won't necessarily have served. And anybody that is in Congress that has served, I respect them a whole lot more than the person that hadn't. But again,
I do too.
That's
and I just have an issue with them telling us how we should do certain things when they've never worn the uniform.
Yes, ma'am. No question about it. And they certainly don't understand the chain of command, and they certainly don't understand.
Oh, absolutely not.
They don't understand. It's sort of like, I look at it like the police officer. I don't want to go crawling in a dark building at 3 o'clock in the morning not knowing what's on the other side of the wall. Well, that's the same thing with our military. We don't know, when we're shipped out, we don't know what we're being shipped into. And when Congress is making these decisions of what, well, we had a situation, not military. This was one of our shows yesterday, and he happens to be a good friend of mine, but he was with Homeland Security and on the Texas border. And I didn't know this, and it galled me to find out about it. But he was a special agent in charge, and that we call the show Agent in Charge. And he could be, and everything, quote, end quote, has their fiscal budget put out by Congress, like there's some kind of almighty. And he could be in the middle of an investigation and go over a budget because he had to do this or do that and hire people or whatever. And at that point, he would have to go out and get his own money to finish his investigation. That blew me away.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you're doing the duties that the United States say that you need to do, So why do you have to? Where are you going to get the money from if they don't give it to you?
That's exactly right. And he would have to go back to congressman, back to his superior, and say, look, yes, I'm over budget, but I had to hire X number of people to do this or do that, to continue the investigation, to bring it to court. And when he told me that, I about fell out of my chair. And, you know, it's sort of like telling the military they have to buy their own ammunition.
Yeah, but that's because you got so many people sitting up there that they do better twiddling their thumbs or walking around with coffee cups than they know what Homeland Security does or what the military does.
That's it. My goodness, did we write the same book?
No, we just wore the same uniform.
Touche. That was good. That was good, Pat. That was right on. Yeah, we did. And unfortunately, my uniform was in a closet that had a terrible leak in it, and it shrunk down to where I don't think I was ever that small. But anyway, things happen, and I guess if the need be, you know, that's another thing that I have never had any of the guests on from the Hall of Fame or any veteran, really, that are probably, they may not be as old as I am, but close to it, but age doesn't matter, that if the country needed us, we would be the first to be there with our shot. We'd be there like the Revolutionary Farmers, you know? We would go back in a heartbeat. And that's our military, you know. And that was what was the Japanese? Why didn't you invade California? And are you crazy? Everybody in the United States, behind every piece of grass, there's a rifle, and they knew good and well that our militia is our people, and we're big supporters of the Second Amendment as well. So. You know, let me ask one last question, and then we're going to have to look at moving on. But you know what? Is there one last message you'd like to get across? Let me ask you: do you need help, or how could somebody help you with your mission on helping veterans?
Oh, well, I don't know how they could help me, but if they can't help the veteran, at least give the veteran my number. And I might not be able to help him, but I know I can find somebody who can.
We just went through a situation that my brother-in-law died, and he was one day out. He was in the Navy, and he was on his only service was during the Cuban blockade, and he resigned from the Navy and got out one day before he would have been eligible for everything. And the only thing he has come out of it with, or my sister has, is the VA gave him a plot in at the United States Cemetery in Canton, and but as far as helping him, the money-wise, he was one day short of getting the full benefits. And
wait a minute, what do you mean 1 day short? I mean,
he got it. He literally signed the paperwork to get out of the Navy 1 day ahead of being in long enough to get all the benefits.
See, that doesn't make sense to me. 1 day?
1 day.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
They've gone. My younger sister and my older sister have gone to the VA, and my brother-in-law was. I can't give you the dates because I don't know them off the top of my head, but it was like if he had been in on March the 29th, he would have gotten all the benefits, but he resigned or you know was out on March the 28th, and was 1 day short. And so the monetary benefits, everything had to be paid out of my sister's pocket. And like I said, the only thing he got was a plot in the U.S. cemetery.
But if he was eligible for that, how is it that he was not eligible for everything else?
Yes, ma'am.
See, I don't understand that. See, me and the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary of the VA, we be having a talk because that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'll give my sister your telephone number.
Please,
okay.
Because that makes absolutely no sense to me.
It was something like, we were talking a couple of $1,000 that he should have been getting when he was under hospice care, and they got nothing.
See, God, that don't make any sense. One day?
One day.
No. Oh.
Well, with that being said, you'll be getting a phone call from my younger sister. And Pat, this has been a delight. And what do you owe me, Pat?
Dinner. You.
Not dinner. It's me buying you dinner or lunch whenever you're up here. So I'm looking forward to it. And thank you so much for joining us on America's Web Radio. And David's Pick, brought to you by the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame.
Wow. Even the same government, but they feel I'm the one, give the country some shining point. And because I came from America, I became the head coach of the United States. The Senate team went to Olympics 2008, and then it's just a lot of things that people see, and I came nothing, and then become somebody to them. Okay, but it's still nothing. I still.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
It's 1 o'clock in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
And this is...
Let's Talk Venezuelans.
Hey, David.
Hey, Brad. How you doing?
How you been?
Hola.
Okay. How's your isolation?
Non-existent.
Non-existent.
Yes, we have
Well, I'm taking this like a Passover. This is the first time in history. If you notice, it's the first time in history that every country shut down for Passover. Only God can do something like this. Could you believe that? Huh? Pascua, we call it, the Christian call it Pascua. The Jews call it Passover, right? But we are almost celebrating, in a different ways, but almost celebrating the passing over. And now with this COVID-19, I believe this week, the COVID-19 is going to be the end of this sickness. We are claiming for the blood that we put in around our doors, like in the past.
In the ancient
time with Pharaoh and Moses, the angel of the dead passed over the houses of the Jews, and they were delivered not only from the dead, but they were delivered for freedom. Yep. They became free, a free people. Okay, we are declaring the same thing for the United States. This COVID is going to be dead this week.
Yeah.
By the blood. Period. That's it. Whatever way you want to take it, Passover or Pesar. Passover, Pesar, or Pascua. Whatever way you want to take it, it's going to be over.
Yeah.
Done deal.
Done deal.
Yeah. So
this country has something incredible. This country reinvents itself every time there is a crisis.
Oh yeah, we're gonna overcome this.
Yeah, and you see it how the free companies change their line of production in order to be in
the supply.
So everything it's a little bit harsh because when you go to the supermarkets, you don't find exactly what you want but there is not a problem with supply. Okay, I went to the
No, if you're looking for mayonnaise and you cannot find mayonnaise, you can buy the pink one.
Yeah, exactly. But you find a lot of things. So there is no need to buy nervous buying.
No, we are not in Venezuela.
No,
definitely, we are not in Venezuela.
And a lot of and these people from the supermarkets, like the people from the medical field, are real heroes. They are restocking the things during the late nights. Because the shelves are empty, and they refill the empty shelves during the late night or early morning.
Yes.
So there are also people who has to be recognized, because thanks for them we have our houses with all the things that we need. Okay.
Definitely. Yes.
Okay. Now.
Okay, we're gonna talk about very quickly about the COVID-19. One of the bad news is that big cities like Detroit, Chicago, Baltimore, they are reporting a 70% death of the black communities. Okay, so that's the bad thing about it. But if you notice, like New York and those cities, Los Angeles, if you notice, we go back to January. What happened in January with those leaders in those cities?
The leaders, they refused to close the schools, for example. One of the most responsible ones is Mr. de Blasio, the mayor of New York City, that he said on the beginning of March that we only have 25 people sick in a city of 9 million, blah blah blah, and he was very irresponsible on that.
As well with her healthcare person in charge too.
Yes,
I believe she resigned, right?
She resigned already, and the other one that was very irresponsible was Mr. Cuomo, the governor of New York, and eventually, those things they have to pay it in the ballots.
Oh yes.
Okay?
Yeah, another person who's responsible for all this crisis is Pelosi.
Yes.
Pelosi, because Pelosi, after the State of the Union address, remember?
Yeah.
The President Trump, he talked in the
talked
address
about this virus. He said that the federal government was preparing for all this situation, and the politicians, as they used to do, they just said,
they didn't care about that.
Didn't care about
well, he was talking about, while he was talking in the when he was addressing the union about the COVID, the infectious viruses in China.
In
China, the United States was working closely with them to help them out. She was checking on the papers. She didn't put attention to what he was talking about. So, and what happened at the end of the address?
She destroyed the address, and now she wanted a second.
The impeachment number 2.0, 2.0. version. So that is just a distraction for the second point that we're going to be talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. The distraction for that is the HR they are promoting on the floor of the House. The HR 5383.
What's that?
The H3.
HR is the House of Representatives. Proposal for a law.
And the name of the law is the New Way Forward Act.
The New Way Forward Act.
Yeah.
Okay.
This bill will destroy completely the Homeland Security Department completely, because they will restrain the ICE
Okay.
And the Customs Service.
Immigration and Customs
Service. Yes.
Okay.
They will tie up their hands because they will not be able to do their job when it comes to people coming to the country.
Okay. ICE is Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It's one of the polices specialized on immigration.
Yes.
And they are the one on charge on people who are out of the borders inside of the United States. The other one is the Border Patrol.
The Border Patrol.
Okay, and in both cases, this law restrain a lot.
Will overrule.
They are overrule the authority and function of on all those institutions.
Yes,
okay.
and
how they do that.
Okay, this representative, the Democrat representative from Illinois, Illinois, always Illinois. His name is Jesus Garcia.
But
He's well known.
Illinois is not at the border with in the south border. It's
No,
in the
it's
north
over there in the north, where Chicago is.
Okay.
And you know who came from Illinois? Come on. And then Jesus Garcia, who everybody knows him as a Chugo Garcia. He's he inherited the position that Perez used to have before, the one who was in charge of the DNC. Remember that guy who is living now in Puerto Rico, and he's working in Puerto Rico to destroy everything over there, and probably he's going to become one of the leaders in Puerto Rico.
He wants to be governor.
Exactly. Yeah, in Puerto Rico. So this one took his place, and he's the one who introduced this bill, and he got 44 representatives co-sponsoring him. The first one is Pramila Jayapal from Washington, and both of them are the one who introduced that. She's in charge of the Immigration and Naturalization Committee inside of the.
So we have the vultures. We have the vultures taking care of the meat.
Yes.
Oh my.
Exactly.
Oh my.
Let me tell you a few names of people who are supporting this. Is Ayanna Pressley, Rashida Tlaib. Is Ilhan Omar, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Frederica Wilson, and guess who? Hank Johnson.
Oh, really?
Hank Johnson, yeah,
Hank
from Georgia.
Johnson.
He's supporting this. He wants to abolish completely what we know, eliminate the detention for illegal immigration, impose new taxes on the immigration. Of course, we have to end up paying for more.
So if somebody that is legal and is paying taxes every year has to pay more if he wants or she wants to be American citizen?
Yes, exactly. And not only that, the statute of limitation for this will go for 5 years back. If they pass it now, it will go retroactive 5 years ago. So anyone who was deported under the President Trump will be bringing back to United States. That's one other part of the bill, is to bring back all those people so they have the right to be here.
With your money and mine?
Yeah, immigration.
With your money, my dear David?
and they will have the right to fight these cases back in court here. And not only that, because they were deported, we have to pay for the flight, we have to pay for the national security, homeland security, which is, they're getting paid by our taxes.
And they will pay and they want a room in the Hyatt Regency or something like that.
Okay, the amendment for removal is gonna be, and it's gonna be giving a relief for retroactive. That means if they lost money while they were not here in the United States, when they are here, we have to pay them too for retroactive, like a reparation.
Like reparation.
Something like that.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
All right.
Do they want also a car?
Look, and the retroactive will be 5 years back. So anyone who was a rapist or a murderer or a sexual abuser for a minor will be reclaimed under his wife or husband for family unity, and he will be granted a new green card.
Oh.
under family unity. And then if somebody's like a trafficking, like he was 20 years in jail because he was trafficking, like a human trafficking or drug trafficking or pedophile.
So they want to oversee also the drug trafficking laws?
Yes, all that. And then they will be claiming that as a humanitarian
purpose. Let me go to Mexico and let me pass through the Mexican border as an illegal to have all that.
Hold on. And then any trafficker will have the right to be claimed by somebody from the family or husband or wife or child under the humanitarian.
And they're trying to pass that law during this period of COVID-19?
While Pelosi is promoting the impeachment
number
2.0. That's what they're doing underneath.
Oh my.
Okay.
David,
what do you think?
We laugh out loud because we are informed. Okay.
No, we laugh because hopefully when this passes, because I believe it's gonna pass. Because the majorities are Democrat, okay? The majority of the House are Democrat. Democrats are in control. I believe this bill is going to pass. But I hope when it gets to the Senate it's going to die right there. Yeah. It's going to die right there. And also probably somebody's going to take it to court too.
Oh, of course.
Court. I mean, it's going to be attacked for everywhere. For every angle, it's going to be attacked.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bernie Sanders is out.
Yes, he's like Carmen Sandiego.
How?
In what part of the world he will buy a new house?
Carmen Sandiego. Oh my God. Okay, well, Bernie Sanders is out after he collect so many for 6 years. Yeah, around 6 years he got his page open up for donation.
Okay.
So you can imagine how much money he collect 6 years.
In 6 years.
In 6 years. And then suddenly this week, a miracle from the Holy Week. As a Christian, we call it the Holy Week. As the Jews call it the Passover week, right?
Yes.
A miracle happened.
That's how I entitled in the
miracle.
In the Razi when I said el milagro de Semana Santa.
Yeah, the miracle of Holy Week.
Holy Week.
Okay, so Bernie Sanders out. So, what do you think? Socialism is dead in United States by his getting out, or what is your opinion about that?
I think it's like the Berlin Wall. In 1989, when the Berlin Wall falls, we thought that communism was over, and the only thing that they did was to rebrand.
Okay.
The idea. Now the communists name themselves Socialist Democratic or Democratic Socialist, okay, but it's the same brand. So if you go to Wikipedia and you look for democratic socialism, it's exactly the same thing that the communists. Okay, and that's why when I designed your campaign, I said that Hank Johnson is a communist. Okay, and if he's a communist, he's a traitor to the United States of America.
Yes,
that's it, because they want to destroy the U.S. Constitution and replace it for another kind of government that has nothing to do with the liberties and the
way of living, the way of being, American. Yeah, it's the way of doing things in America.
Yes,
it's the opposite. It's destroying everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's you believe they're gonna be taking time. Well, Bernie Sanders is old, so he might be a few years.
No, he's not. But he's not old.
No, what is he?
He's ancient.
Okay, but he got already pupils. You know how we used to call back in the days students?
Yes.
He already have pupils, behind him, which we have here at AOC, we have Ilhan Omar, we have, the squad, and we have Hank Johnson, who is his sidekick.
Yes.
So it's urgent for American to understand the important to take out of the house AOC, to take out of the house Hen Johnson, to kick them out of the house.
Yes.
Do not re-elect them anymore.
No.
They need to get out, as well as Ilhan Omar, as well as Tablet, as well as Ayanna Pressley, because all these people, what they're doing is promoting things that are going against America.
Well,
against America.
This law is very dangerous because you just said that that law wants to supersede even the drug trafficking laws. So that's incredible.
Yes.
And who's behind the drug trafficking in the world?
Mm-hmm.
Is Evo Morales, the one that Hank Johnson defend and asked the
Secretary of State Pompeo.
Exacto. And now he comes with this, and this is coming over with a new twist.
Yes.
Because of the operation for look and seek these people who right now are in the government in Venezuela. President Maduro, one of them, they have to come to United States and go into a court of law and be judged because they already know what the operation of Cartel de los Soles is doing.
And these are HR 5383. Reminds me the one that it was promoted 3 years ago with the Venezuelan down south in Florida.
Yes.
They were overpassing the court system and leaving the decision of any Venezuelan to stay in United States, regardless if that Venezuelan committed crime or not, to the Secretary of State.
Yeah, and after
the immigration courts.
And after that decision, nobody can do anything.
Nobody, exactly. So this 5383 is almost the same thing, but like I said, with different color, with different feathers, and different taste.
Yes.
But it's the same movement. It's the same. It's destroying the system, the court system, to benefit Venezuelan narcos, to benefit Bolivian narcos, to benefit Salvadorian narcos, to benefit Mexican narcos, to benefit Cubans narcos.
Do you have something against Mara Salvatrucha? Do you have something against Mara Salvatrucha?
MSR-13?
Yes.
Yes, of course. That would be, if that passed, let's say the Senate decide to pass that laws, that means all those MSR-13 will come back to the United States. Those ones that President Trump deported already. Remember, he said that he's been deporting a lot of criminals.
Yes.
He's been deporting a lot of criminals. They would come back here. Okay? And you can imagine how many crime is going to be, because when they come back here, they're coming with revenge. With revenge and with venge. Okay? Okay, now we can go to the Venezuelan part, because this HR 5383 will, if it passes, it will, David, it will benefit the Venezuelan situation.
Okay.
That's why Hen Johnson is working hard to pass this bill, because that will help out his commies and his friends, Evo Morales, Maduro, Diosdado Cabello, and all these communists from Latin America.
Okay, it's 1:20 and we're going into our commercial breaks as soon as Mr. David is ready.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, I feel like a horse today. Yes.
Well, like
very
I was,
energetic.
like I was saying, that this HR 5383 will help out when it passes.
If it passes.
If it passes all the way to President Trump, because he has to sign it, right?
Yeah, he can beat it.
Okay, he can beat it, and the Senate is not going to allow that anyways. But let's suppose that everybody
but
passes.
they are trying hard to do something, but people right now are more aware what happens in the Hill, and I think the times change. All this thing that the people is at home, many people is getting informed. Many people said, okay, why we get into this? How? How can I protect my family? How can I protect my business?
Yeah.
How can I protect my employees? You know, it's there is a different mentality in everyone. You know, yesterday I went to the supermarket because I do my monthly things the second Wednesday of the month, and it happens that people were so kind, you know, keeping the separation,
the distance,
distance, allowing the other people to pass by, to do their things. You know, I said
it's like we went back. It's like we went back.
Yes.
It used to be like that 5 years ago. And this year, before this coronavirus, people was like rough, like a, you know, like
very rude.
No, now it's like we're going back when it used to be 5 years ago. When I moved here, I said, man, people here are very mannerly, you know, they have manners. They are very educated people. Now we're seeing that back again.
Yes, definitely. From a crisis, we're getting back with values, you know, and values is the most important thing for a society. Okay, it's not because of the law say it, it's because your conscience say it. And remember, we're in Passover. Remember what Passover means for the humanity, not only for the Jewish people. That means that freedom, liberty, comes together with a very important word that is responsibility.
Yes, responsibility.
Okay, and responsibility and freedom means law. So the tale of the Passover give us a lot of good lessons that we have to retake now in this time of crisis. Okay, we have to follow the law, not because the law are designed for what? To protect us. Okay, good laws protect the people, bad laws enslave them. So the thing, okay, so now on all this crisis there is a new conscience. Everybody is.
Well, hopefully the Venezuelan people start learning, having a new conscience too, because what's going on in Venezuela today is very confusing.
Yes, they think the Marines are going to invade Venezuela because what Mr. Maduro and Mr. Cabello did. Wrong.
To their people.
Yes, wrong, absolutely wrong. They are criminals that are wanted by the criminal system in the United States. This is not a political matter, it's a judicial matter. Has to do with the drug trafficking, By the way, only 20% of all the drug trafficking that comes from to the United States come from the Caribbean area.
Mhm.
Basically, the main area is the Pacific coast. Okay, since the times of when Cartel de Medellín were destroyed.
With Pablo Escobar?
With Pablo Escobar, yes, and Carlos Leder, the routes on the Caribbean were completely destroyed. Not completely destroyed. That's why they are prosecuting Maduro, because they are using some new routes on the Caribbean, and it was because of the. Do you remember the problem with the president's nephew in Dominican Republic?
Yeah,
Okay.
Celia Flores
Nephews.
Yeah.
Yeah, and after that, they tried to sell 20 tons of coke, and not Coca-Cola, the other Coke. Okay, they want to sell 20 tons to a special agent of the DEA. And
Of course, they didn't know he was from the DEA.
Yes, and both of them got busted. They went to
They are in New York with the COVID.
Yeah. And now they have that big trouble. But what does the federal government do right now in the Caribbean? They are just checking out that the vessels or the airplanes that comes through Venezuela being checked for the drug trafficking. Fortunately, you know that you are not guilty. You are innocent until proven guilty under our system. So
that's why they need to come here.
Yes.
That's why they need to bring them over here.
They have to
so they can go through the process, and then they need to demonstrate that they are innocent.
No, not guilty. Not guilty. No,
Not guilty.
Could be not innocent, but if they demonstrate that their involvement on these operations is because some heavy things. For example, if you don't do this, your family and yourself could be killed. That's something that you have to understand in a country that is a totalitarian regime such as Venezuela. So there are two of the wanted people that already are under the authorities, American authorities watch. Okay. And let's see what happens. But
well, we have some presence of military and navy vessels, aircraft, soldiers, drones.
Yesterday,
what else? From the whole.
Yesterday, they sent the scrambled Sukhois from the military base in Barcelona because they want to destroy, seek and destroy one of these drones, the Predators.
The Predator.
The Predator. They wanted to. The Predator was making just seeking on the area. Okay. And when the Sukhos came near of the Predator, they had a big advertising and said, if you touch the Predator, both of you, there was a warning. Yes, both of you could be killed. And they have.
And the Predator has people inside, or
no, the Predator is a drone. It's a drone. It's a remote vehicle. It's not just a drone. It's an airplane that could kill people. Okay, they are armed. They are not just for seeking.
They're armed.
Seeking and destroy.
All right.
Okay, but it's a very, very slow airplane. It's like a Cessna 172. with steroids, okay, because it has a lot of
Steroids.
it has a lot of teeth.
Okay, so he was searching the water.
They were.
Oh, he were exercising.
No.
And then
They were checking the area.
Okay, and this area was inside Venezuela
international water.
Okay, so why Venezuela come outside when international water?
Now we have here a big situation. Venezuela claims national waters of 12 nautical miles from the coast inside the sea.
Oh yeah, but what is the international law?
That's what the international law says.
12 miles.
Yes, but
Nautica.
But there is a exclusion area. That means that even though it's not your territory, it belongs to you for use. Okay, that they claim that is 200 miles inside of the Caribbean.
Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. So, if it's 12 nautical miles, how will that affect, for example, the country Trinidad and Tobago?
They have a big problem.
How Grenada will affect?
That's why there is a lot of problems with that
because they are very close to Venezuela.
That's why they have these problems with the international law, because it's not only Venezuela. It's, for example, Turkey. Turkey is claiming 200 miles inside of the Mediterranean Sea.
Okay.
So that means that they can be have borders with Libya, for example, or Egypt, but you have the island of Crete.
Great.
Okay, that belongs to Cyprus. That's the other one. Okay, and that's a very complex problem for states such as Israel. Okay, because you cannot cover.
So how Venezuela define with Aruba, Curacao, with Trinidad and Tobago, with Grenada?
That's the problem, to define the borders exactly. You cannot define the borders with 200 miles inside of the sea. Okay, so what's going on? That United States do not follow that rule, because it's not it doesn't belong to the international law. Okay, we have the thesis that the national waters are 12 nautical miles inside of the sea, and that's it. Okay, so but many countries want that kind of idea, that 200 miles inside of the sea. Okay, some countries such as Peru or Chile that doesn't have anything in front of them, it's okay, 200 miles is okay, and they have the economic exploitation of anything that is in that part of the ocean. Okay, could be, but when you have a crowded neighborhood such in Venezuela or the Mediterranean Sea, that means trouble. Very big. So, and during this week, it happens a problem with a ship with a Portuguese flag. Okay. It happens that they've been inside of the international waters defined by the United States, but it was into the territorial waters defined by Venezuela. And the Venezuelans took a boat, okay, and they tried to kidnap this
divert
into Margarita Island. They wanted
into
take
the waters.
Yeah, they wanted to this
like
this
a pirate,
cruiser.
like the same thing the pirates in
Somalia. Yes,
area.
exactly. Let me tell you something. They even shoot warning against this civilian boat.
Okay.
Okay, civilian sea, and it happens that they hit this ship twice with this military boat.
Okay.
Okay, and they get in front of this ship. But do you know something? That boat, that large, is a large cruiser, civilian cruiser. It used to be a boat that they use as cruiser for tourists in the Arctic Sea. So it was a icebreaker. So when the Venezuelan boat get in front of this boat that is very strong in the front part of the boat, well, they only went down.
He broke it in two pieces.
They cracked this ship cracked like an egg, you know.
The military ship broke
in the middle like an egg.
I guess they have survivors.
Yeah, fortunately they were.
And don't tell me the same boat helped them out to save.
No, but
to save them.
No, because they went into life raft. And they were all of them were rescued, but they were so stupid that they even shoot videos when they were shooting against the civil vessel. You know,
they just wanted to kidnap it.
Yes, they wanted to kidnap it.
They wanted to kidnap it.
And this boat went to Curacao. Has to go to the dry dock for repairs.
Maintenance?
For repairs because because they hit this boat, you know. But the attitude was to kidnap a civil boat that has a Portuguese flag but belongs to a very well-known.
That's not pirates,
That's piracy. That's by definition is piracy.
That's piracy
in high sea. Okay, that's piracy in high sea. So what they want to do with this boat? Maybe they wanted to use it as a shipping cargo for drugs. You don't know. You don't know. Okay, there are a lot of. For example, there are a lot of airplanes in the United States that disappear here and appears later in Venezuela, okay, as part of the drug flotilla of airplanes that they are using in.
It's not the same thing in Africa.
That's what happened. That's what I wanna tell you about. I read an inform from the United Nations that said about 3 different airplanes with Venezuelan tail numbers. Okay, that when they reviewed the airplanes, the airplanes had the serial numbers of airplanes that were disappear here in the United States from airports, okay, reappears in Venezuela. They changed the tail numbers and they went to Africa, okay. That's the big business that have the cartel of Los Soles. That's the business.
When they get out from Margarita Island,
they take out. They went to the leader islands, you know, these small islands that comes from Trinidad, Tobago, Guadalupe, Santa Nevis, all those little islands, okay. These airplanes go into these islands and took they
take, like, for example, Grenada, San Vincent and Grenadines, Barbados,
and then
Barbados,
and suddenly they turn to the east because they take a tailwind that take the airplane to Africa. Okay, and from Africa they put the merchandise in Africa, and in Africa they move the merchandise to Europe. Okay. And in Europe they sell the merchandise to Europe, where they sell it in euros.
So they take the plane from those islands and they probably stop in Cape Verde. From Cape Verde, go to Senegal.
That's why the
Guinea.
United States, if you shut down the routes in the Caribbean, okay, these airplanes or these boats cannot go through Africa, and you choke the income.
Because I remember one lady, she was a consul in Ghana from Venezuela, and the cartel killed her over there.
Yes.
Because of some drugs.
Yes.
And we're talking Ghana is not even the belly, is underneath.
Yeah.
So they probably have all Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, Senegal,
Coast, yeah.
Mauritania, West Sahara, Morocco.
And do you know something in the UN informed about the drug dealer in Africa? They know it for sure that the airplanes come from Venezuela because the GPS on the airplane had the register on airports, little airports in Venezuela.
In Venezuela.
Okay, we will be back in just a moment.
A few minutes.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And this is America's Web Radio, the favorite web radio in English in the world. Yes.
Yes.
Well, Mr. David, you are an expert on history. Okay. What happened in Japan after the World War II? When the Americans came to Japan and Japan were surrendered by the United States in the signage of that thing, who came into power in Japan? Was Douglas MacArthur, isn't he?
Okay, one of the first things they did, they turned it into a capitalistic country, and my dad, as a matter of fact, helped set up Radio Tokyo right after the war. And this was a capitalistic type thing of being able to communicate. And
the legend has a pedigree. I told you, my friends.
Okay, so
basically, when the United States intervened into another country, it happens during 1898 during the Spanish-American War. It happens in World War II when they took over Japan. Okay. Basically, what the American government does when these countries have no a real government, they have to set up a new government in a different way, and the basic way is to bring a governor, an American governor, to that place and reorganize the whole society.
And you know what it's called?
How it's called?
How it's called?
It's in the military, and I served in a unit called a Civil Affairs Unit, and it has everything from your quote unquote sitting mayor up and down the gambit. It has the water commissioner. It has, but it's a civil affairs unit that goes in and sets up a local government, and that's what our Army has. And I served in the 310th Civil Affairs Unit. They disbanded civil affairs in the Army until the Middle East, and when we went into Syria and we've gone into Afghanistan and so forth.
They reactivated
the not my unit, but they reactivated the civil affairs because they saw that they were going to literally destroy cities. And like in World War II in Japan, when they would destroy, obviously, Hiroshima and Nagasaki and all that, they had to set up some kind of. If you don't have some kind of government, you got chaos, and they couldn't have elections or anything. They didn't even know what elections were. So the Army went in and they had everybody a structure of the city, and that's what they did.
Okay, but you don't have any kind of junta de gobierno, like a committee from the invaded country that has they are the ones who wants to control and let's make the elections
right away and all
right
that.
away. No, it's an American governor, the one who will be reorganize the government and all the stuff, isn't it?
Well, there's an old saying, and I respect what you're asking, but there's an old saying, to the victor goes the spoils. So to the victor went the responsibility of setting up a government, and we were somewhere in the world in history at some point, maybe, the world will realize we're the fairest people going, and we didn't. How much land? Well, in fact, Colin Powell pointed this out. The only land we've ever asked for was to bury our dead.
Yes.
And we've never conquered any country and taken over. Now, by the same token, when we went in as civil affairs units, it wasn't to take over or enslave or anything like this, but you have to have somebody in charge of the water, the sewer, whatever.
But not only that, David. We, the taxpayer, are going to be paying for that.
Yeah,
It's not free.
No,
it's not free. So, if I want the Americans come and help us out to remove this narco regime, but otherwise, America decided to do it because it's in America's benefit. It's in America's protection. It's in American national security.
Best interest.
Best interest. It's not because Josita, who's living in another country, she's suffering and she's hungry. No, it don't have nothing to do with that. It's because it's the best interest for America. And on March 26th, when the Department of Justice declared Nicolas and this guy as a threat to America's national security. Okay,
but
then we go over there and we spend the money.
Yeah, but the DOJ sue, okay, the accusations is basically on drug trafficking.
Exactly.
That's the point. It's not even the Trump administration. It's based on a basic situation. They know, and you and me came from the forum of the security of the Western Hemisphere 2 years ago. Okay. We know exactly where are the bank accounts, the routes, everything. But now they have tangible evidence and proof that these people, Diosdado Cabello and President Maduro, they are directly involved in drug trafficking. Okay, and they get a lot of money from the drug trafficking in the United States and Europe. So it's a matter of national security, yes, but the accusations came from the Department of Justice.
Okay.
They wanted to. They are wanted as criminal people, not as a matter of policy. And that's one of the big mistakes some Venezuelans think. No, the Marines will be here in 2 weeks and they will remove Nicolas and Mr. Cabello. No, it won't work in that.
But not only that. Okay, the Americans, we the America are paying for all those expenses. It comes out of our taxes.
And it's very expensive.
It's very expensive to go over there and do. I mean, even sending a drone, like you say.
Yes.
It's expensive. Okay, it will cost us, the American, a lot of money to just catch those two guys.
Not arguing with you, but you know, we have a show on called Agent in Charge, and this was his thing. He was on the Texas border handling the drug cartels from Mexico and everything else. But I don't, and even on his show yesterday, I guess it was, he was talking about the fact that I don't think, you said the Department of Justice, I don't think they would be it would be under Homeland Security and the DEA or
Yes.
one of the departments in there, as opposed to the Department of Justice, because the Department of Justice is, from what Sandy was saying, or other agencies are limited to the U.S. borders, and even though there are drugs coming in, they can't do anything until they're on our land. They can't say, but now the Homeland Security and under the different agencies, and God knows they have. In fact, I got very upset yesterday when he was doing his show, in that he was talking about the fact that, you know, your girlfriend Pelosi and all the rest of them, you know, they have their annual budgets and all of this kind of stuff. And he was telling the story about when one of the times that he was in the middle of an investigation, and they always want all the proof. They want everything that you can get. Department of Justice does, that you have a good case. And so he was working on a case, and his fiscal budget ran out. And it was like, you know, he's driving down the road and ran out of gas, and where does he get the money? He literally had to take time out of his investigation to go and get money to finish up what he was doing. And, you know, in my head, he should have had a blank credit card that says, you know, you do what you got to do, and if we've trusted you with this, then certainly we can trust you with that. But this is a situation that they run out of money, and they have to stop what they're doing to go find a money source.
But do you know why drug dealing is a matter of American security?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know why drug dealing is a matter of American security?
Sure.
It happens in the early 80s. Before in the 70s, whatever, you know, dope or cocaine or whatever, these drugs, the market was very small, and it was very exclusive. So that kind of dealing was nobody cares about that. But in 1982, Carlos Leder, that was the founder of Cartel de Medellín, he was the pilot. He was the guy who transport actually the drug from Colombia up to the Bahamas. He said that the cocaine and the soft drugs such as cocaine is the atomic bomb against the American imperialism in Latin America. And remember that at that time Ronald Reagan was the president. So the drug dealing convert from a secondary
misdemeanor,
almost a misdemeanor, into a matter of national security, because they know that the Castro regime in Cuba and Noriega's regime in Panama were heavily involved on that thing. And remember, at that time, Panama Canal was one of the strategic zones for the United States. So they said, this is bigger than we thought. So from that date on, drug dealing is a matter of national security. So when the Department of Justice accused Mr. Maduro and Mr. Cabello to be drug dealers, they passed to be just drug dealers into national security matters. That's why in Panama was invaded by the United States and the Noriega's times, and he was arrested by the DEA. But we use our armed force to bring this guy to justice, because it's a matter of national security. That's why drug dealer is so delicate right now, because they consider that. Well, time's over.
Time's over. We got to start speaking Spanish. So
thank you very much.
Thank you. See you next week.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center...
Social distancing, if you think you have fever, shortness of breath, if you have a cough, self-quarantine yourself for about 2 weeks. In the end, this disease is out there. We are going to have to get back together. The consequences of shutting down this economy are really severe to a lot of people, and I know there's people out there suffering, people in my own family. So we're going to get back together soon, and we're going to have to continue these habits of keeping ourselves clean. Rich, I want to thank you so much for coming on, Congressman. If there's any last things you'd like to say before we close the show.
It's all about education. It's about making the right decisions. I'm glad to be in this great, amazing country, to see the leadership working the way it is. We just need to do our part, not vilify people, but work together. Actually, in the ER, I'm seeing it right now, a lot of people are making the right decisions, staying home. The ER is actually less busy than usual. So I'm proud of the people. Hopefully, I know we'll come through this. This is America. We're strong. We're going to make it.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to have you back on the show because you and I got a lot more to talk about. This has been the Doctor's Lounge and America's Web Radio. See you guys next time.
You're listening to America's Web.
Well, folks, we're having a little problem hooking up with our guest, Pat Liddell. We got hit by a brutal storm last night, and we're not sure what all it did do, but we're checking it out, and we're going to be able to go live with Pat here shortly, and we'll see if her landline works better than her cell phone line, and we'll see if we can go to that shortly. And we had some battery backups that outlived themselves, I think. If Brett will come back in and tell me if he's got Pat on the line, and also need to check our battery backup too. So sorry about that, folks, but this is live radio.
Mine too.
I know, but can you check and see that our battery backup is giving us power over here? It looks like. Let me try this again. Okay, Pat, I'm going to transfer you in again and see if we're working. Okay. Thank you. Okay, Pat, can you hear me? Pat, can you hear me? Pat, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me okay?
I can barely hear you.
Let's start.
Okay, well, I can do it. Wait a second, don't leave. Okay, you can barely hear me. How about now? Can you hear me better? On the air. Can you hear me now? Hello, Pat. Pat, can you hear me now at all? Well, we seem to continue to have problems. Pat, can you hear me now? Hello, Pat.
Just barely.
Just barely. Well, how about now? Any better?
This is live radio, folks. Unfortunately, that.
Okay, can you hear me at all now?
Pat, any better?
Nope.
Nope. Well, let's see. I can hear you fine, so if you can hear me a little bit, we'll go ahead with the interview and see. I think it'll work out from my end if you can hear me a bit on your end.
I know you're saying something. I just don't know what it is.
Well, I'm not sure I know what it is either. Is that any better?
No, sir.
No? What?
Which slider is her? Which slider is the phone?
She's on here.
Okay, don't these have to point towards each other or something?
No, I do these two.
And, okay, any better at all?
I heard the any better at all, but just barely.
Well, we may have to live with just barely until, how about now?
It's a little bit better, but not much.
Okay, how about now?
No, sir.
No? Okay, well, if you can hear me at all, we can hear you just fine. So, let's go ahead with it, and we'll just have to, make it like we're in the Army and we've got one of those old green, OD green radios. And let me explain who we have on the line with us. We have Master Sergeant Patricia Elaine Liddell. And Pat was
is an interesting story, and I'm sorry that she can't hear me on my end. I've got it pumped up about as far as I can pump it up, but anyway, we're trying, and that's all a person can do is try. But Pat has a very interesting story. She spent 27 years in the military, and Pat, go ahead and tell us your side of the story of what you did for 27 years.
I made an attempt to try to help veterans because veterans are my life. I joined the military to make sure that me and my children could have a stable life. And I actually joined to keep from going to jail because I allowed my husband to abuse me until I got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I decided that one of us might be going to the morgue and one of us to jail. I decided I didn't want to go to jail, but I knew I wasn't going to the morgue. So it was best that I join the military and leave Chicago.
Wow. That's quite a decision to have to make. That's incredible. And this was, how old were you when you made this decision?
22.
And at that you had 2 kids?
Yes, sir.
So what was your thinking on that? I'm going to join the military. What am I going to do with my kids?
Well, I had talked to, their grandparents. My mom didn't actually believe that I had joined the military. And I told her, well, Mom, you'd rather for me to go in the military than to go to jail, right? And then she said, what are you talking about? I said, I'm tired of going to the hospital. I said, I'm not going to let Willie continue to abuse me. So I'm going to have to do what I need to do to, stay alive. I said, and I don't want to stay alive in jail. She said, okay, join the military. We'll keep the kids until you finish what you need to finish, and then come back and get them.
And 27 years later? No. I'm teasing about that.
I came back and got them after AIT.
AIT, well, now I know what my AIT was, Advanced Infantry Training. Surely yours wasn't advanced then, it was just individual training, advanced individual training, right?
Yes.
So, that's quite a decision to make, but I want to make a point here, if you don't mind, is that
yes, sir.
The military is overlooked so many times by high school graduates and college graduates and yet, in my opinion, and I'm very proud of my youngest son, he went from Texas A&M and being in the Corps and being in ROTC right into the military, and I think he's going to make a career of it, and I'm very, very proud of him. And the military offers, for some reason, people have blinders on about the military, but the military is a great occupation. It has more opportunities than almost any business I know of, and I think everybody thinks, oh my God, I go to the military, well, I'll be pounding dirt, and I'll only be in where the action is, or I'll be, this, that, or they have preconceived ideas of what the military offers, and they shouldn't. It's, the military is absolutely wonderful with every opportunity under the sun, and it depends. If you like being on a boat, well, then you got the Navy. If you like the Air Force and you want to be a pilot, well, there's no better Air Force in the world. If you want skills that are second to none, the Army has so many different variations, and we promote on all of our shows that parents and grandparents that are listening should encourage their kids and their grandkids to take a look at the military before they make a decision on a job decision. Would you agree to that?
I agree. And see, and a lot of things that they get from the military is from the TV. And that doesn't tell you at all what the military is like.
No.
Not at all.
No, it doesn't. You're right. Absolutely correct, 100%. And that's something that folks just have to find out for themselves. And we totally support the military. And you can't get a better program if you make it a career, and you come out like you did 27 years later, and the benefits are there. And so we are very big proponents of everybody taking a look at the military. Plus, there's one other thing. It's such a warm and great feeling that you are or you have served your country. No matter what branch, whatever you do, you have served your country, and you've raised your hand to protect and defend. And the greatest feeling ever. So, not only were you in the military, but you came through an accident that I read all about it, and it's still mind-boggling how you're up and walking today. You want to tell folks what happened?
Well, I was on my way home from Martin Army Community Hospital at Fort Benning, because that's where I worked, and I got rear-ended by a soldier's wife, and I looked in my rearview mirror and saw that she wasn't moving, and I got out of my car to help her to find out what was going on. And then I went back to my car to get my cell phone just in case I needed to call an ambulance. And I went back to check on her and her baby. Never got a chance to check on her baby. She was doing better because I had told her how to breathe to relieve some of her discomfort because she was having false contractions. She was pregnant. And I woke up 3 days later in the hospital because I had gotten hit by another car.
Oh, wow. And I believe you were told that you weren't going to walk again.
When I came out of the coma, that's what they had told my son, that if I came out of the coma, I'd never walk again. And I told them that when I was able to talk, that I understood that, they had done everything that they could do as far as their, medical education would take them, and I appreciate that. But I knew that it was up to me and God from that point, because I knew God didn't leave me here to be blind and not able to walk. So a year later, I was able to see and walk again after a lot of training.
Oh, wow. What a story. What a lady. And, Rick White, that's the director, and this show it's called David's Pick, but at the same token, it's brought to you by the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, which is in downtown Atlanta, and it is an attraction, I should say, if we call it an attraction, but it is a place that anybody visiting Atlanta and interested in the military should make sure it's on their agenda to go and see it. And you'll see Pat Liddell's picture hanging there, and she was inducted into the Hall of Fame in the class of 2017, so 3 years ago, basically. And because of all the work that she does with veterans and has done with veterans, and then her story in general is just an incredible story that, I would say everybody that is in the Hall of Fame at some point or place is a example and a good mentor for any and everybody that walks through. And just reading their stories, just reading your story, is enough to, my gosh, if she can do it, there's hope for me. And you are a prime example of. We do a show on Fridays that is basically mind over body, and you had to have such a positive attitude that
I didn't know if you needed it.
Oh, no, I think so. Such a positive attitude that you, against all odds, you did what they said you couldn't do. And how are you, has it lingered on? How many years ago was this?
This was in 2002.
Okay, so 18 years ago. And do you still suffer, or has all of the pain basically gone?
Oh, I still have the the issues, but that's how I know I'm still alive.
Doesn't sound like a favorable way to know you're still alive.
I know.
I think I just as soon get up every morning and say, thank God I'm still alive. But
and I do that as well. I do that as well, because without him, I know I wouldn't be here.
And your family had to marvel at you, too. Your son that was there, and when they had told him that they didn't think you'd ever walk again. And everybody has to marvel at Pat. In fact, I was very honored that I got to meet Pat a couple of months ago. I guess it was in March at the an induction ceremony in the state capitol of Georgia. And Mr. White, or Colonel White, retired, I should say, gave me the pleasure of meeting Pat, and she is some lady. Let me ask, Pat, I didn't ask in advance, do you give a lot of talks or speeches?
I don't. I mean, I run around and make sure that I can help veterans. I mean, sometimes folks will ask me, and it's very seldom if I speak if they're having a Veterans Day program, and I'll go and do that, but it's not anything that I do all the time.
Well, if whoever's listening and they decide they need a speaker, well, we can get you in touch with Pat. And just her story is so inspiring that, and you work with, I think, the greatest group of people in the world, and that's our veterans. I can't say enough about our veterans, and I always make it clear I did not go to Vietnam. I was what they call today a Vietnam-era veteran, but I did put my time in, but it was not in Vietnam. And I'm trying to pay back some of that time by doing this show and many other shows honoring our veterans. And I'm very fortunate to... we have General Richard Dix on that he was a general and served in, his show is called Remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And then we've had any number of other veterans on that served in Vietnam and served in Iraq, and so we're very fortunate. And veterans are, and let me ask, this is a new group of veterans in many cases, and I assume that you don't care where they served, whether it was Korea, Vietnam, or the Middle East. And we've got, and let me ask you, we've got like I said, a different group of veterans that we've never really dealt with, and they're the new veterans that were called up from AR and NG companies and so forth across the country to serve in the Middle East. And many of them had joined the ARs or Army Reserve or National Guard thinking that they probably would never go on active duty, and yet not only have they gone on active duty, but they've served several tours. So what are you saying different from the ones that have been called up for duty now, that they weren't active duty going to straight to Vietnam?
Well, sir, they put the uniform on, and when we put the uniform on, we do it and say wherever you want to send us. Like I say, send me. When you put that uniform on, that's what you said, be it reserves, National Guard, or active duty.
Well, there's a quote that a lot of out of the Bible that a lot of reservists and active duty say. I think your computer's trying to start up on me here.
I know it's acting foolish.
But is it? If not me, then who? And
absolutely,
a lot of people go by that, and that's the way they look at it. And I don't think there's ever been the respect for ARs and NGs like there is today. And yet you hit it on the head. Even during Vietnam, we all took the same oath, and we could have been called up at any time. And like I made it quite clear, I was not called up, but nor were any of our units called up, but we could have been. And we were called up one time for civil disorder, and a civil disorder can be just as scary as a foxhole, I guess, if you don't know what's around that next corner,
You're right.
So,
and when we say that we're supposed to, we were sent abroad to protect abroad, but we need to remember we have to know how to protect home as well.
Yes, ma'am. So, going back to your memories of when you were on active duty, what incident or what thing stands out the most that is always in your mind or in your memory?
Oh gosh.
Is there any one thing or any one person, I might ask too, that stands out, that not only your accident, but before or after? Well, before your accident, say.
Oh goodness. I don't know, so many things that made me realize that I made the right choice. Be it taking care of my children, because I know if I wouldn't have been stationed at Walter Reed, my son probably would have never got into West Point.
Wow.
I don't believe my daughter would have made the choice to join the National Guard either if I wouldn't have been there. So it's got a lot of things that makes me look that I made the right choice.
That's great. So did your son career it?
No. He got out after he paid back his time for making it through West Point. And then he became a doctor of acupuncture, and now in Colorado he does that, as well as he's one of the directors, for the school system there in Denver.
Wow, how interesting! And did your daughter stay in the Guard?
She stayed in for a while, but then she met her husband, who was Navy, and she's still military. So, and I think he retired last year from the Navy. So she did her time in the National Guard and got out and had my last grandchild. All my grandchildren are adults, and 2 of them are now military. One is Army, one is Navy.
Wow. It runs in your blood, huh?
Yes, sir.
You pump OD green.
Well, we
blue.
We pump blue, red, white, because my grandson, my son-in-law, and my dad were Navy.
Well, my dad was Navy, as a matter of fact.
my brother and a nephew was Air Force, but 90% of us are Army.
Well, I tell you, any branch, there's the old saying that the military will make a man out of the boy, and it will make a better person out of anybody, in my humble opinion. And I think it's been proven over and over again, the quality of the training. And General Dixon, I've kidded about this many times, is that, it's the military, and I didn't really realize this until I had been out many years. It's a psychology course in progress, and there's, when you're in and you're going through basic, or the Navy calls it whatever they call it, boot camp, and then you go to AIT. We call it advanced infantry, but you called it advanced individual training. But anyway, you question, why am I doing this? But then years later, you wake up and you think, I know why we did it, because they said duck and we ducked. and that's what they wanted you to do, and they wanted you to realize that that there was a power and that you were to obey orders. And we just saw a situation, and we've discussed it on the air a couple of times with the captain of the Theodore Roosevelt breaching the chain of command.
Yeah.
And it's like, there were a lot of people that said, how dare he do what he did in writing a letter? Well, on the other side of the coin is that a good commander, the first duty he has is to his men or women, and that's to take care of them and get them back home as safely as he can. And
absolutely,
so he had a heck of a choice to make. And my personal opinion is he tried through the chain of command and couldn't get anybody's attention, and then he evidently had a good talk with himself and said, I've got to do something for my people. And he did, at the sacrifice of himself. And I would serve under somebody like that in a heartbeat. And,
in a heartbeat, absolutely.
If he's dedicated to his people, and that's what a good commander is. He's dedicated to his people. And that doesn't mean he's not dedicated to his country first. But, if you got a bunch of sick people, they can't defend the country either.
And you're right. He was a George Patton, only wore Navy uniform.
Yes, ma'am. That was I Believe You Must. I love that movie, and kid deserved to get hit upside the head, and maybe it got his attention. Who knows? But and this is the thing that we try to do on this show, as well as on remembering Desert Shield and Desert Storm, is that first, we're all humans, but at the same token, the importance of discipline and the importance of the chain of command and the importance of the military being an option for a career. And we certainly push that. With that being said, we're going to have to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Pat Lydell and I should say Master Sergeant. And by the way, for folks that don't know this, a Master Sergeant has power beyond belief in the Army. And they're at the top of the heap as far as the NCOs go, but at the same token, if you've made Master Sergeant, you have the respect of every officer in your company or battalion or whatever it happens to be, because you don't just fall out of a chair and make Master Sergeant. You've followed the chain of command. You've done what you were ordered to do, and you've done it better than anybody else. And my hat is off to you, Pat, that for all of your accomplishments, not only in the military, but walking in the things that you've gone through since the military. But I have all the respect in the world. I was a grunt, but I was all of an E5. And if you don't think I wouldn't jerk my head up if a Master Sergeant walked into the room, in many ways, more command than no matter what the rank of the officer was. And officers had all the respect in the world for a Master Sergeant, and they still do. So we're very fortunate to have Pat on with us today, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back with Pat right after this.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com, and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the americasbroadcastnetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back on America's Web Radio and David's Pick, which is sponsored by the Georgia Military Hall of Fame, and our good friend that's a director of it is Rick White. And I want to give a shout out to Rick. Rick, I hope you're doing well, and that everybody is well and staying, either hunkered down at your house or staying away from anybody that happens to be sick. And we also pray for those that have succumbed to the virus, and we certainly think about all of them and think about the veterans that may have health issues. But yes, ma'am, I started when I was very young in the radio business, and as things progressed with America's Web Radio, I realized that one of the things that I wanted to do was always be saluting and promoting our military. And I was very blessed to meet Rick, and also a gentleman named Mike Mazzell that he's had to postpone the healing wall out in Johns Creek until after the virus situation is over with. But when he sets another date, we'll be promoting that. And I just, like I said, I was in the quote-unquote Vietnam era, as they call it today. And, we were literally ordered. I was in Fort Ord, California, and ordered not to wear my uniform coming home. And when I landed in Atlanta, I was appalled at they had a roped-off section of demonstrators, and we were pointed at and spit at and yelled at, and I couldn't believe it. And this was, and I thought about that, and it doesn't happen today, because the Vietnam veterans have taken the bull by the horn, and they wouldn't let it happen today, not for our military coming back from the Middle East or anywhere else. But it happened, and when I started the station, that was one of the things that I wanted to do, was talk to Vietnam veterans, and it's expanded from there. And we've had Donna Rowe, that was a triage nurse. She's been on, and the list just goes on and on and on. So many pilots. We had pilots that spent 6 years and 4 months in the Hanoi Hilton, and we've had other pilots that spent a little bit lesser time, but it doesn't matter how long. It's just a matter that they were away from their families and served. And one thing we did early on was, when the first ARs and NGs were called up for the Middle East, was that we went on and literally, I wasn't on my knees, but I was begging neighbors that were listening to take care of their neighbors that were deployed, because it's one thing to be on base and realize that you may be sent anywhere, anytime, but it's a whole nother ball game to be mowing your grass and get a message, you're now on active duty and you will show up at, and you will be gone. And the why, on a base or post situation, you have everybody can be deployed, or a lot can be deployed, and the wives take care of the wives. But when you're in a situation like the NG or AR, you don't have that backup, and it's not meant cruelly. It's just that's the way it is, and really the neighbors are your backup, and they need to know that your spouse, be it man or woman, is gone to serve the country and protect you. So while they're protecting you, How about changing the light bulbs, or painting the door, or mowing the grass, or doing this or doing that while they're protecting us? And we started that. This was back in around when we first started the station back in 2000. 2005 is when we started the station, but this was like in 2008 or 9 when they first started being deployed to the Middle East. So we are positive military. I've got a flag sitting here right in front of me, and a flag on the wall behind me or in front of me, and we're flag wavers. And don't mess with my flag either, or you'll find out what a little guy can do.
Yeah, no, don't mess with my flag.
But we've come so far, and we've dedicated a show at one time to victims of PTSD, which we've always had PTSD. It may have been shell-shocked, or it may have been whatever name they gave it at the time, but I'm afraid we're going to have the largest case of PTSD the world has ever seen when this virus is over with.
You're right.
It's affecting a lot of people in a lot of different ways. And at the same time, it's also showing off, and that's there's another word I'm looking for, and I can't think of it, but it's showing off what our military can do. Our military, when you come right down to it, can do anything from running a tank over a house to taking care of the wounded, taking care of the sick, and our military is just absolutely fantastic. Now, you were in the medical end, too, of the military, right?
Yes, sir. I was a hospital administrator.
Say again?
I was a hospital administrator.
Oh, administrator, okay. And that had to be a challenge unto itself. Was this a field hospital, or was this one of the... I know you were at Walter Reed. Were you the administrator at Walter Reed?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Wow. Well, thank you for your service, and thank you for that. That's one heck of a big responsibility. And do you miss it? I'm sorry, do you miss what you were doing in the military?
I miss the camaraderie, but I don't miss the bureaucratic.
Right. We've said, or I've said many times on the show with General Dix, and on this show as well, the military is, without question, the biggest fraternity/sorority in the world. And just like you were saying, you miss the camaraderie. Well, I've been very fortunate, very blessed here at the station of the folks that I've met, many of them through Rick White. But, there's just something, it's like, as a grunt, as a E5, I never, ever thought I would be so blessed as to be able to sit across, we have a round table here, sit across the table from a general and talk to him like, I certainly talk to him with total respect, but at the same time, even be in the same room with him. And General Dix, I can't say enough about what he is. He is the leader's leader, and there's an awe about, and this is true. I want to bring this up. This is true with you and with all of the rest of the inductees into the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame, in that when you walk in a room, when General Dix walks in a room, when Colonel White walks in a room, or Colonel Mazel, or any of the others that I've met, and I've been very honored to meet them, but when they walk in my studio or they walk into my office, there is an aura around them that's just absolutely incredible. And General Dix has taken me in like we kid about being brothers, but there's something about somebody that served, and it doesn't matter what branch, what rank, what anything, but if they've served and they've raised their hand, then we are all brothers and sisters.
Absolutely.
And each knows what Tonto Peranto said, and that is that, no greater love hath a man than to lay down his life for a friend. And that's what, the friendships that you make in the military are everlasting and are the greatest of all. Now, let me ask you, I always ask this. As a veteran, have you ever talked to a veteran that had only one story to tell?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Just trying to figure out how to stop them, huh? No, it's those stories are great. And I got to admit, Bob Babcock has done a wonderful job of taking Vietnam veterans, and he has a book out called, and it's from Deeds Publishing, which is his publishing company, but it's called I'm Ready to Talk. And, I'm very fortunate, again, as I've said, I did not serve in Vietnam, but veterans will talk to me, and I appreciate that, and they make me very proud that they will talk to me. But, many veterans, particularly those that have gone through some traumatic times, won't talk to just anybody. They won't even talk to their family.
You're right.
Because if you ain't been there, done that, then I'm talking to a wall, and it's the old Native American Indian saying, if you haven't walked a mile in my shoes, then my moxicans, then you don't know what I'm talking about. And but it's and I would venture to say both your son and your daughter would agree that it is one of the biggest sororities and fraternities in the world.
Yep.
And when somebody has served. And, how do you feel about the volunteer military? I know how I feel. How do you feel?
Well, I know that I volunteered, but I still think that, maybe the draft wasn't the way to go to get them in, but I believe if a lot of men were not drafted when they were drafted, they would have ended up in jail. And I think now that everybody should at least serve 2 years, and we wouldn't have as many as we have now in prisons.
So you feel like what Israel does is right. Everybody serves their country for at least 2 years.
Yeah, but see, with Israel, their people, when they serve, they're taken care of when they get out. They don't have a problem fighting for health care like we do.
Mm-hmm. And nor should they.
And our military, when we get out, we shouldn't have to fight as hard as we fight for our health care. But I fight tooth and nail trying to make sure that veterans get taken care of.
Yes, ma'am. And I agree. I was on both sides of the fence. When I went on active duty, there was still a few leftovers from the draft that were in basic, and there were a few that were lottery, and then there were the rest of us that had volunteered. And so it was quite a thing to see, how it all played out. And sometime when we're sitting down breaking bread, we'll go into it more. I have very mixed emotions about. I think we're very lucky. The volunteer military has gotten, in my opinion, the cream of the crop, just like your son and just like your daughter. Whereas So, yeah, when it was draft, we got some of the sour milk and not always the best. And
yeah, but with the volunteer army, we don't get always the best either.
well, that's true, but it's I would venture to say I personally like the volunteer and if we can keep the numbers up, and so far we've been able to do that. But it's, everybody has their own opinion, and everybody has their own experiences of who they knew and who they went through with. And like I said, I saw all three of the situations: draft, lottery, and the lottery was more or less sort of the draft in its own way.
Yeah.
But it was all three, and those that volunteered. So, and there's well, obviously I'm a proponent of everybody should serve their country in one shape, form, or fashion. Our country has been too good to all of us not to want to serve it, and not to give a few years of our lives protecting and defending it. And that's just my opinion and my little radio station's opinion. So I personally think, and I always harp on this one, is that I have a real hard time, and did during Vietnam and any other time. I really am for all of our Congress and congressmen and women that they should serve in the military. I agree. I have a real hard problem with someone that hadn't served being on the Armed Service Committee, or deciding which weapons, or deciding the terms of engagement. I'm sorry, but they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And
how our uniforms should look.
Yes, ma'am, and how our uniforms should look. Absolutely.
I should say, I don't know how they can even fix their brains to even walk down that road.
I don't either, and I would be. Well, they're not going to give themselves term limits. They will give themselves raises, but they won't necessarily have served. And anybody that is in Congress that has served, I respect them a whole lot more than the person that hadn't. But again,
I do too.
That's
and I just have an issue with them telling us how we should do certain things when they've never worn the uniform.
Yes, ma'am. No question about it. And they certainly don't understand the chain of command, and they certainly don't understand.
Oh, absolutely not.
They don't understand. It's sort of like, I look at it like the police officer. I don't want to go crawling in a dark building at 3 o'clock in the morning not knowing what's on the other side of the wall. Well, that's the same thing with our military. We don't know, when we're shipped out, we don't know what we're being shipped into. And when Congress is making these decisions of what, well, we had a situation, not military. This was one of our shows yesterday, and he happens to be a good friend of mine, but he was with Homeland Security and on the Texas border. And I didn't know this, and it galled me to find out about it. But he was a special agent in charge, and that we call the show Agent in Charge. And he could be, and everything, quote, end quote, has their fiscal budget put out by Congress, like there's some kind of almighty. And he could be in the middle of an investigation and go over a budget because he had to do this or do that and hire people or whatever. And at that point, he would have to go out and get his own money to finish his investigation. That blew me away.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you're doing the duties that the United States say that you need to do, So why do you have to? Where are you going to get the money from if they don't give it to you?
That's exactly right. And he would have to go back to congressman, back to his superior, and say, look, yes, I'm over budget, but I had to hire X number of people to do this or do that, to continue the investigation, to bring it to court. And when he told me that, I about fell out of my chair. And, you know, it's sort of like telling the military they have to buy their own ammunition.
Yeah, but that's because you got so many people sitting up there that they do better twiddling their thumbs or walking around with coffee cups than they know what Homeland Security does or what the military does.
That's it. My goodness, did we write the same book?
No, we just wore the same uniform.
Touche. That was good. That was good, Pat. That was right on. Yeah, we did. And unfortunately, my uniform was in a closet that had a terrible leak in it, and it shrunk down to where I don't think I was ever that small. But anyway, things happen, and I guess if the need be, you know, that's another thing that I have never had any of the guests on from the Hall of Fame or any veteran, really, that are probably, they may not be as old as I am, but close to it, but age doesn't matter, that if the country needed us, we would be the first to be there with our shot. We'd be there like the Revolutionary Farmers, you know? We would go back in a heartbeat. And that's our military, you know. And that was what was the Japanese? Why didn't you invade California? And are you crazy? Everybody in the United States, behind every piece of grass, there's a rifle, and they knew good and well that our militia is our people, and we're big supporters of the Second Amendment as well. So. You know, let me ask one last question, and then we're going to have to look at moving on. But you know what? Is there one last message you'd like to get across? Let me ask you: do you need help, or how could somebody help you with your mission on helping veterans?
Oh, well, I don't know how they could help me, but if they can't help the veteran, at least give the veteran my number. And I might not be able to help him, but I know I can find somebody who can.
We just went through a situation that my brother-in-law died, and he was one day out. He was in the Navy, and he was on his only service was during the Cuban blockade, and he resigned from the Navy and got out one day before he would have been eligible for everything. And the only thing he has come out of it with, or my sister has, is the VA gave him a plot in at the United States Cemetery in Canton, and but as far as helping him, the money-wise, he was one day short of getting the full benefits. And
wait a minute, what do you mean 1 day short? I mean,
he got it. He literally signed the paperwork to get out of the Navy 1 day ahead of being in long enough to get all the benefits.
See, that doesn't make sense to me. 1 day?
1 day.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
They've gone. My younger sister and my older sister have gone to the VA, and my brother-in-law was. I can't give you the dates because I don't know them off the top of my head, but it was like if he had been in on March the 29th, he would have gotten all the benefits, but he resigned or you know was out on March the 28th, and was 1 day short. And so the monetary benefits everything had to be paid out of my sister's pocket. And like I said, the only thing he got was a plot in the U.S. cemetery.
But if he was eligible for that, how is it that he was not eligible for everything else?
Yes, ma'am.
See, I don't understand that. See, me and the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary of the VA, we be having a talk, because that doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'll give my sister your telephone number.
Please.
Okay.
Because that makes absolutely no sense to me.
It was something like, we were talking a couple of $1,000 that he should have been getting when he was under hospice care, and they got nothing.
See, God, that doesn't make any sense. One day?
One day.
No. Oh.
Well, with that being said, you'll be getting a phone call from my younger sister. And, Pat, this has been a delight. And what do you owe me, Pat?
Dinner.
Not dinner. It's me buying you dinner or lunch whenever you're up here. So I'm looking forward to it. And thank you so much for joining us on America's Web Radio. And David's Pick, brought to you by the Georgia Military Veterans Hall of Fame.
Easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email ellendeal at MAGA45CAG. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Well, good morning, everybody. Joe Gavalis here with the Safe Senior Hour. I hope you all are safe and healthy and doing well. We're very honored today. We have Melanie McNeil, who is the National President of the National Association of State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Programs. Good morning, Melanie, and welcome.
Hi, Joe. Good morning.
We thank you for being on. Melanie is also the state of Georgia's state long-term ombudsman and has been a guest on our show for, I guess, several times. But what's significant is it's a little different time out there now than we had it when we were just talking about regular issues. Now we have this coronavirus that is affecting everybody. So I know it certainly impacts your programs nationwide and what each of your corresponding state directors or state however their title is in each state. I think it's different. So thank you for coming on and helping to let America know and our listeners and the world of what what you're doing and what you can do. So if you could just go through first, just give us a little idea about the National Association. What does it encompass here?
Sure. Okay. So the National Association of State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Programs is an association of the state long-term care ombudsman from across the country, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and Guam. So in all of the states and the District of Columbia and those so Puerto Rico and Guam have long-term care facilities of one type or another. And it's federal law that has authorized long-term care ombudsmen to be advocates for residents of long-term care facilities. So NASOP, our national association, is an opportunity. We meet regularly over the phone by conference call to share experiences, to share strategies, stories about, just situations. And so it's helpful, especially during this time of COVID-19, that we share with each other how we might be helping residents to raise concerns even though we're not physically in the buildings, how we might help families connect with their loved ones, how we might work with facilities to get information out to the residents and the families. And so our organization is there to help us all be better state ombudsmen to then help the consumers in our state, our long-term care residents and their families, have the best experience that they can. So I just wanted to let folks know, if you're trying to locate your ombudsman in your state, you can go to our website. So it's NASOP.org. So that's NASOP.org. And you can click on the landing page. There's a big spot where you can click on Locate an Ombudsman. So if you're listening in California, or you're listening in Kentucky or Ohio or Idaho, wherever you are, you can go to our website, click on that link, and it will take you to the Ombudsman program for your state.
If I could, I was looking at your website, and I read saw you have a comment what your mission is, and it's very significant for what we're going to be talking about today. That it says, our mission, as mandated by the Older Americans Act, the mission of the Long-Term Care Ombudsman Program is to seek resolution of problems and advocate for the rights of residents of long-term care facilities with the goal of enhancing the quality of life and care of the residents. That's said kind of succinctly, so let's just kind of break this down and let people know in the way it was before COVID-19 of what you all would do and how that has changed with this COVID. If you could kind of go through your mission here, that you were started by the federal government. Older Americans Act is a federal act, correct?
Right. So, and as you probably know, Joe, maybe your listeners know too, the Older Americans Act was just reauthorized by Congress. So that gives us another, I think it's 5 years of authority. It renews every so often, or is reauthorized every so often. But our basic work is, normally, we would be visiting in long-term care facilities, and most of us visit at least quarterly, some more often. In a few states, they may not visit every quarter, but generally speaking, ombudsman representatives are visiting at facilities as a part of their normal work. So probably every week, our ombudsman representatives are out in the field, going to facilities, observing the facility itself. Does it smell clean? Does it look clean? Are things working, as they should? We visit with individual residents in their rooms to explain to them that we're advocates for the residents. We don't work for the facility. We work for the residents, and we're advocates for them. We talk to them about their experience there in the facility. Frequently, a resident won't have an issue or concern. They'll just talk to us about, how their services are being provided and how their life is in the nursing home. But sometimes, or assisted living or personal care homes, board and care homes, the long-term care residents will tell us sometimes that they have a problem. It could be something that's fairly easily fixed, or it could be something that will take some time and creative thinking to fix that particular issue.
Melanie, excuse me, if I could interject, just for our listeners, we're using the term long-term care facilities. Can you just give our listeners just the everyday language of what are these type facilities? Because
sure, Jill. Gosh, I apologize.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So in the Older Americans Act, it gives us authority to enter nursing homes and what are described as board and care homes. And so for most people across the country, you've probably heard that term, assisted living. And what that means is it's a place you go and you might have some help with bathing and getting dressed, some, sort of normal kinds of everyday activities that are just a little harder for you, maybe because you have arthritis or you have some other disabilities. Usually it involves some assistance with taking medication. Usually food is provided, so you have a dining experience as well. Some states call those adult homes or adult foster homes. Here in Georgia, we call them personal care homes, or sometimes assisted living. It depends on how they're licensed. But essentially, it's the kind of care that doesn't really require a lot of medical supervision, as opposed to nursing homes, in which case those residents need more medical interventions or medical assistance. And so I think maybe defining it that way will help everyone, regardless of where you are in the country. Nursing homes are more medical. Assisted living, board and care, personal care homes are less medical.
And usually less people, right? Isn't that the way? It could be
yes.
smaller number of residents.
Sorry?
I would say smaller number of residents, correct, normally.
Frequently.
Yeah.
Yeah, frequently assisted living or personal care homes are smaller, although I think probably everybody has seen those really big assisted livings that might have, the really fancy and nice 100-bed facilities. Many of those board and care homes or personal care homes are much smaller, and assisted living, even some of those are a good bit smaller.
So before I just wanted to clarify that. Let's go back. So you all, by federal statute, have the ability, you're the advocate, as your mission says, for the residents of all these care homes, and that gives you access to talk to the residents about their quality of life and their care. And before the normal way, you would make visits, correct?
Before COVID, yes. We would visit all those types of facilities and talk with residents, yes, just what you were saying, Joe, about the quality of life and the quality of care. And any concerns they have, if they will give us permission, we will then try to address them. We'll usually talk with residents about ways that they might be able to advocate for themselves. And sometimes residents will say, you know what, I'm just going to I'll take care of it.
Right.
But sometimes residents want some assistance, or they might not even want to be identified. They want the problem fixed, but they don't want it particularly related back to them. And we do the best we can to keep their complaint, to address a complaint, but keep them anonymous when it's possible to do that. We also work with families because often they'll be the ones who calls with a concern. Again, for us, we have to go back and visit with the resident first to be sure that the resident wants us to take some action, if they can tell us. And we need the resident permission to do that. But especially during this time of COVID-19, we might be getting calls from family members about care concerns they have for the resident because the family isn't able to visit right now, or they can't visit in person anyway. And they may feel that, the families, may feel that they are not being heard, and so they may call the Ombudsman program to say, can you help us work with the facility to resolve whatever the situation might be. So ordinarily, before COVID-19, we would go into the facility and talk with the resident about the concerns the family has raised, and then we'd go talk with the appropriate staff. If it's a laundry issue, of course, we talk to housekeeping. If it's a food issue, we talk to dietary. If it's a care issue, we might talk to the director of nursing. So now we do that by phone, because we don't go, the Ombudsman representatives don't go into the buildings either right now, unless it's a very dire situation. So I want people to know, I want the listeners to know that you can still call your Ombudsman representative. Even though we're not going into the building, we can still advocate for you. We might know strategies, or we may know different approaches that would help as residents and families are trying to resolve whatever their situation may be. So, again, if you go to the NASOP website, so nasop.org, and click on Locate an Ombudsman, anyone across the country can then find their Ombudsman representative.
And I think what's important that you or your representatives, and we'll go into that in our next segment about how you all are staffed and how you interact. But things before COVID-19 came on is that families were constantly encouraged to come and visit their loved ones in these nursing homes or long-term care, and you were, and you all would be in there. And I think that's the significance of what we're going to discuss in more detail here after the break. So we're about to take our first break on the Safe Senior Hour, and we'll be back.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
This is Dr. Susan Blank, host of Detailing Addiction and medical director of the Atlanta Healing Center. Please join me on Tuesday afternoons at 4 p.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Well, welcome back to the second segment of the Safe Senior Hour with Joe Gavalis, and we're very fortunate and honored to have a guest, Melanie McNeil, who's the National President of the National Association of State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Programs, and she's also the State of Georgia Director, and been a guest on our show before. And again, thank you again, Melanie, for coming on, and especially in this time of interest of everybody concerned about their loved ones. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
We were talking before the break. We were going through about what little background of what the Ombudsman's program does, and your mission statement is really clear, is the enhancing the quality of life and care of residents of long-term care facilities. We discussed what they were. They were nursing homes, things that were maybe called assisted living or personal care homes. And you are the go-between, what I got, between the resident and the facility, and you would get a lot of your information from the families, correct?
Yes, we often get information from families about situations at the nursing home or the assisted living or the personal care home.
Right. And a lot of this would be because the resident would be telling their loved ones if you can give us some examples, like I think you talked about a laundry issue or stuff. Could you just let the listeners know things that the Ombudsman might be able to help from actual not cases, but matters that you've heard already being discussed with your fellow ombudsmen?
Well, so generally, we might get a call from a family member that says their loved one's clothing has gone missing, for example. That's a laundry situation. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's more about care. So a family member might call and say, my loved one, when I went to see them, they were not up and dressed, and it was the middle of the day, or it seemed like maybe they hadn't had a bath in a while, or they're aware that their loved one has a wound of some kind, and they feel like that's not being addressed. We would then go and talk with the resident first, if the resident can tell us what the situation is. And the resident may say, I know my laundry has gone missing, but I don't want you to do anything about it right now. I've already talked with the housekeeping people, and they're looking into it. They might tell us that. Or they might say, you're right, my clothing has gone missing. I haven't had my favorite sweater in a couple of weeks. And so then we would talk with the resident about trying to address that with housekeeping. It can be, like I mentioned, it could be a dietary issue. So a resident may be getting food that they shouldn't be getting. For example, if they're not supposed to have, let me just use this as an example. They can't swallow very well, and so they're not supposed to get the meatloaf like everyone else does. They have to have it pureed, or they have to have it prepared in a different way. Again, we would go and talk with the resident about it first and make sure that it's okay with them to advocate for it.
So it is for our listeners out there. It is, you all are first of all very dedicated to what you do, and we can't thank you all enough. But it's a voice that it's a place where they'll listen to the voice of the families if there are concerns, and then try to work it out if the resident agrees. Is that basically it?
Yes. Sometimes residents don't want us to do anything because they fear retaliation or they just may not want to raise the issues. They have their own reason that they don't want to raise the issue. So that's why we need their permission first. And then from there, if the resident won't give us permission, we would talk with other residents to see if they were having similar concerns and if they would give us permission then to take some action. But sometimes the families want us to do something and the resident just doesn't want anything done about it, and we have to go by what the resident wants.
Right, and again, but at least somebody's listening to the issues that the families or the loved ones, not necessarily the part of the family, but people who are caring. I know we have a lot of friends that are in nursing homes, and it's former neighbors that are very concerned because the family is in another state or something. And so that information, and I can see why, because they would look at what they think is important, but the resident doesn't want to raise the issue. And that's why you go to the residents, correct?
Right. That's why we talk to the resident first. And thank you for mentioning, Joe, that sometimes family members are out of state. We often get calls from family members who live in other states, but their loved one lives in a facility here in Georgia. And that's true across the country. So if you're a listener in Pennsylvania, but you have a loved one in Texas, you can call the Texas Ombudsman and tell them your concern on behalf of the resident that's there in Texas. And the Ombudsman there will work with the family member in Pennsylvania to go and talk to the resident, find out what the situation is, and try to resolve it as long as we have permission from the resident to do that.
And I think that's really significant. I mean, it gives people a place to go when you're many, many miles away to address an issue without having to go and I've talked to people before. Well, we thought we had to hire an attorney. We thought nobody would listen to them, and we'd say, well, have you tried the Ombudsman's program? And they go, well, what is it? And you tell them, and they would get back and say, well, thank you for telling us that we got it resolved. And it was to everybody's satisfaction, and everybody's happy. And they were honest. They said it saved us a lot of money because, and it was worked on relatively quickly. It wasn't like, oh, we'll get to you in 6 months or a year. People try to address it. I don't know if you have a kind of a guidance for time to handle complaints or not. Do you?
We do. I think most programs do. I can't say for sure that they all do, but I suspect they all do. We have a standard of promptness so that, if it's a very serious situation, we're probably going to try and address it that very day if we can. But if it's like missing laundry, for example, we do prioritize the work that we're doing, and so, but even something that seems somewhat benign like missing laundry, we still have a standard of promptness that it must be addressed within 7 days. That's our standard in Georgia. I don't know what it is in each of the other states, but I'm sure they have similar standards of promptness to at least, find out what the issue is, try and reach the resident. Some issues resolve fairly quickly, and some issues do take some time. So if it involves just talking with the doctor about making a change to the resident's care plan or an additional type of service that the resident wants, sometimes it takes time to get all those things set up, if it's possible to do that. So not everything resolves that quickly, but anyone who has a complaint for an ombudsman program should hear back fairly quickly from the ombudsman representative about what the concern is and how we'll move forward to try and resolve the problem. So they don't just languish.
Right, and I think that's your point, that every state has an ombudsman program, I guess, territories. I guess didn't you say Guam has it? And,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you just go over just generally to let our listeners know how are and I know it's different in every state, but who are these ombudsman's representatives? Is this how is it done in the various states?
Well, every state has to certify their ombudsman representatives. Each state does it a little bit differently. Frequently, our ombudsman representatives are individuals who have a social work background, but that's not always the case. Sometimes our ombudsman representatives have worked in a nursing home or an assisted living in the past, and they've decided to make a change and want to be an advocate for residents. So we have, here in Georgia, we have folks who have been administrators of long-term care facilities, activities directors, other types of individuals who work in long-term care facilities who decide they'd really like to be an advocate instead. But generally speaking, our ombudsman representatives are not usually nurses, for example, although we have some nurses. I imagine most programs have at least a few nurses, but most have some type of a social work background or a social services background of one type or another. And so people who are very concerned with identifying what the problems are and then doing problem solving. I think that's the most important skill we ask of our ombudsman representatives, to identify problems and then be creative in ways to try and resolve them to the satisfaction of the residents in particular and their families and facilities when we can.
Right. Is there pretty much a standard? Are these people paid state employees? Are they volunteers? Or how does that work? And I'm sure that there's...
Well, that's a good question, Joe. In some states, ombudsman representatives are state employees. In some states, the ombudsman representative work for a nonprofit agency, or they might work for the area agency on aging. Some states use a lot of volunteers who make regular visits to facilities, and some states use some volunteers. So some programs are very volunteer driven. I think Florida is a state that uses a lot of volunteers. Some states use some volunteers, like we do here in Georgia. We use some volunteers, but we have more paid ombudsman representatives than we have volunteers.
Okay, and if I'm a listener out there, and especially now when people are looking to whatever they can do to help, is there, and they have an interest to either volunteer or try to apply if there are openings, what is the best way to do that?
Well, probably, I can say for Georgia, but I imagine for the other states as well. You can reach out to the state long-term care ombudsman. Every state has a state long-term care ombudsman, so you can reach out to their office and indicate your interest, whether it's as an employed ombudsman representative or as a volunteer, and then the state office will help you connect with whatever feature of the program would work for you. So like here in Georgia, we've divided the state up into 6 segments. I think other states have done similar things. They divide the state up into certain areas. Right. So if you live in a particular area, you probably want to volunteer in that area. So your state ombudsman would help you connect with that particular area to apply for an opening, apply for a job if there's an opening, or if not, to volunteer, and they'll help with that.
And is there a somebody comes in with either a nursing background or working in a one of the long-term care facilities that might be retired, that's looking to help out any way they can. Is there a training program? Is there a test? Or basically through interviewing and looking at their background? And I know you can't speak for every state, but pretty much, how is that done?
Well, yes, every state does have a training process for certifying their ombudsman representatives and for deploying volunteers. In fact, through the Administration for Community Living, we have some guidance now about training. I think most states probably covered the type of training that we've gotten from the Administration for Community Living, But now we have a little bit more formal guidance about recommendations for how to do the training. Some states are very rigorous. In Georgia, it's a very rigorous training. In some states, it's not quite as intense. So for us in Georgia, for example, you have 3 days of classroom training. You have 3 days of training in 2 days of training in a nursing home, a day of training in assisted living, field work, and a written exam and an oral exam. So it's just pretty rigorous. In some states, they may not have quite that same amount of training. Part of what we do in Georgia is prescribed by state law, and each state probably has similar kind of guidance in their state law about the training that's required. But again, we have got some training standards from the Administration for Community Living, and so people don't need to feel like they're going to get just sort of pushed out there.
Right.
They will have sufficient training so that they'll be comfortable.
Well, I do appreciate that. We're going to have to take a break from our second segment, but we'll be back with Melanie McNeil, the president of the National Association of Long-Term Ombudsmen, right after this break.
Okay, quickly I want to mention the fact that Department of Justice, DOJ, has contacted us and asked us, and also Fox News picked up on this, that right now the scams are going crazy, calling elderly and saying, look, if you just give me your Social Security number, I can assure you that the payment will come faster from the government, or on and on and on, or we've got the cure for the COVID-19 virus or coronavirus, or we can do this, any way to get $1 out of your pocket or your loved one's pocket. So if you're elderly, you get a phone call, you get an email from somebody that you're very curious about asking you for money because they can do something with the government. One, cancel them or delete them or hang up on them, and if they call back, call the police. These people are terrible, and we want to put a stop to it, and you can put a stop to it by hanging up on them. So with that being said, we'll get back to the show momentarily.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com, and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Well, welcome back to the third segment of the Safe Senior Hour with Joe Gavalis, and we are honored to have a guest today, Melanie McNeil, the national president of the National Association of State Long-Term Care Ombudsmen's Program and the state ombudsman for the state of Georgia. Before we go in, I'm just going to follow up on what David said. The North Georgia Elder Abuse Task Force here, in cooperation with the Northern District of Georgia U.S. Attorney's Office, has put out a notice about the to avoid coronavirus scams, and just some tips that we all should be aware of. Hang up on robocalls. and that scammers are using illegal robocalls to pitch everything from scam, coronavirus treatments to work-at-home schemes. 2, verify information. Contact trusted sources to confirm information is correct. For the most up-to-date information about the coronavirus, visit the CDC at www.cdc.gov. The third item is know who you're buying from. Online sellers may claim to have in-demand products like cleaning, household, and health and medical suppliers when in fact they don't. 4, don't click on links from sources you don't know. Very important. Once you do that, you're just it's like opening your door and inviting people into your house. That's what you do when you just click on a link for somebody you don't know on the computer. And do your homework. Don't let anyone rush you into making a decision or making a donation. If someone wants a donation cast by gift card or by wiring money, don't do it. Those were the quick list of things to be aware of. And if you were believed you're a victim of a scam, call your local police or sheriffs, and then file a complaint with the National Center for Disaster Fraud. Its initials are NCDF, but it's a 1-866 number, and it's 1-866-720-5721. And that, just call that number and advise them that you've been a victim of a scam, and they'll advise you to what to do or where to go. And then, of course, there's other government agencies that you can deal with and their websites. But this is very important. You have that number, 1-66720-5721. So with that, we'll go back with our guest, Melanie. And Melanie, we were talking about, I think, the training and mandated training for volunteers or your employees that you have in Georgia. And I think you were talking about 3 days and then other deals. Could you just go over that real quickly so we can cover that in a little more detail?
Sure. So, Joe, again, across the country, each state has a program of training both for their employees, their paid staff, and for their volunteers.
Right.
Yeah. And so for staff ombudsman in Georgia, for example, they have 3 days of classroom training. They have 2 days of training in a nursing home, 2 days all day long in a nursing home, a day in assisted living, board and care homes, however you want to describe them. And they have field observations and field work. And then they have a written exam and an oral exam. I don't know that all states have that many steps. Ours is directed to some degree by our state law. But the Federal Administration for Community Living has also provided some guidance for training for both staff and volunteers. Part of the reason for the training is to make sure that our staff ombudsman and our volunteers are comfortable with what they may encounter, what kinds of issues they might encounter, how to talk to residents, and how to really be sure you're listening to what the concerns are, how to then develop some strategies, get permission from the resident to take action, and how then also to deal with facilities to get to the place that the resident is satisfied with whatever the resolution may be. So all of that training for both staff and volunteers is so that they can do the best job they can to help residents and families feel like their loved one is getting the best possible care and the best quality of life that we can, so we're going to advocate for that.
And just to remind our listeners, the Ombudsman program is open for business throughout the United States.
It is. So, as we were talking before, Joe, typically we would be visiting in facilities. And I should say that under ordinary circumstances, in the wintertime, most every state is experiencing flu in long-term care facilities. So some of the guidance we've been getting recently about COVID is guidance we would use even in a normal time. Wash your hands, don't touch your face, don't touch surfaces, so that we're not taking any kind of flu or anything. So that we're doing as best we can not to take it from room to room or from one nursing home to another nursing home. So we have those kinds of guidance and practices, I guess I should say, typically. But with this COVID virus, because it acts a little bit differently, everyone is being more careful because the experience, especially of people who have underlying conditions or who are older, are more susceptible to the worst outcomes. So we're trying to be extra careful. So ordinarily this time of year we would be visiting in facilities, but right now we aren't actually going in, except in extraordinary circumstances where it just seems that, you know, we absolutely have to be there. And of course we'd be working with the facility about a safe way to be in the facility. We do the screening. I think part of the reason that all the facilities are being especially careful right now is there is a lack of personal protective equipment. So we don't have the masks and the gowns and the shoe covers, all those things that we might ordinarily use if we were going to a room where a resident is particularly has a particularly virulent or contagious kind of a situation. So that's, I think, part of the reason that even for families, the facilities just don't have the protective equipment to help keep the visitor safe and the residents safe and the staff safe. I'm sure that's part of the reason.
Right.
But nonetheless, what you were saying, Joe, is we are still open for business. So everybody's trying to be creative. Facilities are trying to help their residents use FaceTime or another way to communicate with their loved ones. What I've heard from our folks in the field is that families are coming to the window of the resident's room and they can at least see their loved one, and the loved one can see the family through the window, and they may talk on the phone. For those families who are farther away, they might do something like FaceTime. Not every facility has that ability. Not every resident will be able to take advantage of that, but many more of them are doing that now than we might have in the past, just, you know, to keep everybody safe and to make sure that we're not spreading, you know, inadvertently, that we're not spreading the virus even farther.
Melanie, could you give that number again that you gave earlier, that if people are wondering, you know, who do I get in touch with or where, and especially the example you gave, somebody lives in the Midwest and their loved one is in a nursing facility in the Southwest or in Southeast, who to call and to get some help.
Right. So if your listeners will go to, it's the NASOP website. So it's N like Nancy, A like Apple, S like Sam, O like Oscar, P like Paul, NASOP.org. When you open that page, you'll see in the right-hand corner a big square that says Locate Your Ombudsman, or Locate Ombudsman. Just click on that. It will take you then to a website that shows all the states, and you just click on your state, and it will take you to the state ombudsman. So, and then you can make, you know, further connections from there to the person who might be the one that would ordinarily be visiting with your loved one in a facility.
So just to make clear, let's hypothetically say I'm in Wisconsin, and my loved one is in a facility in Arkansas. So what is your recommendation for me as a family member who has a concern? Should I call my Wisconsin ombudsman and have them, or would they then call Arkansas? Can I call Arkansas directly? What is the protocol there?
You can do any of those things. So I'm sorry, I didn't even say that at first. If you live in Georgia, but you're concerned about a loved one in Montana, you can call me in Georgia. You can call the state office in Georgia, and we'll help you connect with folks in Montana. All the state ombudsmen would do that. So if you live in Ohio, you call the Ohio ombudsman. But you can also go to the NASOP website, so NASOP.org, and just click on the link, and it will take you to, so if you live in Wisconsin and you're trying to get to Arkansas, you click on Arkansas, it will give you the contact information for the Arkansas State Ombudsman. And that Arkansas State Ombudsman will help anybody who calls, that's what we're there for, to help make a connection with an ombudsman representative who is in the field, who would be visiting, your loved one's facility regularly, and then they can make the, contact from there. So either way, call your state ombudsman or click on the link to the state where your loved one lives and call that state ombudsman.
We failed to at the beginning to go through what is your background, so people know what your background is, Melanie.
Oh, well, so Joe, I actually have a law degree. Some state ombudsmen are lawyers, but we're not. So we're state ombudsmen. But I was an older advocate for about 11 years before I became the state ombudsman. I've been the state ombudsman now for 10 years in August. So I have a strong advocacy background, and that's what our program is all about, advocacy for the resident, trying to do what it is that the resident wants. And we're there to advocate with the facility staff or with others in order to make sure that the resident has the best quality of life and care that can be possible for them. So our program is all about advocacy and whatever we can do to help the resident.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
And I just should also say, Joe, that our services are free, so you don't have to pay for an ombudsman representative to help your loved one. You were talking in an earlier segment about hiring an attorney. Sometimes that may be appropriate, depending on whatever the concern is, but before you go there, you can always talk to the ombudsman representative first, and if we can assist, we'll do what we can to make things.
Well, our listeners, anytime you get something for free that you're dealing with from an entity, from a governmental entity, please take advantage of it. We should do that. But we're going to come back here. That'll end our third segment of the Safe Senior Hour, and we will be back and go into some more issues with dealing with COVID-19 and with Melanie McNeil.
The disease of addiction is a life-altering challenge, not just for the person suffering its effects, but also for the family and friends who support and love the one caught in its grasp. What should be the course of treatment? Who is the best person to render treatment? And what is the best place to go for the care that is needed? We know that you want answers to these and many more questions. Call 770-696-9862 and speak to a representative of the Atlanta Healing Center. They can tailor a program specifically designed to address the needs of the person suffering with an addiction, or give you guidance as to where that help may be found. Information is the key, and the trained staff at AHC is here to assist. If you wish, you can also get more information on the website located at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Have you ever wondered what doctors talk about amongst themselves? If you do, join us on the Doctor's Lounge and hear the doctors' conversations amongst themselves. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Schertz, every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Well, welcome back to the final segment of the Safe Senior Hour with Joe Gavalis. And again, we're honored to have a guest, Melanie McNeil, the National President of the National Association of State Long-Term Care Ombudsman Programs. There's an ombudsman program in every state. And she's also the state of Georgia, the state long-term ombudsman. And we certainly welcome her back. And just before we go into our last segment talking about some specific issues dealing with with the new rules dealing with COVID-19 and how we have to dealing with loved ones in various long-term care places. I just want to go over to let people know that just some issues that have taken place concerning the scams dealing with the coronavirus scams. Just some highlights. The Department of Justice sues and shuts down a website claiming to be selling a virus vaccine and just taking people's money. In Australia, as you know, this is a web radio, and this goes all over, not just the country, but all over the world. And the Australia warns of virus scams. They put out a notice. The FBI put out a notice. The United Kingdom warns of scams that they are seeing. The Missouri, here in the United States, Attorney General sues an evangelist over claims for virus treatment products. Remember what we were just talking about before. We read out some tips to help you. Scammers sending email threatening to expose your family to virus unless you pay them $4,000 with Bitcoin. This is another issue. The European Union documents say Russians have launched a campaign to try and create panic in Europe over the virus. Canada seeing a fake letter to apartment building tenants asking for fees for cleaning concerning the virus. Singapore shuts down over 1,000 websites for products claiming they can help with the virus. And Interpol makes major effort to tackle the counterfeit mask and drugs for the virus. These all can be found on, and if people have an interest in these various frauds and frauds in general, the Baker Fraud Report is a great place to look on. It's just Google it and you can go online, and it gives you a pretty good rundown of different types of frauds, not only here in the United States, but all over the country. As you just heard, I just read some of those. So everybody be on the lookout and let you know, and the government can only do enough stuff if you tell them. Again, elder abuse, financial frauds don't report themselves. So you have to report it to the proper authorities, and we said earlier, call your local police or sheriff and then report it to the the National Center for Disaster Fraud, 1-866-720-5721, and then that'll get you to the proper place. But now we're going to go back with Melanie McNeil, and Melanie, you and I saw an article that was in Saturday's Wall Street Journal, and it's entitled "Nursing Home Visitor Ban Raises Difficult Questions." And you and I kind of chatted about this. Can you go over the scenarios of what took place? This was an article by, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Yuka Hayashi, Hayasshi, first name Yuka, Yuka. And it's a very interesting article concerning situations in Kentucky and in Rhode Island. And we're not going to get into the individual merits of each one, but it shows you some issues that will affect many people throughout the United States concerning with the new way we have to handle our lives dealing with our loved ones in long-term care.
Right. So for your listeners, some of the concerns that family members may have is, my loved one is quite elderly. I usually go to feed my loved one to help with the dining experience, and now I'm being restricted. For some families, the situation is serious enough that a facility may say, yes, you as a family member may come in under, these conditions. You have to be screened. You have to be very limited where you go. In some extreme cases, and we've heard about these in Georgia, a family member will refuse to eat. The resident will refuse to eat, really, really refuse. And so then the facility may make an exception. Not all facilities will do that. Not all situations are quite that dire. When someone is on hospice, and if the hospice provider says there's not much time left, then the family will want to call the facility to say, we really want to come in and see our loved one. And some facilities will make that exception. It is allowable from the guidance from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to facilities that they should keep visitors out except for these, kind of extreme circumstances.
And let me just interject, if I can. You made a very good point there, Melanie. People have to remember, the U.S. government barred family members from visiting relatives in nursing home, but it did make an exception, and one of them is end-of-life situations, and that poses a debate. But it's done. This is done from the federal government. This wasn't done everybody individually doing it on their own. That sounds, according to the article, correct?
Right. This was guidance from the federal government. So for those facilities that aren't nursing homes and may not be subject to the federal guidance, they're still going by that federal guidance because it's just like, the CDC tells us, do these things, be careful. That's what the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services have done, is they're telling facilities to be particularly careful. And so their state-level assisted livings and personal care homes are following suit for the same reasons, just to protect the residents and the community, to protect everyone as best they can.
Well, I think before we go on, they quote something which I think is significant for our listeners and worldwide, that we have 1.4 million elderly and disabled adults living in more than 15,000 nursing homes, according to the U.S. government data. That's a lot of people, so when we're talking about it, it could affect many people here.
Right. And, when you think about here in Georgia, for example, for all of our long-term care facilities, personal care homes, assisted living, nursing homes, it's about 80,000 people. That's a lot.
Yeah.
And in each state, depending on the population, it's probably a similar percentage. And so, we want to be as careful and protective of everyone as we can. But the federal guidance does allow for sort of a case-by-case consideration. So some families have been successful in making their argument to the facility to allow them to, come to the facility. But some families are opting to take their loved ones home. And you can do that too. If a resident is willing to go home, the family members may want to do that to provide the care, like the Wall Street Journal article mentioned. The family was willing to be there around the clock for their loved ones at home. I believe this is true across the country. I know it is here in Georgia that we have had some families that have just opted to take their loved one home. But not everybody can do that.
No, and I think what it does is allow people to make some individual decisions in cooperation with the long-term care, and I think in the middle of this, as my recommendation, is that you contact, if you have some issues, is contact your local ombudsman in your state and just discuss it, right? I mean, they're up for not just complaints, but to discuss some of these issues, correct?
Absolutely, right. So our ombudsman representatives across the country are working with facilities and families, both, because we're all in this together, with the residents, too, to try and make sure the resident still has a good quality of life and yet is safe, and the family members are able to participate, but they're safe and their loved one is safe. Facilities are looking for, some ideas, too, to help. What can we do to make sure we have enough activities? So facilities are being creative about.
But anyway, I just going to have we're about to run out of time, Melanie, and hopefully have you back on. I can't thank you enough, and have your listeners call your ombudsman and help. And again, thank you, Melanie, and that'll be our final segment today. That'll end it. And remember, elder abuse doesn't report itself. And again, I hope you all stay safe and healthy.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, You probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower. Quick Stakes. That's QUIK Stakes are not just for surveyors. They are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And look, I'm not going to make light of the situation, but I am going to point out some ridiculous things that are going on. And if you've got a government, a municipality that is threatening, on one hand, they want to let people out of jail. They want to let criminals out. They want to put criminals out on the street. And then they want to turn around and arrest you for leaving your home. So I guess walking your dog and getting exercise is going to be next. If you do that, you're going to jail. If you do some yard work, you're going to jail. I mean, it's getting ridiculous, folks. I can't put it any other way. I have been saying now, if you've been listening to my show for a few, the last few weeks, episodes, and I know we get new listeners every week, so if you're new, welcome to the show. And let me do this. This is America's Web Radio. This is On Point with Victor, and I am Victor Armendariz. So welcome all to the show. And I know we've got so much to get to that I just want to jump into this, and I just want to get rocking and rolling. And David's looking at me like I'm crazy.
No, I've just got a question that came across my
I love questions.
Monitor, and my question is, if Boy Scouts sold cookies, would you let them into your house, knowing that they are filing bankruptcy for the elderly and sex abuse of the Boy Scouts?
I think I might ask for the box of cookies first. Look, folks, we love getting questions here, so keep sending your questions to us, especially if you want to go live and interact with me now. You can do so on and I guess I better go to it myself, but you can go to the America's Web Radio Facebook page, and you can check us out live. You can send me questions and all that good stuff, and as soon as I get a chance, I'll get it up here live myself so I can see said questions. But we do like your questions. You can always send them to gm@americaswebradio.com, or you can reach me, victor@americaswebradio.com. You can find me on Facebook. You can find me on Instagram as Radio Victor. Facebook, just look up my name, Victor Armendariz, Armendariz. And find me on Twitter. I don't do a whole lot on Twitter. I'm mostly on Instagram, but I'm not really a king on social media, which yes,
you know,
David.
I just had the thought. You have something in common with what's going on barring people from going to bars and all this. And, and what I realized the commonality was that people couldn't find you in a bar today or in a large crowd, but then again, they couldn't before the pandemic either.
Now, this is true. Now, sometimes, David, I'll stand on a soapbox in the middle of a restaurant.
How tall?
Well, you know, for me, the soapbox needs to at least be a foot or two, or it ain't going to make a damn bit of difference with me. I can stand on a small rock and you still
You're the
won't see
only
me.
speaker I've ever known that takes a chainsaw to the podium before you start talking.
I either have to do that or I have to climb the podium. One or the other.
You mean you're one of them pole people?
I am one. You know, I make Bloomberg look tall. That's how bad my situation is. But look, folks, we want to have some fun, and because in this time when government is trying to take every freedom that you have in the name of a crisis, you still gotta keep your some sense of humor. You have to, or you're going to drive yourself and your family crazy. Look, we do not want the divorce rates to go skyrocketing after everyone's been quarantined in their homes and you have to stay with your family for so. You got to keep a sense of humor. I mean, you really do.
Talking about that, and General Dix and I were talking about it. You know, the resilience of this country is absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
And, you know, in 2 or 3 months, maybe less, I don't know, it depends, but at some point, families will be sitting together and laughing about this period, and they'll say, oh, do you remember when we all panicked and we ran out of toilet paper in the house and we were scratching our heads what to do next, or we were rushing to the store? You know, they'll find humor, just like you're saying, they'll find humor in a situation that right now has a lot of folks scared to death.
Yeah.
But we are so resilient as a country that we'll come back from this, and, you know, 2 years or 3 years. Gosh, Victor, do you remember when you came in the studio and we did the show on, you know, or whatever?
Right. Well, you know, David, not only that, and I'll go ahead and make this prediction, we're going to reach a point when all this is said and done, either 6 months, 12 months, or whatever, but we're going to reach a point where people are going to look back, academics, politicians, and people of common sense and logic, like we here at America's Web Radio, and we will all look back, and there will be a debate on, was it worth it, and was it necessary to put an economy in an absolute downward spiral? Was it necessary to shut down every city across America? Was it necessary to shut down every state? I believe that is a debate that's coming. And again, it'll be after everything is said and done. But it's a debate that's going to happen, and it should happen, because look, I'm going to get to this later today, but you guys have heard me talk about precedent. What is done today can be abused tomorrow, and that's going to be that's in the topic rundown today, so we'll get to that. But David, it's a very good point that you and General Hicks brought up, is we are Americans. There is no ingenuity like the American people. There's no spirit like the American spirit.
People got to realize that this is Pandemic 101. This is not Pandemic 101.8 or 10 or whatever.
Right.
And it's, you know, and, General Dix and I talked about this as well. When President Kennedy was assassinated, I was working for a station at KLBK, and you know, went there, and it's like everybody expected that the general manager would run into his office and pull, when a president is assassinated, manual off of his shelf and read up, well, we're supposed to do this, we're supposed to do that, do this, do that.
Right.
I hate to say it, but there weren't no book on when a president is assassinated, and there's not one right now on Pandemic 101. We're making that book.
Right.
Now, 5 years, 10 years from now,
people will have a source to go back and say, well, you know, why didn't they do this earlier, or why did they do that? And that makes sense, and we ought to try this. And, you know, there will be a book on it, many books on it, probably.
Oh, there won't be just one. I mean, we are writing a new chapter, and there's no question. And there will be, well, look, there's not just going to be backbenchers or armchair quarterbacks then down the road. We have the armchair quarterbacks now. Look at I forgot my message, Joe Biden, or I forgot where I am, Biden.
Pandemic? What's a pandemic?
Yeah. Here's a guy who's in his basement giving press conferences as if he were the president. You know, and it's easy for anyone can sit down and say, "Oh, I would have done this or I would have done that," and blah blah blah. But give me a break. If anybody thinks that Joe Biden would be handling this, or Hillary Clinton, we don't realize. Actually, we should be thanking God every day that we don't have a politician handling that's leading this to getting us through the pandemic, so to speak. And what I mean by that is, when you have the President of the United States, the last person you would want right now is a politician. and I mean that for the letter D and the letter R, because, you know, I can have a whole nother show and another day on why Trump is not a Democrat, Trump's not a Republican. The guy's a businessman who's trying to run this country. He's trying to do right by the American people.
And an American.
And an American first, which is what,
Yep. This is, it's like, it's like some of these people some of these businesses that are running ads that, and again, we went into this yesterday, is that if they're trying to make money out of this, I'm not ever going to buy from them again. Right. I'll never. If they're trying to prosper on this and make a dollar out of it by, oh, look at what I'm doing and look at what my company's doing, and you know, you can tell the ones that are trying to make a dime, and you can tell the ones that are sincere and say, you know, my company's going to make masks, my company's going to make whatever, aprons, they're going to do this or do that, and I'm giving the supplies away and paying my employees to do it.
I have a good story coming up actually today, and about a company, what the private sector is doing. And look, I don't expect all companies to just drop what they're doing and give everything away, because they do have to pay the cost of materials and production and things like that. And companies that can continue to pay their employees, you're right, David. There's some outstanding things happening, and you're not going to see it covered on CNN. And if it is covered on CNN, they're usually making fun of it, which is a story I'll get to today, because funny you bring that up. But then again, you're the legend. So.
I read your notes.
Yeah, right. My notes are available. No. Actually, I will always make anything I say or talk about, I'll always make available for anyone. So you can just reach out and let me know if you want to know my sources and all that. Again, unless it's a source that I can't divulge. So I won't do this. So, all right, and there's not many of those, trust me. I'm not that tied in with Washington, nor do I really want to be that tied in with Washington.
Okay, so you read it off the bathroom wall.
So I read it. Yeah, well, no, I won't even.
That's why you take all those trips to D.C., because you got a route that you go through, and you check the swamp out and see what you can find on the wall.
Between the train, the swamps, and the hangouts, the elitist hangouts, you can learn a lot from just. That's funny, David, you mentioned that, because you could go to D.C. and you could find all these elitist. I'm talking high dollar, hoity-toity places, and you will see Pelosi, you'll see Schumer, you'll see Sanders, you'll see Cortez. You'll see Cortez stuffing her face with a freaking $25 burger or more, and then she'll turn around and tell you that you can't have cow.
Is she sitting up on the bar?
Well, she used to be behind it. I wonder if she misses it. I doubt it, because now she's getting paid for absolutely do nothing, and she's getting paid very well to do nothing. Well, I shouldn't say do nothing. She will get on the House floor, throw her hands up in the air, jump up and down, and throw herself on the floor. She'll do that quite often, and she's quite good at it. So, but anyway, I do want everybody to keep some sense of. You've got to have a sense of humor through some of this. You've got to be able to to make adjustments. I know. Look, what the government is doing. We're getting to a point now where, folks, you've got to stand up and start going, okay, what exactly am I doing when I'm trading my freedoms for security, or when I'm trading freedoms in the name of a crisis? I have already told you, if you are not versed with the Communist Manifesto, if you're not versed with Mein Kampf, if you're not versed with Rules for Radicals, the book by Saul Alinsky, if you think socialism's good, go check out all those books I've just told you about, those that I mentioned, and because all of them will try and tell you what a great thing it is to put people in subjugation, to just put the barriers of progress on people, but call it progress. When you look at that, you will find exactly what Rahm Emanuel, Democrat from Chicago, meant back in the Obama administration when he said, don't let a good crisis go to waste. He followed that up with, you pass all the programs that you wanted to get passed that were on your wish list and couldn't pass them because the American people reject them, you pass it during a crisis. So you've got to keep this in perspective. We are Americans. I don't care how other countries do it. We are a country of freedom and liberty and law. And we are a country of constitutional law, and we've got to remain that. All right, folks, we will be right back. Don't you go anywhere. You're listening to America's Web Radio. This is On Point with Victor.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
And we are back. Look, folks, we try to keep the breaks quick here so we can get back to more topics, which we have a lot of. So I do want to, so I have a listener out there. I have a couple of things. I have a couple of questions coming in, so let me get to one. I have a listener down in Florida. Thank you for listening. Who has a very good question. They brought up a good point. They're asking, why haven't we heard anything in the news about what the Wuhan virus, the China virus, is? What kind of effect is it having on the military, and what kind of effect is it having on the homeless? Which funny that this person in California would mention that, because once we get to it today on my rundown, I do have a question about California, and which has a huge homeless problem. You would think, if you follow the common sense and logical line, California ought to be an absolute mess right now in terms of spreading of the coronavirus, the Wuhan virus, the China virus, COVID-19, whatever you want to call it. But it's not. It's not. California... Folks, the state of California gets over 5,000 Chinese travelers, people from China, every day. So that is people from China, over 5,000 every day coming in and out of California. So you add the logic and common sense that you're going to get here from On Point with Victor. China hid this virus outbreak. China tried to hide it as long as they could. So we started finding out about it, I guess, in December. So this virus was out there in November. Maybe it was out there a little before November, but let's just use November. You had over 5,000 people from going and coming from China into California every day, November, December, and most of January. Because once we had a case here, and once President Trump said, okay, wait, we're not going to let this get out of hand. And on January, and I can't remember the date, but I believe it was middle to the end of January, Donald Trump issued a travel ban from China. So he shut that down. But before then, over 5,000 people coming and going from China every day. Now, why isn't California an absolute mess right now? Why are there, I believe, there's under still a low amount of deaths. I believe there's more deaths in New York. So that's a question that should be asked. It's a logical, commonsensical question. If the virus isn't having the effect, if the Wuhan Chinese virus isn't having the effect in California that it's having in New York, there's got to be a reason for that. So that's just a question. So that's a great point from my listeners down there in Florida. So another question that I want to get to comes from another listener from, I believe, Marietta, Georgia, is where I know she's in Georgia. I may get the city wrong, but she has the question. She has been hearing nothing but negativity on how the United States has been handling testing. She's, unfortunately, maybe she has been subject to CNN, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, NPR, because all of those, that is what makes up the lamestream media, or mainstream media, but what I call the lamestream media. And if you have been listening to those, you're hearing nothing but negativity on the United States is behind on testing. The United States is doing this wrong. Well, actually, let's face it, they're saying Trump is doing everything is Trump's fault. So unless you're, I'm you know what? I'm going to be nice. So this is basically, so this listener wants to know why is the United States so behind, or is it true? Well, let me throw some actual numbers at you, ladies and gentlemen, so I can put your mind at ease. Because let me ask you, first of all, before I give you any numbers, and especially for any of you listeners out there who have traveled abroad, because I have seen real abject poverty. I have seen socialism. I have seen government health care, socialized medicine, and it ain't pretty. So if you're out there and you have traveled abroad, then you'll probably understand what I'm about to say. If you haven't, and you just buy into the United States is awful, the United States is terrible, blah 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 blah, then you really need to reassess either your Americanism, or you need to reassess, do you belong here? And yes, I said it, and I mean it, because you ought to love and enjoy the country you're in. And if you don't, you ought to go find another place. If you're craving socialism, if you're craving cradle-to-grave government, there's plenty of countries you can go to. Venezuela is not that far away. They'll be happy to put you in a bread line. England, hop across the pond. I'm sure they'll accept you. They'll be happy to put you in line for that knee replacement you need, or that knee surgery you need. They'll be happy to put you in line for it. They'll be happy to put you on a 6-month waiting list for shoulder repair. Or maybe you're an elderly person out there. Maybe you're in your 80s, and you know what? You need a pacemaker. They'll be happy to tell you that, no, you're just too old. You know, they'll be happy to give you pain medicine, though. So there are places you can go. And what I'm getting to, folks, if you're going to be stricken with some type of disease, if you're going to be stricken with a viral outbreak, if you're going to be stricken with some kind of health issue, are you sure you don't want to be in the United States? Are you not sitting here in the United States secretly going, boy, I'm glad I'm here and not there? Because if you're secretly saying that, it's okay. You can say it. There's no place on God's green earth I would rather be during a pandemic than the United States of America. Because the cure's going to come from here. The vaccine's going to come from here. The treatment, the best doctors, all going to come right here. You're going to get to a vaccine quicker under capitalism, free markets. than you are anywhere. No government socialist country in the world is going to come out with a vaccine quicker than we are here. We're already proving that. So, all right, let me get to this list. So this listener was asking why is the United States being trashed, and is it true? First of all, it's not true. Much of it is not true. Could things be done better? Of course. But the only perfect person is that carpenter dude up in the sky who's up there with the other big guy. So, I'm sorry, no one on the planet is perfect. And things could always be done. That's why we write books and do studies after we get through this, and we'll see what worked and what didn't and all that good stuff. And that's those debates will happen that I was talking about. But okay, let me give you some numbers. As of yesterday, the United States hit over 1 million people tested. That is over 1 million people tested. That's the number we hit yesterday. We have done, no other country in the world has done that much testing, folks. No one. We have reached a point now where we are testing 100,000 samples a day. 100,000 people are getting tested per day. No other country has reached that level. David?
We only like 329 million to go.
Yeah, right. Right. Only that. But and luckily we're not going to have to test every person or human soul in the United States. But
I think we ought to put everybody on a coast-to-coast conveyor belt.
And just swab?
Yeah.
Swab as they go by.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what, if that's what it takes. But no, what the point is this listener in Georgia who was asking, who's been hearing all this negativity, look at the positive thing, and maybe you haven't heard it, or maybe it's not being reported out there, which I can pretty darn sure it's not being reported everywhere. But, folks, 1 million people, over 1 million tested as of yesterday, 100,000 being tested per day. That's pretty amazing. And that leads me also to make the distinction again. There's a difference between a virus spreading and discovery. So when we're doing all this testing, we are discovering already existing cases. That's why you're seeing the number go up, and that's why you're hearing Dr. Rio from Emory and these other doctors across the country who are saying we haven't reached a peak yet. Well, what they're talking about is a lot of the modeling that they're doing, and I'm going to get into some of that. But what they mean by that is as we test more, then we discover more. And as you discover more, those numbers go up. So it doesn't mean that there's a huge widespread thing going on right now more than there is discovery going on right now. And that doesn't mean that all these cases are bad. Some of these cases, the people have already recovered. Doesn't mean that all these cases are going to the hospital. They're not. So especially in my goodness, you look at state-by-state cases, and many states, including Georgia, have had consecutive days of declining cases. We are starting to see where we're going to get over that and get on the backside of the curve. Now, you've got places like New York, and we'll get into that later too. You know, there's a reason they're having such a hard time, but even New York, the cases are starting to slow. Now, I bet you're not going to hear that because Cuomo, who I'll have more to say about later, Cuomo got on the news this morning and reassured the media that, oh no, it's still bad and getting worse, when an hour or so later, we've had the official reports coming out that, no, the cases are actually starting to ease up in New York. So New York is going to get to that turning point pretty soon. So there are a lot of positive things coming out that you're just not hearing. And that's when you got to ask yourself, how much liberty, how much freedom are we going to give up? How much are we going to let the government intrude on our lives in the name of a crisis? When we are already, folks, we are seeing good reports. Here in my great state of Georgia, we are seeing, I think, 4 days now of decreased cases. We're getting to be where we're in the right direction. But yet, we've got municipalities all across Georgia that, as of this weekend, are trying to put in stay-at-home rules, where if you leave your home, they're threatening to arrest you. Folks, things are getting better. And the government's just asking for more and pushing more and pushing more and pushing more. More liberties away, more freedoms away.
You know, I got to throw out that, look at that. Look at just what you just said. Municipalities. It's the little people, little dictators that are trying to do
and
something.
They're everywhere.
But you look at Washington and you look at Trump and what he's done. Now, you know, my love is for the military. And I was telling one of our good friends, Colonel White, he and I were chatting last night, and I was telling him, I said, you know, I couldn't help but get goosebumps as the ship Comfort was pulling out of port and heading to New York. And you know, what's happening now, the massive cooperation within the government, and I think, personally, Trump has done a hell of a job on restraint. You know, he could have put out an edict, well, everybody under 6 feet tall has to stay home for the next 12 months, or, but he is, I think, the restraint he's shown and the leadership and what we've done. And did you know that he's called on, and this is where a lot of people don't appreciate our military, but he's called on the military, and I wish I'd paid more attention. It's in Maryland, is where the hospital is, and it's a military research lab that discovered the vaccine for Ebola, and they're working their tails off 24 hours a day to come up with.
They're already testing a vaccine for COVID-19, the Wuhan virus,
and you know,
in record time. And people need to step back, and instead of pointing fingers or blaming or saying, well, this isn't quick enough, you know, you step back and look. What other country in the world could hold a candle to us? There is none. Absolutely not.
We ought to thank God that we live here and that we have such dedicated people. And like General Dix and I were saying about the Guard being called out, and the people working in the laboratories, the military. Folks, if you haven't been a member of it, I swear to protect the Constitution of the United States, both foreign and domestic enemies, or even now an enemy we can't see, we don't,
the invisible enemy.
The invisible enemy. And yet, who's the first to go in and say, if not me, then who? And our troops are there for us with the invisible enemy, be it on the streets or be it in the laboratory. And we ought to fall on our knees that we live in a country like this.
No, without a doubt. We need to be thankful every day. And look, folks, I am not saying, look, my heritage, many of you know, is Hispanic. I am Spain and Mexico. And I love Spain. I love my heritage. I love Mexico. But I'm not going to move there and leave the United States. I'm an American first. And I love the United States. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't some beautiful areas in Spain. I recommend everybody go visit. Not right now, but at some point. Mexico, a beautiful country. You hear a lot of negativity on Mexico in the media, but it is an amazing country. And I would recommend everybody go visit. I love Germany. Germany is one of the most beautiful places I think I've ever been. France, there's parts of France. Now, I'm not going to say I'm a huge fan of Paris. It is beautiful. But the outskirts, Normandy, and these places in France, amazing. Austria, sweet. There's so many places, and they're beautiful. Italy, amazing. But they're not the United States. None of them are the United States. And I wouldn't choose any of them over freedom and liberty. Folks, just because the landscape is beautiful, if you're living in subjugation, it ain't so pretty. And if you and not that every country is subjugating everybody, but look, most of the countries, other countries out there in the world have some type of socialistic life, or a huge welfare state. They have a system where they hold a whole lot of people down. They just want you to be comfortable, and you'll be happy with your beer and your football game or your soccer game or whatever. But here in the United States, we still have where you can come from the poorest of the poor and you can be Bezos tomorrow. It can happen in the United States, and there's just no other place on the planet that offers you the opportunity to get off your derriere, put in the sweat equity, and get a return for it. There's just no other place like the United States. So, okay, I'm getting off a little bit, but look, I love this country. It's amazing. And were it not for the good grace of this country, they didn't accept if they hadn't have accepted my father, I wouldn't even be here. So I have lots to be thankful for. so before we go to the next break, which I know is coming up, I want to I just want to finish up a little bit with so for the listener out there in Georgia who wanted to know about testing. Look, we're over 1 million people tested. No other country in the world. We did more in 8 days than South Korea, who now look, South Korea was on the front end of this. They're a great example. We did more in 8 days than they did in 8 weeks. We also need to be, there's nothing wrong with looking at some of these countries. Look at Taiwan, folks. Taiwan has done they're doing something right there, and it needs to be an example. And no one should be too proud to say, look at Taiwan. We might be able to learn a few things there. But you know what? Who won't say that? The World Health Organization. You know why they won't say that? Because they're owned by China. So much of their funding comes from China. Democrats, they love China. You know what they won't do? They won't go out and praise Taiwan. Why? Because China will get mad. We saw this a few months ago, people. We saw this not too long ago with the NBA players and coaches who would not come out and say anything negative about China because China got mad. Why? Because China's buying their shoes, or China's manufacturing those NBA shoes. So, folks, with just as now, with most cases, you can follow the money if you want to find some truths. And I'm not kidding about when you look at South Korea, when you look at Taiwan, especially Taiwan, folks. You can go look up, oh my goodness, go look up the guy who's leading the World Health Organization, go look him up and look at an interview that I believe she was Chinese, or I'm not sure where she was from, but she was asking him a question on how come Taiwan, what a great job Taiwan's doing. Folks, he ignored the question. And then he pretended like he didn't hear the question, and then when she said, well, let me repeat it, he goes, oh no, you move on to another question. Because he didn't want to upset China. So, I mean, this is ridiculous, folks, how much politics is involved when we should be standing together as one. You want to talk about a global community? Well, we ought to be one big global community to stand against this Wuhan virus. We ought to all be standing up and going, shame on you, China, for trying to cover it up. Shame on you, China, for letting this get out of hand. Shame on you, China, you communist regime. Shame on you for not accepting help when the United States offered to help. So we could have contained this virus in China. All of you people out there, and look, folks, I'm not mad, I'm just right. But all of you people in the United States that want to blame Trump for everything, why don't you try blaming China? It would have never made it to our shores had China just been honest. We could have contained it there.
Do you think they're going to change?
No.
Not at all.
No, and neither will the Democrats.
Well, the one thing that I would say that hopefully is in the process of changing is doing exactly what Trump wanted to do from the beginning. Mm-hmm. Made in America.
You mean get back to manufacturing in America? You mean do what the Obama administration, the Biden-Obama administration said couldn't be done?
What a unique concept.
Yeah, would be amazing. So I guess we probably need to go to our next break here.
No, not for 8 minutes.
All right. Well, look at there, folks. Special treatment today on Okay, so let me get into some other things. I mentioned the private sector earlier, and look, folks, the private sector, and this is what I mean about the United States. This is what I mean about American ingenuity. The private sector has unleashed that ingenuity that I'm talking about. The pharma companies, yes, pharmaceutical companies, you know, the ones that Sanders hates, you know, the ones where, well, healthcare is a human right and the pharmaceutical companies must give it away for free. Everything should be free. Yeah. If everything's free, who's going to pay for the research? Who's going to pay for the development? Who's going to pay for the sweat equity of the scientists and the doctors who are all part of the pharmacies, these companies that are developing the vaccines, the companies that are developing the treatments? I mean, come on, folks. Use your common sense. Don't be a sheep. Don't buy into this socialism crap that Bernie Sanders and Biden and Pelosi and Schumer, don't buy into this crap that they're pushing out to try and convince you to give up your freedoms. And just let them take care of it all. It's just not true, folks. If you think living your life is expensive now, wait till it's free. I mean, folks, it's you ain't seen nothing yet until it's free. So, but these pharmaceutical companies in the private sector are already testing vaccines. We have 20 different emergency testing options now that were just, I mean, within weeks they came up with this stuff. This is the private sector, folks. We have a vaccine that normally takes, I mean, we're talking over 12 months, 18 months, 24 months to develop, let alone start testing. We already have vaccines in testing. Medication is being fast-tracked. Folks, we are finding out that chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine, it saved lives already. These are medications that have been for decades we've had these two medications. One of them has been used, chloroquine has been used to treat malaria for decades. It also treats other types of diseases that I probably really shouldn't say because I'm going to butcher the name. But this medication has been around for a long time. Scientists and doctors, they know the composition of this medicine. They've dealt with this medicine for decades. So that is being fast-tracked into testing for using this medication against the Wuhan virus. The hydroxychloroquine. This is also, hydroxychloroquine is basically a less toxic, less potent version of chloroquine. And it is showing amazing promise and amazing effectiveness against this virus. Have you heard this reported much? In fact, I heard CNN and MSNBC downplaying the effectiveness of chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine. I've heard them downplaying it. You got to ask yourself, folks, what on earth does CNN and MSNBC and ABC and NBC and CBS, what do they have to gain from downplaying the good news that chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine is actually helping and saving lives? Folks, we have people who have been interviewed and on video, you can look it up on YouTube if they haven't shut it down yet, who were on the brink of death. They were on the brink of giving up until they were administered hydroxychloroquine. And then within hours, they turned around. And now they're in that recovered column. The Wuhan virus recovered column, which you don't hear reported, that recovery number, which now is, I believe, over 175 or right at 175,000 people have recovered from the Wuhan virus. You know that number you're not hearing about? Folks, this is what we do here. This is what Americans do. This is what the private sector can do. And you know what's great? When the private sector can actually, and the government will actually work together, that's a great thing. When companies will stand up and answer the call, when Trump stands up at the podium and says, we need businesses to step up, we may need more ventilators, we may need some respirators, we may need more N95 masks, and then companies stand up and answer the call, they don't have to be nationalized. They don't have to be taken over. They don't need the government. Ladies and gentlemen, let me, I know I'm getting off on a tangent here, folks. Look, I'm not mad. I'm just right. But think about this. This is what I mean by don't lose your common sense. Don't lose your logic. Think about if you're asking the government to nationalize a company, let's say GM. You want government to go. You want politicians to go in, because that's what this is. If you nationalize a company, it's politicians that are going to go into this company and tell it how to manufacture. So you want to take politicians who don't know from a hole in the ground You want them to go into a manufacturing with all this awesome technology and awesome equipment and say, you produce 100,000 masks a day. Oh, okay, well, we produce cars. We're not really sure how to produce masks. So we're going to need to do some reassembling. We're going to need to change some technologies, and we're going to need to figure that out. We're going to need to look at some directions. Oh, no, we're the government, and we're telling you to do it. And if you don't do it, we're shutting you down. That's what you're asking for, folks. Those of you who are out there in the Democrat ilk, and those of you who believe in socialism, you're asking for politicians to go in and tell a company how to run their business. You think that's going to produce the mask that we need? You think that's going to produce ventilators? You're going to produce a bunch of ventilators, maybe, that don't work. And where's that going to get us? All right, folks, I'm not mad. I'm just right. Hang tight, folks. We got to go to another break here, so we will be right back. You're listening to America's Web Radio. This is On Point with Victor.
In 2009, the membership organization Docs for Patient Care was founded. People all around the country wanted to participate in the efforts of this group, and they wanted to join, but they were unable to do so unless they were physicians. It's for this reason that the Docs for Patient Care Foundation was created. Now, everyone can join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. While you're at your computer, please go to www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org and make a tax-deductible donation and join the fight along with us. Thank you.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
Quick Stakes, that's QUIK Stakes, are not just for surveyors. They are great for family and community gardens. Go online to www.quickstake.com or contact your local land surveying supply dealer and get you a box of Quick Stakes. You'll love them every year when you plant your garden. Again, that's Quick Stakes, QUIK Stakes, the truly preferred way to stake and identify what's in your garden now.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And we're back, folks. We're back. So I have a good example now of keeping a good sense of humor. I had another good listener just send me a message and say, I left out one of the best things about Spain and Mexico. And according to him, and look, folks, I'm not going to say he's wrong. I'm not going to deny this. But he did say, don't forget to point out that they had that the very nice, pretty ladies. So that's what I mean, folks. Have a sense of humor. It's a good thing. So, okay, now let me get back to some of this more news. Actually, this can be the CNN, the segment CNN is not real news. let me get to talking about the private sector and how awesome, folks. Look, the private sector rocks. It just rocks. American ingenuity rocks. The free market rocks. People being able to go out in their daily lives and exert sweat equity here and then be able to go to the bank and dump all the rewards, it's a great thing. It really, really, really is. And what's great about this country is if you want a small bag of rewards, you can go out and earn that. But if you want a bigger bag, then you can work a little more and you can get a bigger bag. It's your choice, and it should be your choice. There should be no politician here in this country that looks to you and says, you don't need 5 choices for deodorant, you only need 1 choice. You don't need 5 choices of toilet paper, you only need 1. You don't need 3 bread companies, you need 1. You need to run away. You don't need to just run away from that candidate. You need to turn to that candidate and say, get the hell out of here. Because we don't need that here, folks. I want 50 choices of arm deodorant. Maybe I want 100 choices of bread companies, because it's a great thing, because it's competition. And one of those bread's going to be better than the other. One's going to be cheaper than the other. And then I get to decide, do I want to pay more money for that elitist, great tasting bread? Or do I want to pay less and have an adequate bread? It's my freaking choice, and it should be my choice. So that's the beauty of a free market, free people. And this is what I beg of you. Do not trade freedom for security. Do not be willing to trade socialism because you don't want to work hard. Don't trade freedom for socialism because you don't want to work hard. You have the choice to work hard or not in this great country. If you want to make enough excuse me, if you want to make just enough to get by, then make just enough to get by. It's your choice. But when you do that, don't go to the government. Don't go to Bernie Sanders. No, it's just not fair. If I want to sit and never have a job until I get in government, this is making me cough. I can't do it anymore. But don't buy into the Sanders business. Look, why would you listen to Bernie Sanders or Biden? Neither one of them had a real job in their lives. They only had government. Both of them are multimillionaires because of government. Now, Biden's got a little extra money because of his deals with China and the Ukraine and whoever else he's been dealing with. So, look, folks, I'm just telling you, it's common sense and it's logic. But let me get to an example here. Let me tell you what happened yesterday in case you didn't hear. Mike Lindell. All right, look, I'm as annoyed with his commercials as just about anybody else. But the guy is a stand-up guy. If you don't know who Mike Lindell is, he owns a company called MyPillow. And he ought to be advertising on this show. I actually talked to one of his executives about advertising on this show, but that's a behind-the-scenes thing. So don't worry. I hope to bore you to tears with some MyPillow ads soon. This guy has a great story. I mean, this guy, I believe, was addicted to drugs at one point, got out of it. I'm not even sure if he actually went to jail or something at some point. But he got out of it. He found faith and created a company, hires I don't know how many people, but he's built an amazing, awesome company here in the United States, folks. He manufactures in the United States. And this guy...
in my home state of Michigan.
That's right, in Michigan. Minnesota, I'm sorry. Minnesota, yeah. So here's a guy who manufactures in a blue state of all states, but hopefully Minnesota won't be blue after the next election. But Mike Lindell creates this great company, MyPillow. And the guy's just hires a ton of people and really, really supports a lot of people. And he supports his community. I mean, it's just a really good guy, really good story. If you ever want to see the story behind MyPillow, look it up. But let me tell you what he did. This guy answered the call. This guy transformed 75% of his factory to making N95 masks. Mike Lindell and the MyPillow factory is now making 50,000 masks a day. 50,000 N95 masks a day from a pillow company.
Is that why I didn't get my sheets?
That's why you didn't get your sheets. So, folks, here is a private sector business, a private industry who did not need the government to come take him over. Do you think for a second that your politician, whether it be Pelosi, Schumer, or Sanders, or, good gosh, any politician, establishment Republicans also, do you think any of them could have gone into Mike Lindell's company, turned those factories around, those machines, those 75% of the machines around, reprogrammed the technology, and started pumping out 50,000 masks a day? Hell no, the government couldn't do that. They couldn't do that if they wanted, if they tried. But a private sector business like Mike Lindell could do it, and he did it, and he made it happen, and he didn't need government to take him over. He didn't need Bernie Sanders to threaten him. All he needed was for President Trump to stand up in the podium weeks ago and say, we need everybody to step up. We need help. And Mike Lindell is one of the companies that answer the call. And folks, there are a ton of companies out there: GM, Ford, you name it. There are beautiful, awesome private companies out there, which I probably shouldn't include GM because the ridiculous bailout that they got and the things they did with that money, your taxpayer money, that's another show. But there are some great private companies out there who are answering the call. They are developing vaccines. They are doing testing. They are turning their factories and machinery into making N95 masks. The Ford company, I believe, is pumping out ventilators. So, folks, it is an amazing thing to see what can happen in this country when the private sector decides that they're going to do it, or the American ingenuity comes out. And when there's a call to be answered, Americans answer it. There's a reason why when there's a crisis in the world, if there's a tsunami somewhere in the world, the first people on the scene are Americans. When there's aid being dished out, and I don't care if it has a UN stamp on it, 90% of it's coming from America. Look where UN gets most of its money, from America. The USO, Americans. The United Way, Americans. I mean, folks, the American people, I've told you before, are the most giving people on the planet. And
when the going gets tough,
right?
The tough get going. That's why people have a second thought about messing with us.
That's right. That's right.
They know that if they light the fuse, we'll be the ones that blow it out.
You know, that's so true, David, and we have proven that throughout history. And I got to tell you, though, I get a little afraid right now with the likes of Pelosi. When we have this Wuhan virus going on right now, this crisis, the viral crisis is going on right now, and you have Pelosi, who stood up yesterday and was blaming Trump for everything she could possibly think of, instead of standing together saying, this is not a time for politics, this is a time for us to stand as Americans, and let's kick this Wuhan in the you-know-what. Instead of doing that, she comes out and says, this is not a time for politics, and then turns around and says, Trump is evil. I mean, it's people, we need, that's the other thing we've got to start understanding. The Democrats are not your friend. Establishment Washington is not your friend. There are establishment Republicans, and also they're not your friends. Folks, if you think the Democrats have your health in mind, look, I'm going to deviate a little bit. I had a listener who is a Democrat who likes to point out or likes to say Republicans just want elderly to die. They just want the sick to die. They want people to die. And you know, I can't help but chuckle and laugh when I hear that, because you can stand up as a Democrat and tell me, I heard the Republicans want people to die, or accuse the Republicans of they want people to die. Well, I can show you proof that the Democrats are letting the elderly die. Folks, which party is it that has something called evaluated, I'm going to get this wrong, oh my goodness, you can look it up. For layman terms, it's called a death panel. For political pretty name terms, I believe it's called evaluated life. Oh gosh, I'm going to get this wrong. I'm going to have to look it up. But there's, but it is in Obamacare. It's in every plan that the Democrats have for health care. They have something to the extent of evaluated life expectancy, as a formula. And basically what they do is when you are a certain age, you're no longer a producer. And if you're no longer the producer, then you no longer get the health care. So if you're a certain age, if you're 75 and you need a heart transplant, or you need a kidney transplant, or you need a pacemaker, they will use this formula and say you're 75, and according to the formula, you're no longer working, you're no longer productive in society, you're no longer a taxpayer. Therefore, the quality adjusted life years, that's what it is. I knew it would come to me. Look it up, folks. Find out the party that believes and has instituted in their plans, including Obamacare, quality adjusted life years. That's where they will look at you if you're a certain age and say, according to the quality adjusted life years, you're no longer a producer. You're not going to get the transplant. You're not going to get the pacemaker. You're not going to get the care to save your life. You're going to get a pain pill so you can go away and die. That's your Democrat Party. If you don't believe me, folks, Look up quality adjusted life years. Look it up in Obamacare. Look up Obama in a video when he was asked about a 95-year-old grandmother. Would she be saved? And Obama looked at that person and said, well, you know, your 95-year-old grandmother lived a good life. We will give her something and make her comfortable, and she can die. That's your Democrat Party. So don't come to me and tell me that the Republicans and Trump want to kill the elderly when you have a Democrat Party who actually have it in a bill called Quality Adjusted Life Years, where they can justify letting your family member die. And when I say your family member, folks, because do you think Biden's family member is going to get a quality adjusted life yeared? No. Do you think Sanders, any of his family members will be quality adjusted? Do you think Pelosi's family members? Do you think anyone in Washington is going to have a family member that's going to die? No. No, they won't be under the same thing as you, the peasant. All right, folks, that is all the time we have for today. Thanks so much for listening. We'll get to much more next week. Stay tuned for Locked and Loaded with Roger B. He is coming up, and he's raring to go. I believe he's locked and loaded. Stay tuned, folks.
Get your pen and paper ready. If there's a move in your near future, I'm here to tell you that the folks I used and now recommend is Around Town Movers. Timothy and the guys recently moved me, and I am and was totally satisfied with a sometimes not so fun experience moving. Call Timothy at 770-378-4708 and make it a good move and a good experience. Around Town Movers for that local or cross-country move. Timothy, Around Town Movers, in my opinion, are the best. That's Around Town Movers. Call them.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
My name is Kyle Hayes, a motorsports student at Alfred State College. Every year, Alfred State students compete in the Great Race, which is a cross-country time endurance rally for vintage vehicles. As you can imagine, it's pretty costly. I'm asking for your help. Your donation can make it possible for these students to live their passion and promote the vintage automobile industry. Please visit our site at give.alfredstate.edu and search Great Race to learn more and help us reach our goal. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Scott Barber, and you're on America's Web Radio for another episode of the Doctor's Lounge. Today is a really exciting day. I have a guest, Commander Major Dr. soon-to-be Congressman Rich McCormick is my guest here. He's a really amazing guy, a former rugby player, and somebody that I respect and that I will be voting for Congress in the Georgia 7th race coming up. Rich, how you doing today?
Great. Thanks for having me on today.
Can you just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you're about, and maybe explain how you've done all of these things? And I know I didn't even scratch the surface with all of your accomplishments in life, but why don't you lay that out for our listeners?
Well, thanks very much. I'm currently an ER physician locally in the 7th District at a hospital, at a couple of hospitals there, and I go to church there and live there, and my wife is an oncologist in the same region. Formerly a Marine Corps pilot for about 16 years. Was an associate professor at Morehouse College as well as Georgia Tech, which is where I did my pre-med. I went to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine, where my senior year I was elected student body president at a school that's about 60% female, 80% black, and 95% liberal, mainly because of the relationships I had. And it's pretty amazing to see that kind of come full circle, because then I went to Emory University for my residency, finished there and went back in the Navy as an ER doc. Finished up my last 4 years. My last tour overseas was in Afghanistan. I came back from there little bit more than 3 years ago when I came back, and then retired shortly after and came back here to Georgia.
That's awesome. I mean, you don't look old enough to have accomplished all of those things. What is it that sort of induced you to run for Congress?
So it came out of the Surprise Billing Act, which we were really concerned about. A lot of patients getting bad bills. Up to 50% of all patients have dealt with this, where you'd had the insurance companies not come to grips with a physician group or a hospital on how they contract, and so the patient would be stuck with a bill that wasn't reimbursed by the insurance company. And so, of course, then they would go through the stress and of the arbitration process that was not, basically the insurance companies would wipe their hands of it, and there was no laws to protect them. So we went down to the state house for several years in a row trying to solve this, and I did not like the way we were treated. You'd have competing bills with people with special interests, and it got me fired up. Over a year ago when I first got involved in this, I'm like, we got to do something. They're like, well, if you want to do something, you got to be at the table instead of on the table, and that's when I got encouraged to get into politics, and from there all the obstacles got swept away, and here I am sitting in a real good position to win this race.
Well, thank goodness that there are people like you who are running for Congress. This show is typically about comparing and contrasting socialized medicine to free market medicine. And really, when people talk about healthcare, they're not always talking about the same things. In our healthcare system, what we want is access, we want quality, we want the best costs, and we want our healthcare to be innovative, constantly moving in better and more effective ways to treat people, to give us happier, healthier lives. We commonly talk on this show about the difference between Hippocrates and Plato. Plato described healthcare as being from the perspective of the state, where decisions were made that were in the best interests of the state. That is not how we do things in America. Our oath is the Hippocratic Oath. Our goal is to take care of patients. We're very patient-centric. And in my experience in healthcare that's been almost 30 years, I've been able to see both types of policy put into place, that being the government-run healthcare system, which we all know from our experiences at the Veterans Administration, which is the most draconian, most awful way to possibly do medicine. Unfortunately, we see a lot of people around the world are stuck in socialized medicine healthcare systems, which we can see in real time is not very effective at combating the coronavirus outbreak. In this country, we've been moving steadily towards socialized medicine with more and more government control over our resources, patients and doctors having less and less control over their healthcare decisions. Talk a little bit about that and what your policy and prescription is for resolving this.
Right. So the reason that we keep on marching towards socialized medicine is because of the bad behavior in the free market system. The free market system has provided us an opportunity to excel in medicine. That's why we have the best medicine in the world. People talk about our longevity. Why is our longevity not as good as other countries? Because we have other reasons we die, whether it be from suicide, homicide. But if you take those kind of things out, the violent things that end our lives, we outlive everybody.
Yeah, life expectancy is not a measure of the quality of healthcare, which is why proponents of socialized medicine always use it.
Right, because there's lies, damn lies, and statistics, as Mark Twain would once say. And I think the lie is that we don't have, I mean, they talk about infant mortality. The only reason we have a lower infant mortality is because we try to save babies who are 20 weeks old when nobody else even says that. They just, that doesn't count. Because
what most people don't realize, there's only one country in the entire world that counts every single live birth as a live birth, and that's the United States of America. Every other country that keeps infant mortality statistics takes cases out. If you're a visitor from another country, they don't count you. If the baby's born at less than 500 grams, they don't count it. Right. And a variety of other reasons. So their numbers are artificially inflated. But if you correct for that, the lowest infant mortality rate is in the United States of America. And a lot of people don't realize it's very difficult to get a baby into a NICU along our northern border because they're filled with Canadian babies.
Right. Exactly right. And so we don't take that into account, that we actually save all these babies' lives that otherwise they wouldn't even try in another country. Same thing with the way we do statistics on gun violence, for example. We're the only country in the world that counts suicides as gun violence, which makes up about 70% of all gun deaths, if you will. And so once again, the lying statistics that people use in the liberal media to warp the perception by the people, we the people. And I think one of the problems we have, though, if we don't clean up the way we're doing medicine, because it is expensive, and that's our biggest problem. It's not that it's not good, it's fantastic. We spend a ton of money on it, though, and the reason we spend a ton of money is because we're not good at the way we regulate things. And when I say regulate, I'm not asking for more laws, I'm asking for less laws. The more laws we have, the more expensive it gets, because what happens, that's how we justify these outrageous prices in pharmaceuticals. The fact that we pay 10 times more for insulin here than we do in Canada, when it's a chemically identical substance, is outrageous. The fact that you spent 4 times more on Botox when it's made in the same factory is outrageous. You can actually be fined. They can come confiscate your drugs, fine you, because you have a chemically identical drug to somebody else, just because there's a regulation out there that says I can do that. And that's protectionism. That's where these laws have actually hurt us, and that's why some of these bad actors, whether it be pharmaceuticals, insurance companies, whoever, that pay both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, to make laws that protect them from any kind of competition, any kind of fair market solution, has made medicine more expensive. And what they're counting on, and this is what I believe, in my personal opinion, the Affordable Care Act has done, is forced us into a worse and worse system so that it's bound to fail, and people are bound to get fed up with it, whether it be surprise billing or anything else that's wrong with medicine, to the point where people are going to eventually say, I've had it with this. Let's go to socialized medicine. It can't be any worse. And then they're going to really get taken to the cleaners, because then you have no fair market solutions. Then you have no competition to do better, to work harder. And then medicine will go down, down, down like everywhere else.
Well, we've seen this, right? You've been in the political arena long enough to know that Republicans and Democrats alike have really done nothing to secure free market health care. George Bush had control of both houses for a period of time, and nothing was done to secure private medicine or free market medicine or patient-centric medicine. Obviously, Obamacare got implemented. It's been steadily taking root over a long time, and a lot of people don't realize that when Social Security passed, it was a disaster for a very long time, but eventually it got so ensconced into the American way of life that we're still dealing with the ramifications of that failed policy to this day. And they're using the same playbook with Obamacare. And I hear a lot of patients that are, in many cases, educated people, for example, the CEO of one of the hospitals I work at, saying to themselves, well, I have great health care. And the fact of the matter is when you have the government that's mandating what procedures and what types of care you're allowed to have, they're mandating how much you can charge for the health care, and they're creating these risk corridors where hospital systems can only lose a certain amount of money. That is one-size-fits-all government-run healthcare. Now, you may think you're getting Blue Cross Blue Shield or Aetna or Cigna, but at the end of the day, you're really not. And it's this web of big medicine that is special interest, that's paying off Republicans and Democrats, that's preventing us from getting a patient-centered healthcare system. And one of the things we talk about is whenever you get a third-party payer system, whether it's Medicare or Medicaid or an insurance company that's picking up the tab, they're going to the table with the politicians, with all of the other players involved, and what you're getting is product being sold and bought with other people's money. And the more that happens, the more they're able to fleece the system, and we get less of what we want. And I use the example, my mother fell down the stairs not long ago. She got injured. My brother called me and said, Mom's not doing well. And I said, listen, you need to take her to the emergency room, and these are the things I want you to get. I want you to get these x-rays. I need these lab tests. But listen, when you hit the emergency room, they're going to hit you with all this kind of stuff, and taking care of Mom is almost going to be an afterthought. And after my brother took her to the hospital, he called me back and he said, man, what was that all about? They really did do all this stuff. They did nursing home placement testing and all this kind of stuff. And I said, the reason that happened is because there's an arrangement with the hospital system and Medicare of what they will pay for. And so when Mom hits the emergency room, they fleece her for everything. They get every scan they can do. They run every test they can do because they're being paid with third-party money, the Medicare money. And then the problems that are actually affecting my mother at that moment are an afterthought. And this is kind of the problem with healthcare right now. We have got to get doctors and patients back in charge of making their own healthcare decisions.
Absolutely, 100%. You know, it's really funny. We don't motivate people to do the right things in medicine. Matter of fact, with the way that insurance and pharmaceuticals are designed right now, there's no accountability at all. So, for example, if you go in, you have insurance, it gives you that false sense of security that I don't have to worry about anything because it's going to be paid for. What we don't realize is, first of all, 1 out of every 5 taxpayer dollars is spent on healthcare already. That doesn't count your deductibles. It doesn't count your premiums. Anything else you pay out of pocket, that's not counting any of that. So if you think about the incredible cost on that, but people get lulled to sleep because I have insurance. I can go anywhere I want and do anything I want, and it's going to be paid for. So they go to the ER for things they shouldn't go because it's paid for, right? My deductible's been met, so I can go anywhere I want to and do anything I want to. So there's no accountability personally. If you look at all the models around the world of different healthcare systems, one of the best ones is Singapore. I've been studying like all these different systems. Why are we not more like Canada or other Nordic countries? There's a lot of countries out there that are more capitalistic than we are in the way that they build their models, not of medicine because they're socialized medicine, but of everything else. Why do they go to socialized medicine? Does it work there or doesn't it work there? Once you really come down to it, Singapore has a great model. Let me explain how that works. So they have basically a free market system. Everything's price transparent. And then they fund an HSA. So let's say you're my employee. I'm gonna pay $2,500. You're gonna pay the other $2,500. That's your money that you have to spend towards your deductible that year. So basically everything else, everything you don't spend that year, you roll over to the next year. And so you're rewarded to make good decisions who you see, whether it be the emergency room or your primary care. What they found is it doesn't make you ration your own health care because you know that long term that's going to affect the expense of your health care. So you still do the right thing. You still get your mammograms, you still get your exams, you still manage your hypertension, all that stuff because you can do that on the cheap because you can shop around to any doctor you want based on pricing transparency. And then if you spend your money wisely, for example, when you go to a pharmaceutical, go to a pharmacy to get your drug, you choose the one that costs the least because now you're motivated to save money. Then you can roll that money over the next. You only spent $1,000 this year. Guess what? Now you're only putting $500 because that's your half of your next year. So you're saving money. Let me give you another example. LASIK surgery on your eyes used to cost $4,000 per eye. But because we had a free market, because it's paid out of pocket, people could shop around to doctors and determine who had the best quality and the best price and go there. And all of a sudden, the competition drove the price down. Now it's under $1,000 per eye, and you get better quality care, and people are happy with the results. Why? Because it was a free market solution. It drove the price down because there's competition. When the government sets prices, you're always going to get the same price. There's no motivation to do better. There's no motivation to work harder. If I'm going to pay a physician a set amount for working, guess what? That is the VA. That is exactly why the VA doesn't work. There's no motivation to work harder. You have a retirement no matter what you do. It's impossible to fire you. And so you end up with this huge conglomerate. And by the way, this is the problem with the VA, is that you have no accountability. You have a bunch of people who are going to retire. They know they are. You have a big building that's full of administrators and no motivation to improve. And that's what's wrong with socialized medicine if we go that direction. But if we don't clean up our privatized medicine, guess what people are going to demand? Unknowingly, uneducated, they're going to ask for the worst solution to the problem.
Well, that's really the basis of this show is it's called the Doctor's Lounge. And we want to have these conversations because you and I have been in this business for a long time, and I don't really have a dog in this hunt other than I want great health care for my kids. And I know what works and I know what doesn't work because I've seen it with my own eyes. And I know as a provider of health care, I know what motivates me and what doesn't motivate me. And I was talking last week when I was working in Oregon, I was the only game in town. And so I would get these consults at 8 o'clock at night for shoulder pain, which is not a very life-threatening or limb-threatening issue. It's just discomfort. People get it all the time, especially older folks when they're in a hospital for other reasons. And when I was in Oregon and the only game of town, I'd get that call at 8 o'clock at night. I'd be like, you know what, I'm going to see that in the morning. But in Atlanta, where they could call a bunch of other different doctors, I'm in that patient's room right away because I want to show them that I'm worth something. And this just shows I'm the same guy. I've got the same morals, the same education, upbringing, and everything. It's just a competitive marketplace makes me a better doctor than in a less competitive marketplace. The other thing that's important to note is the Oregon plan, where they had the ability to sort of look at the outcomes on patients with Medicaid. And just to kind of summarize the study, it showed that people with no health care had better health scores than patients that were on Medicaid, actually showing that this government-run health care plan was actually worse for you. Contrast that with the Indiana plan, where they took states' employees, gave them the option of basically creating an HSA, similar to what you were describing in Singapore. And what they discovered after a period of time was that they had something like 65% fewer emergency room visits, 50% fewer hospital admissions, and I think it was something like 30%, 35% less per prescription drug, and the patients had a higher health score. And after however long this study was, several years, only 4% of people had switched back to a traditional health insurance plan. And what this shows us is that when you become a consumer of healthcare, you make better decisions, the quality of your healthcare is better, and you spend less money. And that's what we need to do, is we need to reacquaint doctors and patients with the costs of the procedures and the healthcare that they're receiving. Socialized medicine does not take inventory of success or failure. They just keep doing it the same way over and over again, regardless of outcome, because there's no consequence.
Right. And it's important to realize that in the best of situations, let's take Canada, for example. Everybody talks about, oh, Canada's so great, it works great there. First of all, they have a very homogenous society, unlike us. So they should be able to do it really well. The problem is people don't realize how many people from Canada come to America for their health care. Why? Because as soon as they get referred to a specialist, the average wait is about 21 weeks. That's nearing a half a year to see a specialist, and that has gotten worse every single year. Now, that's in a great system comparatively to the rest of the world, and that's in a very homogeneous. I mean, let's face it. There's some differences between Canada and America in the mix of people and payers. There's a mix in the way that we even approach life. I mean, when they win a championship in hockey, you can't even tell the next day in the city. We win a championship in something. I mean, the city's trash. It's just a different mentality. But they do it as well as they can, and they still have horrible health care compared to us, thinking that they have great health care because it's all free. First of all, remember, it's not free. Look at the healthcare system when we talked about the VA, when we referred to always this comparison. It's the only good example we have of socialized medicine. We spent over $220 billion on 8 million applicants. We have this huge overhead of buildings and people who have been there forever, and yet there's no motivation to excel. As a matter of fact, if I had my ways, if I was king for a day, I would take all the ones that are not serving that public, and we should all, by the way, agree on this one thing as Americans. Why is it that people who come here against the law are getting better health care than the people who have served and sacrificed for their nation overseas in harm's way once they get out of the military? That is criminal. Plain and simple. And if we can't give them good health care through the Veterans Administration, then they should be able to go out in the civilian world and get the same health care that all the people who come across the border illegally, or come to this country illegally, and then demand their free health care and get premium health care as a result. That's criminal.
Well, the fact of the matter is, you said it, nothing is free. We're going to pay for health care one way or another, and we talk on this show a lot about the great Milton Friedman, the economist Milton Friedman, talked about the 4 ways to spend money. You can spend your money on yourself, your money on someone else, other people's money on yourself, and the worst way of all is other people's money on other people. Neither cost nor quality matter. And when we talk about Canada, I was going back and forth with someone on Twitter yesterday who was extolling the virtues of Canadian healthcare and talking about how amazing socialized medicine was. And I explained to them that my practice, Barber Orthopedics, has more MRI than entire provinces in Canada. The Premier of Newfoundland, who, by the way, was a big advocate for socialized medicine, when he needed his heart surgery, he came to Miami to get it because it wasn't offered in Canada. And we see 60,000 people a year that leave Canada to get their health care elsewhere because they can't get it in Canada. And you also were talking about the exorbitant wait times. The other thing that's always amazing to me is when patients will say, I get great health care, and my answer to that is always, how would you know? If you don't go to medical school and you don't know what's available and what could happen, all you understand is what your outcome is. we've probably both read the book, The House of God. You and I both know that in the end, it's in God's hands. We do the best that we can, but doctors don't really save lives. God does. And it's not really up to us in many cases. But what is important about healthcare is that the decisions that are made between doctors and patients, and that the allegiance of that doctor is towards the patient. We've seen with the expansion of government control in healthcare, the passage of Obamacare, we now have 53% of physicians are now employed by hospital systems. And as an employee, those hospital systems put restrictions on them. For example, if a patient gets an infection, that's a ding against the doctor and is going to affect their reimbursement. If you readmit a patient within 30 days of a discharge, that's going to be a ding against the doctor. And so they've created these perverse relationships where if you look at a patient who's maybe overweight and diabetic and they smoke cigarettes and they're kind of sickly, you're thinking in the back of your head, if I try and do something for this patient, they might have a bad outcome and that will reflect poorly on me and decrease my reimbursement. Or if you discharge a patient and they need to come back in 15 days, you're going to be incentivized to keep them out of the hospital because you don't want to have that mark against you, even if it's the right thing for the patient. And you and I both know there are a lot of reasons why somebody needs to be readmitted within 30 days of a discharge that have nothing to do with anything the patient did wrong or anything the doctor did wrong. It's just the way healthcare is.
It's always a problem when administrators are making rules based on what they see as a business model rather than what we see as the art of medicine. And you're absolutely right. There's some statistics that say, yeah, sure, you shouldn't have a patient come right back after you discharge them. That means you did something wrong. But that is, you never let a rule be a determining factor on making a common sense decision. I always like to say in the military, never let a rule make you stupid.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we have plenty of those.
Yeah, I think about all the times, too, that I look at patients and I'm trying to make an informed judgment, and I'll say, hey, listen, why don't we send you home, see how you do? I know in the back of my mind if things don't work out, you can come back in. Well, now you're thinking to yourself, you know what, I'm going to keep you in the hospital until I'm positive you won't go home. How is that for resources? We're basically wasting resources that we're not going to be able to use in other avenues. And that's really, in the end, that's why the decision making needs to be between doctors and patients. Listen, one of the things that's really frustrated me is I went to medical school like you did. I studied really hard. I didn't see my 20s, or at least the end of my 20s. My 30s I spent in books as well. I went to a residency program that was 5 years. I then did a fellowship for a year, 13 years of training just to get to the starting line, and then practicing for 20 years. I have perspective about what works, what doesn't work, and people have heard the phrase, it's not the science of medicine, it's the art of medicine, because it's more than just going to WebMD and looking at what to do. There's so many more factors that you have to take into consideration. I get offended when some administrator comes down and institutes a draconian rule that has nothing to do with the care of my patient. I just had this happen yesterday. With all of this coronavirus stuff going on, we had a patient that I needed to do a procedure on. I went to a hospital I was taking call at, and I was looking down at my cell phone as I was walking in the door, and I was immediately accosted by 10 people screaming at me, "Where's your badge?" And I had it in my hand because I was just walking in the door, and I kind of showed it, and they all yelling at me, "Put it on." And I look, and it's 10 security guards. I thought we weren't supposed to congregate in groups of greater than 10. You had 10 security guards, not to check my temperature, not to ask me any screening information about cough or shortness of breath or fever, not to encourage me to wash my hands or anything, to put my badge on. I mean, this is the way the bureaucracy thinks. Then I go to the operating room, and they instituted this procedure of putting when the anesthesiologist put the patient to sleep, everybody else has to leave the room for 15 minutes. And the concept is they're letting water droplets settle before we go in. This to me is so ridiculous. Where did this science come from? Who made these decisions? you're costing 15 minutes for every patient for something. I'm going to be in a mask anyway. Am I really being protected? And I'm being told that we have limited resources at these hospitals, and here you are adding 15 minutes onto every case for something that I can't even imagine is going to make a bit of difference. This is the kind of stuff that you and I deal with every day at the hospitals.
So this is the amazing thing about government, right? They like to say that they've done something. Same thing with any administration in the hospital. I made a rule, therefore I fixed the problem. Even though we have no data afterwards that has fixed anything. We have tons and tons of rules, both in the hospital system and laws and the government, that people have basically said, look, I made a law, I fixed it. And then that law goes on the books, and we suffer the consequences. No problem was fixed. It's just like the same reason whenever we have catastrophic problems, whether it be a hurricane or an earthquake or tornado around the world. Let's say it happens in Malaysia and millions of people die. And then we as Americans say, I'm going to give them $1 billion. And we just say, look, we fixed it. Meanwhile, somebody's driving around in a Ferrari now in Malaysia, and the people who got hurt are still living in mud huts, dying, and with their disease process, because none of that money got to where it was supposed to go. But we did something. Congratulations, as we pat ourselves on the back as a government, because we gave $1 billion. We do it in churches too. We do it in hospitals too. We do constantly. We make rules to say, look, I addressed this problem, and we do it. The military is one of the worst problems with that. And you just talked about the people who follow rules. You know, oh, you didn't have your badge in your hand or on your collar in the right place. That didn't fix anything, right? I mean, I've seen recently mayors react in the wrong ways because they're making rules that they want to fix this social distancing problem, and they think that a rule or a fine is going to fix that. You think that making laws is going to fix drug abuse. I can give you 1,000,000 reasons that rules and laws don't fix things. Education does. The reason that kids don't smoke anymore is because we've educated the young people. Now we have to do the same thing with vaping and heroin and crack and everything else. That's a big problem with this upcoming generation, because we spent time educating them on one thing, which is great, but we neglected other parts of education. If you want to fix the drug problem in America, educate people so they can make the right decisions. If you want to fix the healthcare system in America, don't make another law. Educate the people on what they need to do to fix it. Give them a piece of the pie, the accountability they need. Education is the key to most problems in America, not laws.
Yeah, it's funny. I think about the way that the bureaucracies, particularly in the hospital, affect healthcare. And one of my favorites is MRSA, MRSA infection. So when we go to medical school, we learn the difference between what are known as nosocomial infections, meaning they're nasty bugs that live primarily in the hospitals, versus what we call a community-acquired infection, something that's sort of out in the community. And, in the hospital, we're using antibiotics, and there's a lot of sick people, and so we tend to breed these nasty bugs. MRSA used to be considered a nosocomial infection, meaning it was a specific strain of Staph aureus that was primarily in hospitals, but it over time became a community-acquired infection. When I go to see a patient in a room, there's a bunch of gowns hanging on the door, masks, gloves, all this resource to just go in and evaluate them as if they have the Ebola virus. And I often think to myself, how much money is wasted on that policy and procedure, and it has absolutely nothing to do with science, and doctors have nothing to do. And I just, to this day, I laugh. I go and I see a patient with MRSA, and I'm looking at all of this stuff on their door. There's this protocol. You have to gown up, mask up, glove up, all this stuff just to go in and say hello or how you're doing. It's really stupid, and we need to really decisions need to be between doctors and patients. We don't always have the right answer, but that's why the patients need to be in control. If they don't like the information that a particular doctor is presenting, they need to have the opportunity to go get another opinion from another doctor. We're going to pick this up when we get back from this break.
Whether cruising the strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com. Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Welcome back to the America's Web Radio. This is the Doctor's Lounge. Today my guest is soon-to-be Congressman, Commander Major Dr. Rich McCormick. He's running for the Georgia 7th District for Congress. He's also an emergency room physician, pilot, former Marine, or I guess once a Marine, always a Marine, a commander in the Navy, really an impressive guy. We've been talking about healthcare. We've been talking about what he plans to bring to Congress, free market solutions to our healthcare. And one of the things that's sort of big in the news these days is the coronavirus. I know I've touched my face a couple of times during the course of this broadcast, and my wife is going to be busting my chops when I get home. But we need to talk about some common sense things that we can all do to help protect ourselves during this. And I would like you and I to kind of discuss this a little bit from a doctor's perspective, to maybe give people some perspective out there and help give them some information that they can use when making decisions about their lives. I quickly did a count on Worldometer. Apparently there's, so far in the world this year, just since January to today, we've had 123,000 flu deaths. To date, the coronavirus has claimed 48,311 deaths. In the United States, we've typically, according to the CDC, we'll have somewhere around 60,000 deaths from the flu in a typical year. And we currently have 5,113 coronavirus deaths. Now, a lot of things come to mind here. First of all, I don't necessarily believe these numbers. I'm a physician out there practicing, and I don't really know how they would be able to come up with these numbers. I don't know that they're really making it a priority to measure them accurately, meaning I'm sure there's people who die of flu that don't make it onto that count because we're not looking, because there's no reason to. Right now, everybody's focused on coronavirus, and I think if you have stroke and heart attack and an open wound and you have dementia, and you also happen to have coronavirus, they're going to attribute your death to the coronavirus when really it was sort of a superfluous thing. But having said that, how do you think things are going so far?
So it's going to be, time will tell. And here's where I have to be very careful, because every time we make an assumption, the game changes, whether it be even the guidelines of what we're supposed to wear into rooms change almost daily. The statistics change daily. If you look at the wide variance between Germany and Italy, they're right next door to each other, really. And one has a 0.5% mortality rate, the other one has a 10% mortality rate. There's something wrong with the statistics. Once again, there's something wrong with the way that we're recording information, with the way we're testing, with the way we're assimilating the death rate to what's actually happening. And I see that as one of the biggest problems, is evaluating truly what's effective in treating this and how we've contained it. I will say that President Trump, in my opinion, did a very good job. And the reason I say that is because every time the other side, which will criticize him no matter what he does, I understand that's politics, but the first thing they said was he's being xenophobic, right? He's closed down the borders. That's crazy. Why
He's making a racist move by trying to ban travel from places where the coronavirus had taken hold.
I literally just watched a highlight of probably 10 different news agencies highlight that. A bunch of politicians saying, how dare he? Now all those politicians are saying, he waited too long. That's telling right there. No matter, they were trying to find chinks in the armor, but the fact is he acted very quickly based on the information he had. He's decentralized command, which means he's given regional command to each governor and county so that people could deal with this in the way that they see fit, because not every country, or excuse me, not every state or region is going to have the same kind of problems. I mean, obviously, New York is not going to be the same thing as Oklahoma. The exposure rate, the amount of hospital facilities.
Just the natural social distancing in Oklahoma versus New York, where everybody's living on top of one another.
Exactly. And I think that's what's really important to realize, that not one solution fits all. And this goes back to my pet peeve, is our Department of Education thinking that one educational system is good for everybody, or any other department that thinks that one thing fits all. This decentralization is a great model to fit for all government, in my opinion. I think the more decentralization, the better reaction time. That's why the Marines are excellent at what they do, because they decentralize command so that the individual Marine knows what the mission is, and then they can act according to what they're seeing on the battlefield live. And that is the best way to handle medicine, too. Let the doctor,
It's the same philosophy about doctors and patients making their own healthcare decisions.
Exactly. I think another great thing that President Trump has done that many people wouldn't have done is mobilize the private industry to work hand-in-hand with the government. They have the best ideas. They have the most innovative way of creating solutions to a need. This is what happened during World War II, the sleeping giant, when it was awoke. We got to a point where the shipping industry could produce a battleship per day. Think about that.
It's crazy.
The number of planes that could be produced in one day. Ford converted their entire plant over to war industry rather than civil industry, and that's what made us so unbelievably strong. And that's exactly what we're fighting a war on a virus now.
We've seen people like Michael Lindell, who makes pillows for a living, all of a sudden shift gears, and now he's making much-needed ventilators. I mean, it's really a similar type thing happening in the country today, and I agree with you 100%. I think Donald Trump has done an amazing job with very limited and difficult information. I mean, I've been studying this all of my adult life, and I'm having a difficult time making a proper assessment here because we don't have all the information. You and I both know that the infectiousness of this disease is much less than what they're purporting it to be. I know for a fact that there are people out in the community that have been infected with the coronavirus and are not being counted in the number of total infections. And we know that there are people out there who are contracting the disease and who are, either small symptoms, light symptoms, or no symptoms at all, and they're not being counted in the overall number. Now, having said that, there is something serious going on here. When people are affected with this disease and it's severe, there are people that are dying from this that we would not expect to die, but it's not a clear picture, right? We're not seeing all kinds of young people coming in. It's one-offs or, a relatively small number, but something is difficult here. I think Donald Trump, with no real medical education, is relying on people to explain things to him, and he's having to make decisions on this. And as I said, I'm having trouble with these decisions in my own life. I have a medical practice. I knew about the coronavirus a long time ago. Just like when Benghazi happened, I knew the entire story the next day through my Twitter. Just being connected with people, I knew that information. I didn't know that it was correct that day, but as years passed and I look back on it, it's like, wow, I knew that day. I knew the same thing, that something was going on with the coronavirus long before it was being talked about here, and I asked people on my staff to buy up masks and gloves because I made the determination that these things may become rare in the future. Well, it turns out that my staff didn't do what I asked them to do, and the reason was they said they weren't allowed to purchase more masks and gloves because even in times of no pandemic, I'm rationed the amount of stuff I can buy, and a lot of that supply chain comes from China. And this is something that we need to look at when this thing is over. We need to bring our supply chains for critical things like medical supplies back to the United States. So anyway, I had to start prioritizing. When are people going to wear masks and when are they going to use gloves? Because I don't have enough for every person to use gloves and masks in every single interaction. So what did I do? I went back to my education at med school. You and I know that surgical masks do not prevent virus from passing in and out, and we were taught that it doesn't protect you from virus. So is it proper to wear a mask in every situation. There's also two sides of the ledger, right? If you wear a mask, you and I both know wearing a mask irritates your face, and when you're not used to it, it causes you to touch your face a lot, and that can actually cause more problems. So are we causing harm with masks? And the same issues that I had in my own practice, dealing with a relatively small number of people, we're watching that happen nationwide right now. People that are, what I call the peanut gallery, that are, if Trump tells people to wear masks, it's too much. If he's not wearing masks, it's malpractice. What are your thoughts?
I have seen it even in the hospital system, because there is a shortage of certain PPE, that we're reusing gowns, for example, and there's a lot to be said on that. I mean, the contamination, even though we do everything exactly the way we're told to, it changes every day. So why is it changing? The information hasn't really changed. The supply chain has changed. So we're literally basing our policy on supply chain stuff, not on information that's vetted through science or even through the art of medicine. So this just goes to show you there's a lot more factors based on our decision making than just doing what's right for the patient or even for the healthcare provider. And some of it's just necessity. It's just the way it is. I mean, we have to accept that. But I think if you talk once again about the fear mongering and the bad decisions that can lead to in the government. For example, when we came up with this stimulus package, and not to tie this back in, well, it does tie into the coronavirus. The more we keep people at home, including the young, healthy people, and I understand a couple outliers, like you said, there are going to be some young, healthy people that die. But on an average year, even not an average year, a bad year like 2 years ago when we had roughly 70,000 people die of the flu, nobody ever talked about the healthy people who died that year. Nobody, couldn't, it could be 100, it could be 1,000, we don't know, because nobody ever even kept statistics on it. It was just happening, we didn't shut down everything, and yet, same thing with H1N1. We lost anywhere from 12 to 18,000 people in 2009, and those were mostly young, healthy people, because the older generation were actually immune to it because of prior exposure, and we didn't talk about the statistics on that because there wasn't the same reaction. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't be careful. I'm not saying we shouldn't social distance. I'm not saying anything to minimize the impact. That scares me too, to think that you could be a healthy person one day and die the next day. But the fact of the matter is, this was absolutely going to affect our oldest and most vulnerable generation by and far. The people who are going to die of something in the next 3 years are going to vastly be at a disadvantage to the disease process. The fact that we're going to even pressure the president into keeping people home longer than they should be at the cost of our economy, the cost of our sanity. I mean, you're going to have some crime start to uptick. You're going to have poverty uptick. You're going to have an economy.
Suicides go up.
The economy that's going to struggle as a result of this is going to affect us in so many negative ways. The question is, at what point do you say it's okay to get our youngest and healthiest people back to work, to support this economy, to get us back right so we can do the right thing as soon as possible, understanding that people have to take some sort of personal accountability, that same word we talked about before with healthcare, that if I'm going to be around an older generation, maybe I shouldn't be doing a certain job, or if I'm older or at risk, I'm not going to, let's give another example. If I'm saying we need to mobilize all these retired physicians to go see these COVID patients, you're talking about people over 60 who maybe have health care problems going to see people who are infected. How is that going to help when they end up on the ventilator because they got exposed now? I get it, we need more doctors, but now they have an individual decision to make, and it's their decision. That's okay in that situation because we have a need, but it's not okay in the situation when it comes to a worker who goes and produces something that we're going to consume and help this country with. Why is it okay with one person and not with another person? It's all based on convenience to the narrative, and that's where I say we are a country that always valued our freedom over our security or our safety. That's what made America great, is that we can make our own decisions. We can actually say, I'm more responsible than the government is for my own well-being, and I know what's best for me better than the government does. And that's what we should stick to, understanding, the president has more information than me. I'm going to take into account what he says. Do I believe the government? Yes, maybe, no. It's up to you in the end to take care of yourself and to understand what's best for you based on the information that you're fed by the government and the CDC and other people that have our best interests, or maybe not, in hand.
Well, we know that the statistics coming out of Italy demonstrate that the most of the people that are severely impacted, deaths and things like this, are the older population. We know that, I want to say it was something like 50% of the people had 3 or more comorbidities that made them sick. There are other things at play here when we talk about, you'll hear about a patient who had no other comorbidities and they succumb to this. And one of the things that comes to mind with me is glutathione. Glutathione is a molecule that's produced by the liver, and it helps protect our lungs with oxygen toxicity and free radicals and things of that nature. And we know that people who drink a lot of alcohol have a depletion of their glutathione. And I've had experience with patients in the past who seemingly healthy, relatively minor procedures, they get on a ventilator and they can never get off, and it turns out that it's because they have a reduction in this molecule produced by the liver called glutathione. This is just one example of a lot of different things that could be affecting the situation. We also know that people have different inflammatory reactions to things, right? Some people get stung by a bee, no big deal. Other people die from a bee sting. But we don't take draconian measures about bee stings. Now, in the end, I still don't really have a good feel for the numbers. I know we talk a lot about this flattening the curve, because really what the issue is, it's not so much that we're not able to deal with the sickness, it's just we can't have everybody going to the hospital on the same day, all needing ventilators and all of this type of stuff. But one of the things that's really important for people to understand when you're making your calculations is politics absolutely affects the medical decisions that we make, and we're seeing it happen already. You and I both know that on the day before this pandemic started, you and I would have both prescribed hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin without giving it a second thought if we felt that it was the proper thing to do for our patients at that time, and we got consent from the patient, and the hospitals would have said nothing about it. Nobody would have second guessed me. It would have been easy to do. All of a sudden, hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin becomes a political issue, and now we're talking about FDA approval and all of these hoops that people have to jump through to do it. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first of all, I think we've assigned too many medications in the past anyways, and you're right, nobody ever second guesses a physician for prescribing too much in the past. Z-Paks for ear infections that I look at the ear the next day and it doesn't look like anything. Tamiflu for patients that were, by the CDC standards, not even recommended to have Tamiflu, made them feel worse to come back to the ER after their PCP, give them Tamiflu for what was maybe a viral infection.
You know, just on that point, when I was in medical school, they told us that most of our upper respiratory tract infections that we get are viral. And antibiotics don't work on viruses, so don't give antibiotics. And for the longest time, I was just recalcitrant to giving azithromycin for people with upper respiratory tract infections because of what I was taught in medical school. And it was only the actual practice of medicine where I understood, hey, something's happening here. We now know that you get an upper respiratory tract infection from a virus, which causes you to get a super infection by your normal bacteria that are living down there, and that causes your symptoms to be worse. And by taking the Z-Pak, you get rid of that super infection by bacteria. I think in medical school, they're still teaching don't give antibiotics for upper respiratory tract infections. This is a perfect example of how doctors who are educated, who are practicing, learn on the job. This is the art of medicine.
And sometimes it's not always the best learning, because I've seen people who give cough suppressants. And when I say it, there's all these products on the market that reduce cough, if you will, quote unquote. But if you look at statistically, they don't do any good. Unless, of course, you get the Purple Syrup, which is basically a heroin product, right, which makes you decrease your sensations so you don't cough, right, which unfortunately is what causes pneumonia. Coughing is annoying. I tell my patients all the time, I get it. You're going to cough for about 3 weeks. It's the average. But that's what God created in you, to get rid of secretions so you can clear that flowing air so that you don't end up with pneumonia. Coughing is a good thing, and if we suppress that, you're going to have problems. So sometimes we, in an effort to diminish a symptom, we give the wrong medications that's actually going to cause a problem downstream. So it goes both ways. Sometimes we prescribe too much, sometimes we prescribe too little, and that's based on the education and the experiences we have, and then, of course, a lot of statistical analysis. And that's the problem with this coronavirus, is we're lacking a lot of information, and it's changing every day. One time we said we're not supposed to give ibuprofen because you're going to be 4 times more likely to die, and then 2 weeks later, oh, never mind. And so we changed our medicine.
Well, my wife still will not allow me to give ibuprofen to my children right now because of this this concern. Another area where we saw something like that happen, there was a study. People always get fixated on a study as if one study is the end-all be-all on any issue. You and I both know that when studies come out, it's just another piece of information. Some studies are really good, other studies not as good, but all studies have bias in them, and none of them are perfect. And one of the big studies that came out was perioperative beta blockers. So a researcher came out, wrote a paper saying that if you give beta blockers to the appropriate patients around the time of surgery, that it decreases mortality. Hospital bureaucrats got a hold of this information and turned the place upside down. I literally cannot do anything until I address the perioperative beta blockers, and I would get really frustrated because I would finish doing an operation, I'd go to the computer to do my post-operative orders, and I would get down to the perioperative beta blockers, and the beta blocker that my patient takes was not part of that list, but it would not allow me to do my orders. So I'd have to go in and put a medicine that was not the correct medicine for the patient, submit the orders, then go back in and put another order saying disregard my beta blocker medicine. I'd be sitting at the computer for an hour when, it used to take me a couple of minutes. And then it turns out, this beta blocker thing is not actually accurate. But my hospital to this day still has this hard stop with the beta blockers. And this is where this sort of cookbook medicine, this top-down bureaucracy, this government run, the WebMD medical care is not effective. And at a time that we're dealing with now with this coronavirus, we need to have people that are more nimble, people that are educated, that can really come up with things that are helping us so that we don't make the cure worse than the disease.
Yeah, there's a lot of statistics that have been changed drastically since the beginning of this. One of the well-vetted, quote-unquote well-vetted studies said we're going to lose 2.2 million people in America, 500,000 in the UK. Since then, it's been radically, and this is a really good scientist who put out this information, and then that's been downgraded radically because he said, I didn't realize how many people have been exposed to this already. Well, that doesn't explain anything, because if they've already been exposed, why didn't they die? The fact of the matter is, it's probably been in the United States since December, is what I'm supposing. We had a lot of patients, especially through January, that I saw who had fevers, who were ill, who tested negative for flu, which is kind of weird in younger people, who did well long-term wise, but they didn't have urinary tract infections, they didn't have pneumonia. Why were they having this cough and this fever? We didn't have an explanation for it, and all of a sudden, look at this new disease that's come through, and now we haven't been treating a lot of these people, and most of them, the vast majority of them, got better. And this leads to my next question: is the more social isolation we do now, which is great, and to flatten the curve, the question is, what's the second wave going to look like when we stop doing this? Because eventually we're not going to do this anymore. Eventually we're going to get back in groups where we're going to have people exposed who have never been exposed. And how do you keep these older people who are eventually going to get exposed from dying? Well, the answer is you're not. Eventually, unless they get vaccinated, and that does them good and it doesn't get them sick, they are going to eventually get exposed, and that's the flattening of the curve, sure. But remember, they're still at risk for a bad outcome long term, and that's one thing we all have to digest, is that a lot of people are still going to die. We're trying to extend the amount of exposure so that the same number, and it could be anywhere, now they're downgraded, 200,000 is their latest statistic, and I think it's going to get lower than that, hopefully. In the long term, once again, we'll get back down to maybe 100,000. That would be a win, I think, at this point. We had the biggest day of deaths this last 24 hours. It was over 1,000 people. I've been keeping up with it every day. It was 700 the day before, around 500 the day before. We had a dip where it was down to 200 and then 500 before that. So we're going to see the worst yet to come. The question is, are we going to get to the levels of 2 years ago where we had, on average, 700 people die a day for 100 straight days? I hope not, but we don't know. And the question is, once we stop social distancing, we start allowing incremental introduction of people back in the system, are we going to see another spike? Yes. How much? We don't know. We don't know is going to be the answer to a lot of questions. I will say that if you're at high risk, keep your distance for a lot longer until they come up with better proven treatments that we're allowed to give, until they come up with a vaccination. We're record pace, by the way, on this. The way the president has gotten rid of regulations once
Thank again, God. which is what the president is good at, by the way. Instead of making laws, the president's really good at getting rid of laws. Laws have been the problems
for decades now, where we've made laws, once again, with great intention, but ill consequence. The president has been fantastic at deregulating. And that goes for, by the way, the EPA, where we talk about, the president's against clean atmosphere. We have the cleanest regulation. We are the best. We are the leading in industry at keeping this world safe and clean. It's good business to do the right thing. And the fact that people criticize him saying, we are going to be a dirty country now, nothing's changed.
Yeah, it's funny. We pulled out of the Paris Climate Accord, and we're the only country that would have been in that accord that has actually exceeded our carbon emissions. Not that I'm giving any credence to carbon emissions, but the point is we're not in any sort of accord, and we just do it anyway because that's how the free market works.
That's exactly right. It's good business to take care of the environment. It's good business not to discriminate. It's good business to have a variety of people in the business place. Hey, when I was an instructor at Morehouse College, and my students my Navy ROTC students getting ready to go into the Navy would do a internship at Coca-Cola, I had to fight them to say, no, you can't give up your Navy scholarship to go work for Coca-Cola because they offer them the world. That's good business to have a variety of people. You didn't have to make a law about that. You don't have to encourage businesses by laws to force people to do what's already right. When you make laws, that means you're going to create a stigma. You're going to create a bias. You're going to create prejudice.
You force people to consider things that they ordinarily wouldn't consider. I mean, that happened to me in my own business. I mean, listen, the older I get, the more I realize that nobody really cares about you. They care about themselves. So when I'm interacting with you, what I care about, can you be a good boss to me? Can you be a good friend to me? Can you be a good employee for me? Can you be an educator for me or my kids? I want you to be able to produce something for me. I don't care what you look like. I don't really care much what you do on your personal time as long as it's not illegal and that it's moral. But for the most part, I don't care about these things. I care that, especially when I'm hiring people, I just need people who can do the job. And I've been shocked over the years at how the only time I've ever considered any kind of protected class was race, color, creed, or anything else like that was because it was forced upon me by consultants telling me you can't do this or that because of the political ramifications. Left to my own devices, I wouldn't consider it at all. So anyway, that's kind of a sidebar from what we're really talking about, which is how to handle this coronavirus.
It's the same. It is very. It has a great correlation, though, right? Giving people the opportunity by education to make the right decisions, and that's what this is all about. It does tie back in.
Well, and you see these people, the Democrats on this task force, concerned about the number of white men on these boards, which is just utterly ridiculous in a time of pandemic that we would be considering such a thing. I want the smartest people, the most experienced people to be on the case here.
It's like saying that the SEALs, the Navy SEALs, have to have a certain number of women and minorities or whatever to go do a mission overseas when it is really about your capability. I don't care what you look like. If I'm going to battle and I'm a Marine, I do not care what you look like or what you believe as long as you got my back and that you can keep up and that I don't have to carry your pack at the end of the day. That's what matters to me. That's what matters to most Marines. That's the way we are. And the fact that you need to make a rule to force somebody in and maybe compromise our standards. Gosh, this person doesn't have the same standard because we need variety, not quality. That's concerning to me. And the same thing in medicine. I need to know what works. Educate me, and then let me make the right decisions to get the mission accomplished.
So right now, the things that we know about coronavirus that are helpful: washing your hands, social distancing. If you think you have fever, shortness of breath, if you have a cough, self-quarantine yourself for about 2 weeks. In the end, this disease is out there. We are going to have to get back together. The consequences of shutting down this economy are really severe to a lot of people, and I know there's people out there suffering, people in my own family. So we're going to get back together soon, and we're going to have to continue these habits of keeping ourselves clean. Rich, I want to thank you so much for coming on, Congressman. If there's any last things you'd like to say before we close the show.
It's all about education. It's about making the right decisions. I'm glad to be in this great, amazing country, to see the leadership working the way it is. We just need to do our part, not vilify people, but work together. Actually, in the ER, I'm seeing it right now, a lot of people are making the right decisions, staying home. The ER is actually less busy than usual. So I'm proud of the people. Hopefully, I know we'll come through this. This is America. We're strong. We're going to make it.
Thanks so much for joining us. We're going to have you back on the show because you and I got a lot more to talk about. This has been the Doctor's Lounge and America's Web Radio. See you guys next time.
You're listening to America's Web
It's 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
And it's the time of...
Let's talk Venezuelan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moxley. Hello, Brad.
How you doing?
How you doing? Okay. This radio station has the privilege to transmit many times news from Venezuela. And now Venezuela is the news. On March 26th, the Department of Justice, what did the Department of Justice, Josie?
They did. They has issued a bounties against Nicolás Maduro and his top officials.
Okay.
Nicolás bounty for his head, his whole body, is $15 million.
$15 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Diosdado Cabello.
10 millions.
And the rest of them, I believe, are 15 members.
15 members, yeah, but four of them were $10 million.
Yeah, but 4 of them, they already give themselves to the
U.S. government?
To the DEA.
To the DEA?
Yeah.
Okay, where are the charges? Drug dealing?
Yeah, the drug dealing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have right now, for the first time, a Colombian president in Venezuela.
A Colombian president being president in Venezuela. That reminds me like Obama from Kenya being a president in the United States.
Okay, no, but the Colombian president in front of a narco state. That was the dream of Pablo Escobar, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yeah, actually, he did a lot of bad things to the Supreme Court in Colombia, even explosion of the documents, so he could become not only a senator, but also he was trying to get into
the
presidency, into the presidency
yes.
of Colombia, but they cut him before that. But his dream came true. Not only is the president, but also is the vice president. Also is all these people who you see what they do is they rotate position.
Yes.
A few years ago was Diosdado Cabello, and he's in the list. And then a few years ago was Alzami. He's in the list. So all of them who are being called vice presidents, all of them are in the list.
But there is a correlation between the socialist and the drug dealing right now. Okay, we went to Washington D.C. 2 years ago to the Forum of Security of the East West Hemisphere. Do you remember?
That was in 2017. We attend the forum.
A forum.
Yeah, the forum. The name of the forum, the Security on the Western Hemisphere.
Okay.
And
what they show us?
In that forum, they have panels every 2 hours, different panels. And the one that impacted me the most was the part that they show us, the telephone numbers, the route, the banking routing numbers, the name. They show us how repeatedly those information that I just gave you are the way that they were tracking them down.
They're tracking them down, but there is something else. The same accounts that they are using for drug dealing is the same accounts that they are using for human trafficking. And there's the same accounts that they use for a lot of
bad things. Callings that we are discovering now, last year and this year, like human trafficking, pedophile, trafficking babies, trafficking organ trafficking.
But they are using the same routes and the same people.
Yes.
Okay, so it's
one thing is correlated to the other one. That's the way, because it makes sense.
It makes sense.
It makes sense in Venezuela because remember they destroyed the only thing that Venezuela used to have as a production. They destroyed the oil company completely.
Yes.
So they didn't have no more money coming in. So they have to provide the money for themselves to stay in power. And the only way they could do it was in the old style way.
Yeah.
The old style way. What was the old style way? Pablo Escobar.
Yes.
You know? And or if we go in a little more back, centuries back, Carlos is gonna tell us how a simple crime of drug dealing, like marijuana and cocaine, has become
a war. Okay.
So, go ahead.
So about in the beginning of the 80s, the cartel of Medellin was formed, and one of the guys of the cartel of Medellin was a pilot named Carlos Leder. Carlos Leder was the son of a German couple. He was born in Colombia, but he was very leftist. Okay, he was very prone to the
what is his name again?
left. Carlos Leder Rivas.
Carlos Leder.
Okay, Lehder, Leder Rivas, and he said that the soft drugs such as marijuana and cocaine is the atomic bomb of the Latin American countries against the American imperialism. This happens in during the presidency of Ronald Reagan, when this guy openly defied the security of the United States. The fight against drugs changed from just a simple, recreational thing into a matter of state. So the war on drugs really began at that moment.
Is that when the DEA was created and all those agencies?
No, the DEA is before that, but the DEA was formed during the Nixon presidency. But the amount of money that the federal government dedicate for that matter increased exponentially. So what happened? That the war on drugs began, and Pablo Escobar and the cartel of Medellin began a war against the Colombian government, and they almost win that war. But history shows us that this kind of war always ends in the side of the righteous
and the justice.
Okay.
So they don't learn the lesson.
But Pablo Escobar and their group, they killed more than 3,500 people in Colombia.
Yeah, with the bombs and killing,
and they put the Colombian government on their knees
on the spot.
Yes,
on the spot worldwide. Because
so
I remember I was living in Venezuela, and we were listening news.
Yes, and that's when they have to coordinate actions with the DEA, with the State Department. They began to extradite people who were involved in this kind of crimes, okay, and bringing over to the United States, even though they didn't commit the crime in United States. They create an organization, a criminal organization against the United States.
That was putting the safety of American and the government in peril,
in danger. Okay?
Oh, okay.
So, what happened? We know that how the cartel of Medellin ends. We know how the cartel of Cali ends.
I mean, we know those people. But somebody else took over that.
Yes,
because it's always like that.
It's a recycle. It's a big business.
It's a big business,
okay.
And somebody is let him go so I can come and take over.
So after that, after the Colombians get out of the equation, we had the problem with Manuel Noriega. In Panama. Okay, Manuel Noriega brought the drug dealers to Panama and the labs to produce cocaine to the Darien jungle. Okay, the same kind of operation that the Colombians had in Colombia.
That was eso fue como en los 90.
That happens in 1989. Okay, and among all that stuff, we have the Cuban connection. Okay, where Raúl Castro was in charge of the bringing the drugs from Mexico to Cuba, and from Cuba to the south of Florida.
To Miami.
To south.
I remember a program on TV, Miami Vice. Remember that? Miami Vice?
Okay. So they brought the drugs to Cuba, from Cuba to Bahamas, and from the Bahamas to South Florida. In those very fast boats. Okay. So that happens in the 80s and 90s. Okay, then the Mexican took over the transport and distribution of the drugs. Okay, and it's when you see the resurgence of other cartels, the Mexican cartels, like the Guadalajara cartel, like the Zetas.
That was
like
late in the 90s or early in the 2000s?
That was in the 80s, and it happens at the same time, but when the Colombians were neutralized, the Mexicans began their operation in big way.
They didn't have no Pablo Escobar to tell them what to take, and now they are free.
Yeah,
they were free.
And they brought, the Colombians came. The Colombians brought, let's say, 10 tons, okay, a year, and while the Mexicans bring 70 tons per week. So what happened? What happens that the market was completely whack, and the cost of the drugs in the street went completely down. One of the responsible of that was this infamous Mexican drug dealer known as El Chapo Guzman.
See, that one.
Now, the one that is right now in jail here in the United States.
Yes.
Okay, but what happened? And you said, okay, and what happened with the equation with Nicolás Maduro and all the stuff? Okay, in Colombia, everybody that is in the illegal world, in the underworld, they have something to do with drugs. They even cultivate the coke, the plant.
The cocaine.
No, the coke, the coke plant.
The leaf, the plant.
Exactly. Okay, or they produce the basic paste of cocaine, or produce the whole product. One of these organizations are las Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias de Colombia. Okay, the FARC. Okay, FARC is a guerrilla, communist guerrilla that are very close to Fidel Castro. That's the relationship between the drug dealers, the Colombian drug dealers, and Cuba. Okay, using the Nobel Prize winner Gabriel Garcia Marquez as the person who gave the communication between.
He was a mula.
No, he was the one. He was the one in charge in the communication between Pablo Escobar and Fidel Castro.
What's his name again?
Gabriel Garcia Marquez.
Gabriel Garcia Marquez.
Okay, We'll be back with more history.
If your health insurance premium is more than your mortgage, Ellen Deal with Ideal Solutions is here to help. Whether you're a small business owner, individual, family, or baby boomer, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com and I'll respond with 3 easy questions to help you determine if you can get away from Obamacare. As a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry, I'm here to help with all your insurance needs. Email Ellen Deal at MAGA45CAG@gmail.com.
Perhaps you are struggling to cope with the disease of addiction. If not, you probably know a family member or friend that needs help in battling the cravings and the personal and professional damage done by the effects of drugs or alcohol. Get a pen and paper and be ready to write down the following. These are the issues that the trained staff at the Atlanta Healing Center address and treat every day. Their doctors and counselors with over 40 years of practice in the field of addiction can treat the suffering individual in a thoughtful, compassionate, and experienced manner and guide him or her along the path to recovery. So call 770-696-9862 and speak to a knowledgeable staff member about how you or your loved one can be helped to enjoy a better and healthier life. More information is also available on the website at www.atlantahealingcenter.com.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Okay, so what happened with the FARC? The FARC are a communist guerrilla, okay?
In Colombia.
In Colombia.
Mm-hmm.
And they found in Chavez the best ally.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes, that was in 1991.
1999.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And they began to bring drugs, cocaine, tons and tons and tons of cocaine to Venezuela. And they are using the Venezuelan army resources to transport the drugs through the country up to the Margarita Island.
So what you're saying is Hugo Chavez, as soon as he got in power, he started not only working with the regular business that Venezuela was doing with the petroleum, but also as a backup with the drugs.
Yes.
At the same time, and I assume it's just, that when he saw the money coming from the drug and the money coming from the oil, he said, "Oh no, let's leave the oil on the side because this is giving us more money."
The problem with oil is that the oil is very cyclic in price. 10 years ago, the barrel of oil cost almost $150 per barrel. Okay, and now it's in $30. The fluctuation, the yield is too high. Drugs not. Drugs is like gold. The price is higher. Well, when it's more scarce. Okay, so it's supply and demand, but it's a forbidden business. So it's
but that's what happened when you forbid.
Yes. So
when
what
you
happened?
Forbid, high demand, more money.
Exactly.
Okay.
So what happens? They transport using the Venezuelan army's resources. They transport the drugs.
So he corrupted basically his whole Military.
All the military. That's
There's
why
none of them who is innocent or nothing.
That's why this criminal organization is known as el Cartel de los Soles.
Okay.
That means the cartel of the suns. Why? Because generals in Venezuela has, instead of stars, they have suns in the lap.
The sun,
yeah.
Not the star, the sun.
No, they don't use stars. They use sun.
Wait a minute. Why? He changed that, or he always used it from before?
No. He changed that. Hugo Chavez changed that.
He threw away the stars and started putting sun.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Where's the country who and the movement with the sun? The rising sun. Obama, United States.
Okay.
The China over there, the communist is the sun. And so on. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. So.
Se cayó.
Yeah. So what happened? They corrupt the army. Basically, two generals, Cliver Alcalá Cordones, and El Pollo Carvajal. That he was the head of the SEBIN, or the intelligence system, military intelligence system. Both were part of this demand or this sue of the Department of Justice. Cliver Alcalá immediately went to Colombia and gave himself to the extradition and to the American authorities. Okay. So he's singing like an opera singer.
Oh, he's doing the bird.
Yeah,
the bird. He's singing.
He's singing like a bird. Okay, but what happened? Venezuela became the main distribution site for Europe. Okay, so they bring the drug to Margarita Island, and the Syrians, the Syrians that live in Venezuela, took control of that part of the business. They flew the drugs from Venezuela all the way to West Africa. From West Africa, they went to North Africa, and from North Africa, in the pateras, the boats, they brought the drugs to Europe.
So they crossed the Mediterranean.
Yes, sold in euros. That the euros has a higher value than dollar at that time. So what happened with that money? That money went back not to Venezuela, went back to Syria, where the Syrians took that money and used it to finance the war.
Yeah, the war that we.
Okay.
Yeah.
Using Russia as their allies. Okay, because Russia has a very important port, naval base in Syria. Okay, so look how all this finance and all this product is going through the European Union. But last year happens that in Dominican Republic, a couple of young guys.
That was 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
That was
they were
18.
They were arrested in the Dominican Republic.
They were planning how to bring a few tons of cocaine
into the United States. But the thing is that they were talking to a DEA agent.
Yeah, those guys.
And they were arrested and brought over to the United States.
Okay.
And it happens that both guys were nephews of the Venezuelan First Lady, Cilia Flores.
Who is
the First Lady?
Who is the First Lady, who is the wife of Nicolás Maduro, who has a bounty of $15 million.
Now.
So
that
everything
moment,
comes like this.
At that moment, when the DEA made the investigation, they said, okay, they control the European Union drug passing, but at the time that they come over here, come to the
when they are planning to come to the United States.
To the United States, they already did a crime against United States, against the security. So that's why they took some long time to have the evidence, substantial evidence, not circumstantial, but substantial evidence, because these two guys said to the informant that they have Rampa 4, that's the presidential place where the presidential airplane take off, okay, in the main airport in Venezuela. So that means that the Venezuelan presidency was involved in that drug dealing. So that's why the Department of Justice.
So you are telling me that his nephews, Nicolás' nephews, give the DEA all the proof, all the evidences.
Yes.
To put a bounty on Nicolás Maduro. So what happened? What happened with this generation? Man, I remember back in those days, no matter what happened, they will not say nothing. They'd rather go down.
No.
Die. No, today,
No.
No. I mean, it's my uncle and whatever, but if I'm here and he cannot do nothing for me, you know what? I'm going to do for him.
Well, but you have to understand something. It is better if you are in your early 20s to spend 17 years in jail.
In federal jail.
Okay, with 10 years mandatory. Okay.
That's prison, right?
Prison. In a federal prison. But you are in your 20s, so if you have good behavior, you could be out.
Is that considered a violent crime?
It's considered a high crime, yes.
But no, a violent crime.
It is, because
So they're not going to take advantage in 10 years of this?
No, they can get out in 10 years.
But not taking advantage of this new law, the President Trump.
No, that's not. That's this kind of conspiracy is considered a violent crime.
Violent crime.
Yes, violent. It's not a lady in the streets of Hialeah by selling 2 grams of coke. No, this is a big thing. Okay. So, what's the next thing? 2 of the highest ranking officials on the document of the Department of Justice, they already are here with the Department of Justice and the DEA making declarations. Okay, I think this week another 2 minor person came also to the United States and said, okay, I prefer a jail in New York and not a tomb in Venezuela. Okay.
And not only that, a jail in Venezuela where they're killing each other and they're eating each other because there's no food over there.
Yes. So So what's the situation, the grim situation that they have? 2 days ago, the President of the United States
I want to share a video with you.
Gave the order of a blockage or of the any ship or airplane that goes out or into Venezuela must be reviewed. Okay, we will be back in 2 minutes.
Want to give your family or loved one the perfect gift? Then go online and check out the TornadoBodyDryer.com. I love mine and the warm heat air massage it gives me after my shower. The Tornado Body Dryer is super. You'll love it, and you'll love having one in your shower.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docsforpatientcarefoundation.org. Go to our site and please make a generous tax-deductible donation and join the fight today. Thank you.
Obamacare is failing, but in order to get back on the right track with health policy, people need to be informed. ObamacareWatch.org is your resource to understand what's happening with this law and what you can do to stay active, stay informed, and make positive change happen. ObamacareWatch.org. Visit us now.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Karuchak. Join me and my co-host, Dr. Hal Scherz, as we talk about the topics that doctors talk about amongst themselves, such as Medicare, Obamacare, alternative forms of care, and health information technology. Join us every Thursday morning, 8 to 9 a.m.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
Short. Well, now the President of the United States, as Commander-in-Chief, made an order. Can you tell me what was the order on that?
Okay, it's a very short video. Let me share it with you. It's right here.
States is launching enhanced counter-narcotics operations in the Western Hemisphere to protect the American people from the deadly scourge of illegal narcotics. We must not let the drug cartels exploit the pandemic to threaten American lives. In cooperation with the 22 partner nations, U.S. Southern Command will increase surveillance, disruption, and seizures of drug shipments and provide additional support for eradication efforts, which are going on right now at a record pace. We're deploying additional Navy destroyers, combat ships, aircraft and helicopters, Coast Guard cutters, and Air Force surveillance aircraft, doubling our capabilities in the region. Very importantly, our forces are fully equipped with personnel, protective equipment, and we've taken additional safety measures to ensure our troops remain healthy.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, our troops remain healthy.
Yes, sir.
But we have to look out this operation as the response of the United States of America on something bigger.
Yeah. The picture is bigger than we think.
Yes. Okay? What happens? This coronavirus crisis have a name. It's the Chinese virus.
The Chinese virus. Because it's coming from China.
Yes. It's not a racist it's not a racist thing. It's
not a racist comment. or expression or saying it. It's the reality. It's coming from China, like the swan, like the flu from Spain. The
Spanish flu.
The Spanish flu. The Nile, the West Nile fever.
Exactly.
You know,
it's
location. We always, before the left took over the media, we always call things by their name, and nobody used to get offended. Today, everything is offensive.
But the difference between, let's see, the West Nile or the Ebola is the following. The Chinese create the virus, and the Chinese.
Look what I did.
Yes.
Okay.
And the Chinese government act very unresponsible. Okay, they ask for help on February. I remember that in February 4th, when the president did his speech about the nation, he talked about the coronavirus in China.
Yeah, he was talking about it.
And the problem and what were the actions that the U.S. government were doing at that moment. But you have to understand that the Chinese government is very secretive in a lot of things, okay? And they didn't give the Americans the right numbers.
No, but President Trump talked about it.
Yes.
And then this is what Nancy Pelosi did that day. You guys remember? That's what she did. Now she's trying to do another impeachment number 2. Number 2?
Yes.
Impeachment 2.0.
This is not the time for impeachment. This is for the time of unity. And the president did what he has to do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the problem is that, remember that Venezuela is an influence area of the Chinese.
China is in Venezuela. Russia is in Venezuela.
Yes.
Iran is in Venezuela.
Exactly.
Syria is in Venezuela. The narco from Bolivia is in Venezuela. The narcos from Las FARC is in Venezuela. Venezuela is being invaded. And the Cubans are in control in Venezuela.
Yes. So the old American policy brought up by President Teddy Roosevelt, okay, that is bring a big stick or bring a carrot, is coming back, okay. The Monroe Doctrine is coming back. It's part of the Make America Great Again.
I hate that.
And Latin America, as part of the Americas, it belongs to the influence area of the United States of America. Okay? So even if they say yes or no,
it doesn't matter.
That's irrelevant.
That is irrelevant.
That's irrelevant.
That is irrelevant because as Russia has control over there in that area, nobody gets involved with Russia.
When Russia took over Crimea,
nobody said
nothing.
Even Obama was quiet.
Yes.
Okay. When you see the China taking control of the Asia area by killing Cambodians and killing all that.
Tibet.
Mongolia. Okay.
Tibet. Okay. They were took. That's another example.
Exactly. So these powerful countries, they have controlling areas.
Yes.
We, the United States, control our area as well. Russia controls his area. China controls his area as well. In Africa, somebody in Africa control Africa area. All right, we control this area, regardless that you like it or not. It's like the family when they have few brothers and sisters. There is always a jealous full brother in the family who refuse to listen to what the elder's brother or elder sister are in charge of.
So the globalism is over. Okay? The globalism is dead. And this Chernobyl-like situation with the Chinese, it will cost already to the United States $2.2 trillion. $2.2 trillion. That's what it was approved by the U.S. Congress as help during these times. But there are some groups that already are demanding, they are suing the Chinese government because their actions create this mess. Not only
in a federal government, in a federal court.
In a federal court, yes. So one of the first things that the United States of America has to do is to say, okay, how Chinese will pay for this. The first thing that they have to pay for this is taking over things that the Chinese took over without the United States permission. Okay? The Chinese get into Venezuela because President Bush and President Obama allowed them.
Oh yes.
Okay? Allow them. They both of them allow them to
under globalist concept, right?
Under the globalist concept. Okay? We need to return, for example, for the sanitary controls. I remember when I was a kid that traveling to the United States or traveling to Europe from Latin America, you have to get like 5 different vaccines because they do not allow you to come over here. We have very strict sanitary controls on the borders, on the airports, on the ports. I remembered from a book that David Moxley showed me, the history of the Patriot American, where they said that when the immigrants came from Europe and land on Ellis Island, the people stay on quarantine for 40 days.
Miami.
They
had to do that too. 40 days. They used to be locked in until
Miami. I'm not talking about Miami. Miami is a new city, but in New York in the 19th century, they used to lock down the people who came from Europe. Okay? And they don't have a free pass from Europe to the United States until they demonstrate that they are free of any kind of sickness. Okay? Yes, in Ellis Island. And if they happen that somebody was sick, they return it to the place where they came from. Okay? So we have to return, on these times we have to return to that kind of good practices. Okay? United States didn't have this kind of problems since the early 20th centuries, you know? Why? Because we have the controls, and in the name of globalism, we lose it. I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back.
Whether cruising the Strip in a 57 Chevy or taking the family on a vacation in a 71 Oldsmobile Vista Cruiser, you need to tune in to Classic Cars with Steve Ronaldo and Jim Weber every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on americaswebradio.com.
In 2009, the membership organization Docs for Patient Care was founded. People all around the country wanted to participate in the efforts of this group, and they wanted to join, but they were unable to do so unless they were physicians. It's for this reason that the Docs for Patient Care Foundation was created. Now, everyone can join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. While you're at your computer, please go to www.docs 4patientcarefoundation.org. That's www.docs4patientcarefoundation.org and make a tax-deductible donation and join the fight along with us. Thank you.
This is America's Web Radio. Would you like to have a show, talk about your business, or express your opinion on America's Web Radio? Just email gm@americaswebradio.com and we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Oh no.
Arnold and Terminator.
That's being racist. I mean, if you say history how it happens, that's the point of view now. Today, when you say history, the point it happens, you are a racist.
Am I?
Okay, so I am a racist. So, do you have something else to say? This is what happened, and this is what's happening. It's the same thing happening in the earliest 1900. It's happening now in the earliest 200, in the 2000s. You know,
in the 21st,
in the 20. I mean,
the
it's
21st
repeating
century.
the same history is getting repeated back again. And why is repeating it? Because we are forgetting to look back to our history. History. That's the main target right there. The key is history.
Do you
if
remember?
you strip down your history, what it says? What it says when you strip down your history?
It repeats itself.
You will
Yes, you
That's
got
it.
to repeat it.
That's it.
Exactly.
So a lot of people on Twitter are saying that China must be dragged into the international court
Yes.
and stripped of its veto power in the United Nations. Now, you know what? United Nations is another communist agency now. I mean, we as Americans, we need to start thinking if we're going to kick them out of here, let them meet somewhere else. They hate so much our system. They hate so much United States. They hate so much
But do you know?
the
Do you know?
Constitution, everything. But they love to come here because they know they can walk here freely. Nothing is going to happen to them. There is not going to be a bomb behind the car. No. Send them to, Cuba.
Yeah, but okay. But do you know what happens if that situation happens? We will repeat exactly the same conditions that create World War II. At the beginning, and after the First World War, President, the League of Nations, right?
Conditions to create World War III.
Yes. So, in the best interest of the United States, the United Nations must stay here, but under the fair use rule. It's not fair that the United States has to pay 80% of the budget of the United Nations, okay, and being despicable for the other countries, okay, and leave other countries with that budget, and even we have to pay for the organization 80% of the organization's expenses. We have to receive this kind of treatment of that organization.
Wow, but you see, United Nations declared China being innocent of this, but it's being accused by United States. It's like, okay, I came to you in 17. I'm talking like I am from the United Nations. Okay, Trump, I came to you on 17 to ask you for more money for the United Nations, and you said to us, no.
No.
So besides that, we were paying 80% of the United Nations expenses, they were coming to us for more. Could you believe that? Could you believe that? President Trump said, no. Oh, you're not going to give us what we need. Okay, we're going to make hell on you. And this is what's going to happen. This is what's happening. China, South Korea, Cuba, Iran, Syria, Bolivia, because Venezuela,
okay,
Colombia,
and they're giving, for example, the presidency of the Human Rights Commission on the United Nations to Venezuela, to Nicolás Maduro, a guy who openly kills people. Okay, so the United Nations must change and must have a fair use. It's not they convert the United Nations into the Communist Party Congress. That's what United Nations is right now. Especially some of the arms like UNESCO. Okay? UNESCO, yes, or UNICEF. Okay? They are acting like really communist organizations, not what the United Nations was created for.
Was intended for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
not that I'm supposed to be uttering opinions particularly, but the reason for all of this is very weak administrations.
Yes.
Trump would stand up and say, no more, no más.
No más, no más.
But nobody before Trump had the intestinal fortitude to stand up, oh my God, what if they left it? Who cares? You know, they're not doing us any good anyway.
They were part of that group. They were part. It's
part of the group,
the only way that you are being pleasant or, pleasing somebody else is because you are part of that relationship. You are part of that group, or you are part of the organization, the globalist organization.
The other portion of this is that the American public doesn't have the intestinal fortitude to stand up and say, whoa, Nelly, get us set and do something about them. I mean, I've forgotten at one time it was how many millions of tickets were out in New York on U.S. ambassadors, or they park in the middle of the street and say, who cares?
Who cares?
And
exactly.
I've forgotten, the number was staggering, and the city of New York, there's no way they could collect. They just, too bad, they're UN. We're the strongest nation in the country, and we should flex our muscle more often.
Yes, absolutely.
And let people know where we are, and don't mess with us.
Regardless the people like it or not, this planet has areas like they call a zone that are controlled by somebody.
Yep.
Okay? Those Islamists who came from the Middle East, like Syria, Iran, Palestine, they came to America, especially Central and South America. They came to control us, the Latinos. Okay? They didn't come here to share with us. No, they came to control us. So the Latino, with this mentality that these governors, presidents in the past have been teaching our people, hate United States, hate the imperial United States. All the thing that you are suffering is United States' fault. All this brainwashing, what they did, they welcome him. They welcome in those Islamists from the Middle East. They welcome the atheists from Asia, like China, North Carolina. They welcome all of them to their country with money, okay? But they didn't see that they were coming to control and invade their government, to control their whole particular life, okay? To change their mentality, to change their culture, to change what Venezuela used to be. You go to Venezuela now, Venezuela is not what it used to be. It's it was like a strip it down. They stripped down Venezuela's values, culture, ideology, way of behaving. They strip it down. It's like another country.
But this same happens here. I think you were the one who said that right now they are not teaching World War II. at schools.
Well, they cut it down to, in history books, it's given 3 pages.
Exactly.
You know.
Exactly. And what happened? And what happens with World War One?
I don't even know if it's a footnote.
Okay. And do you remember the idiom of the U.S. Marines? What they say about Tripoli? That the first word that we had as a nation, as an independent nation, was not against England, but was against
Islam.
Yes. That was our first war as a nation with another country after we became independent, was against Islam. And look where we are today with the Islamists running today. David, do you know there is 20,000 Muslims running today in United States for public positions?
No.
Starting from level 1, which is local, commissioners, whatever, to
all the way to the
county, state, and federal.
No, I didn't.
And what we the Americans are doing? Oh no, we are so focused on making money. We are so focused on business, and they don't remember what I said yesterday. Everybody was surprised when I say this. If you don't have a country, you will lose your business. Plain and simple. That's what happened in Venezuela. Remember Venezuela? When Venezuela used to be flourish, everybody went to Venezuela to invest. Remember that? Regardless, they were living in a light socialism system. But now you go to Venezuela, everybody who used to own a business, what happened? Gone. Why? Because the citizens of Venezuela, the regular Gonzalez, Martinez, Cruz, those citizens, they didn't care about politics. They just wanted focus on business. So what happened? The kids of the immigrants, you follow what I mean? The kids of the immigrants, those people who immigrated from Germany, from Syria, from Palestine, who were leaving those countries because of persecution, okay? They came to our country, for let's say Venezuela. They marry over there, they have kids in Venezuela, and they make sure that their kids went to school, graduated from university as lawyers, doctors, engineers. Why? Because they were thinking and putting the plan ahead with their kids. You're going to become one day a governor in this land. Because that's their mentality. While the Gonzalez, Martinez, Cruz, Barrios, Rosales, whatever, I'm giving you just basic last Hispanics, Latinos last name. They were busy partying. They were busy in having fun. They were busy watching TV, the Miss Universe or Miss Venezuela. They were busy, oh, look what dress I bought, look at my shoes. They were busy in their businesses. They were busy getting together and have fun, and they forgot about the politics. And let me tell you something. If you do not get involved in politics, politics will get involved in your life. It will change your life forever.
And take it over.
Take it over. So now we have the problem here in the United States. 20,000 Muslims, they are running for position, and they say, clear, straightforward, they are not going to obey the Constitution of the United States.
No, they will follow the Sharia law.
They will follow the Sharia law. And we, the Christian, Gloria a Dios, hallelujah, praise the Lord, we're waiting for Jesus to come. Oh, Jesus is coming next week. Oh, we are here. And then, no, the Bible says, now I'm going to talk like a theologian. The Bible says, you are ordered to occupy. We Christians, we need to occupy. Because if we don't occupy, you know what's going to happen. They're going to take it from us. And we have to labor. We need to labor. We need to work. We need to take over with the laws and everything. Make sure that we take back the country that our fathers gave us when they founded this country.
Well, now is the time to say goodbye.
Oh no.
Okay. And thank you very much, David. See you later.
Bye. Oh, it's gonna be 2 weeks.
You can keep your doctor, you can keep your plan, and every family will save thousands of dollars a year. I'm Ellen Deal, and if you've been hurt by the Affordable Care Act, you can email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com to see if we can help. Small business owners, individuals, families, and baby boomers, email MAGA45CAG@gmail.com for 3 easy questions to determine if you can get away from Obamacare. I'm a 20-year veteran of the insurance industry and here to help you for all your insurance needs.
The Docs for Patient Care Foundation is your way to join the fight and become a member of an organization created by doctors for patients, dedicated to fighting for your healthcare freedom and preserving the doctor-patient relationship. Get a pen and paper. Write down docs4patientcarefoundation.org. That's DOCS, the number 4.
You're listening to America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening. America's Web Radio on the AmericasBroadcastNetwork.com. Thank you for listening.
And folks, welcome today. We are going to have a special show today. First, I want to thank everyone for joining us. We are going to have, and joining me here already is Roger B. from Locked and Loaded, and I am Victor from On Point with Victor, and we have David with David's Pick. David's Pick. Yeah. And I'm not going to tell you where that finger just went. No.
You can pick your friends, and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose.
You can't pick your friend's nose. So yeah, folks, we are going to have a special show today. Joining us today in just a few is going to be a what is known as a Shifu, and I'm going to let Roger. Folks, if you're familiar with martial arts,
if you've seen Kung Fu Panda,
that's good, Roger, because there are probably more people out there that have seen Kung Fu Panda that would know what I would start if I start talking about Kung Fu and the history and the different martial arts. We might lose people, but if we talk about Kung Fu Panda,
we're going to keep
I
everyone.
bet we're going to keep everyone.
They call him Master Shifu, which is actually repetitive because Shifu in Chinese means master. Or actually teaching father.
Yeah.
So it's somebody who I actually studied under for almost 4 years.
Right. And some of you out there who studied maybe a Japanese style like I did, actually I've done several styles, but you may sensei may be something that you're familiar with.
Right, that's a similar type of term, just Chinese versus Japanese.
Exactly. So, but we wanted to bring Shifu in today because there's some remarkable, look, no matter if you're Shaolin style or if you are some style from Japan, whether it be a martial arts of the karate style or the Kung Fu style, Shaolin style, which is Kung Fu based out of China, when you develop or when you study these, and Roger, you were learning because you did this for about 4 years, you said.
Right. Well, 4 years this last time, and then about a year and a half before that. With another, an American Shifu.
Right. And I myself, I started in the martial arts at about 11 or 12 years old and didn't stop till I was in my mid-20s. And honestly, you never stop. But once I left the school, this training never leaves you, no matter what type of training.
If it's good, yes, you always remember some of it.
But when one thing I learned, and you were probably learning, Roger, is when you're learning martial arts and people think, oh, you're learning how to kick some tail, it isn't all about that. Actually fighting and defending yourself is one of the last things that you really are really is part of that training. A lot of it is body and mind and spirit.
It's supposed to be the last resort.
Right. And so what we want to talk about today is when you get into the deep philosophy of martial arts, whether it be from Shaolin background or from any other Japanese style, the good ones, I guess we should say.
Right. There's, like I say, I did I took a few classes in Krav Maga, and it is all fighting.
That's
that's what they specialize in.
It's a military.
That's what they do, yes.
The thing that what you all are talking about, that the one thing that they all have in common One word: meditation.
Right.
Well, like say the Krav Maga, no meditation.
Well, they might
strictly training for
he
fighting.
He might meditate a little bit while he's visualizing taking out the number of opponents that's in front of him. But
350 people, come on.
Yeah, no, there's some. Yes, you're right, David. Especially with
most of all the Eastern
and
style fighting. Now, if you go to a boxing school, you're probably not going to get a whole lot of meditation.
No, you're not. But
but the Eastern,
they may need it.
Yes, the Eastern ones generally have that as part of the curriculum or part of what they teach you. It's not just, it's mind and body, not just body training.
Right.
But you know, it's something else too that, and I just thought about it. I was there many years ago. But the other thing is the mind, and like we talk about being prepared, and one of the things they teach you is that you see what you're going into, or you visualize in your mind, and then you do whatever you have to do. But it's like when you drive into a parking lot, you're aware of your situation, but then through the meditation, you take it a step further, and whatever it happens to be.
Well, there's a lot to be said for meditation, which also what we learned is breathing control. And with meditation comes that really deep thought. With breathing control, that's when you really get into injury control, pain resistance. There's so much more to martial arts than the actual fighting, and that's what we want to get into a little bit today. Because when you master, there's one thing to master technique, but it's not just that. When I was learning, and I'm sure, Roger, you went through this, we had some nights that were the classes that were just on the mind, spirit, and body. And that wasn't techniques.
In fact, every class I had, they always had some sort of either a slow form practice where you actually go super slow and you can actually concentrate on each movement and your breath while you're moving. You had that every time, and then you did other things as well. But you always had that every week, and you always did some meditation with every class.
Yep. And there's not a sport out there where breathing control won't help you, and you really need to learn that in the martial arts.
You need to learn that just if you get pulled over by the police.
Well, that's
for
true.
Violating your stay-at-home order.
Your stay-at-home order. That's true too. You don't want to panic.
Brent was telling me that goes in effect at 6 tonight.
Apparently.
That's right.
Apparently.
And does anybody know? Are we all going to turn into pumpkins or what?
So what Kemp has tried to do, and I'll give him credit because Kemp was reluctant to do this. What angers me is that he did it. But what gives me solace is that he's trying to at least come out and be. He's not one of those that are threatening jail time or anything like that. He's simply saying, "Look, let's spend the next I think it's a week or two. Let's try and stay in our homes. But if you have to leave, he goes, you can leave for food, you can leave for medical attention.
Yeah, I mean,
you can leave for
if you starve to death in your house, what's the point of not getting the coronavirus?
Right. Yeah, exactly. But I think what Kemp is alluding to is you can't rip to shred the Constitution in the name of a state of emergency, which is what a lot of municipalities are trying to do.
Oh, yeah, a lot of states have done that already. They're fining people, corralling people in.
Right, and I don't want to make light of the situation. We social distancing is a good thing. Sheltering
always.
at home. Right.
By the way, when this is over, everybody can still feel free to stay 6 feet away from me.
Hey, let me tell you something. The regular flu has already killed, I think, north of 10,000 people this season.
Worldwide?
Worldwide, it's way more than that.
Worldwide, it's 5 times as many as the coronavirus worldwide.
So social distancing, hey, keep it up. Maybe we'll save lives.
This Fauci or whatever his name is,
Fauci.
He made the point, and it's a very good point. The question was, well, when are we going over the peak, and is it there, or whatever? And he said, well, we basically, particularly in some of the larger areas, yes, but it's going to get worse before it gets better. And the interviewer said, well, I don't understand. How can it be getting better and
worse at the same time? Yeah, right.
And like he said, well, the numbers are coming down. But if you get more people, well, then obviously.
Plus, the square area of the United States is so huge. Not everything happens at every place at the same time.
I think what Fauci hasn't, and even Trump, maybe they need to do a better job of explaining, is the difference between discovering people who've had it or have it, rather as opposed to the spreading. These aren't necessarily new cases. When it's because the testing is becoming more prevalent, so you can test more people. When you can test more people, you're going to find out people who had it, people who recovered from it.
There's people who didn't even know they
had it.
Unfortunately, there's only one factual number.
Yeah.
The deaths.
The body count.
The body counts, yeah. And those are dropping. Even New York had a decrease. I'm not sure if it was which area, but I believe it might have been in how they're tracking the cases. But even New York, they're saying now that they're seeing some movement in New York, that they're saying in the next 7 days they should.
Did you see the statistics? I thought it was a 0.02% of people who they can confirm have the disease or have the flu, the virus, have actually died from it. 0.02%.
Yeah, and the normal flu is 0.8.
Yes, so it's 4 times less dangerous than the influenza flu.
Right, and maybe, look, maybe we were, it's a lot of people get mad when you say it's less dangerous. Well, okay, maybe, but for now, the death rate is lower.
From what I understand, though, is that more healthier people can be more adversely affected by this than the regular flu.
And except us, positive blood type. Hoorah, hoorah. And you other people, it's your fault.
I think
drink a lot of whiskey. It's like hand sanitizer for your insides.
That's right. I've heard, or they are finding out that there are people who are immune to it. There are people that are. There are
always people who are immune to almost anything.
Almost anything. So I'd like to consider myself one of those. I'm not sure. I can't verify that, but I'm going to go ahead and mentally.
What are you thinking? You just think it flies over you?
Absolutely. I think short people are immune.
That's why Fauci hasn't got it yet.
That's a good point, because Fauci makes me look tall. He's a pretty short dude. So, but but there's definitely something to this, and we talked about this before last week. You've got to keep your sense about you, and you cannot under any shape or form trade your freedom for security. You cannot allow your elected officials.
What did Ben Franklin say? Those willing to trade essential liberty for security deserve
neither. And he was 100% right. And I'm not saying that we defy sheltering in place.
Don't go licking handrails. No.
Right. I'm not saying we don't do things that are smart. It's smart to social distance right now. It's smart to shelter when you can, but to try and get people to try and change the paradigm where Americans are going, let me ask the government if I can leave my home. Let me ask the government. Let me check with the government. This is a bad paradigm.
Now, I wonder, are they going to require you to have papers showing where you work if you're out on the roads?
Somebody was pulled over the other day, and I've got this from secondhand information from a person who knew somebody. I know that sounds funny.
A guy who, my cousin's sister's brother's friend, roommate.
There was actually somebody pulled over in Georgia, in the metropolitan area yesterday, who was actually asked for papers. Now, again, look,
toilet
folks.
Toilet or otherwise?
What's that?
Toilet or?
Yeah, right. It may have been toilet paper. I should clarify.
Rolling?
They were asked for documentation to prove where they were going. And this is the kind of stuff, when your police force is turned into a government state force, where and what I mean by that is they're not out there protecting and defending. They're out there doing what the government is asking them to do, as far as trying to keep you at bay in your home or in some certain area. This is the kind of stuff, I'm sorry, national emergency or not, right? We can't stand for.
We need to take a break here in a second, but before we do, I want to mention something that I'd mentioned in Brett's office before we came in here, and that's
Mr. IT.
We, folks, and I don't go into this very often, but yesterday, I don't know why, but I was really struck by a thought about our homeless brothers and sisters that are under the bridges or on the side of the road or whatever the circumstance is. And there's a lady, Frankie Holbrook, that she has a ministry, a street ministry called Shine the Light. And if you've got extra funds that you could put her away,
shine his light. And, we have to take care of the folks that are not as fortunate as we are. And I generally don't use the station for this necessarily, but in this case, we've got a lot of folks out there, and just, if you think about it, if they start getting sick,
if it spreads to the homeless area, which California, it's funny you mentioned that, David, because LA is starting to see this. They've got a case now, and if it goes wild through the homeless area, then that's a problem.
And then all of a sudden you've got dastardly things that we as a civilized nation have never had to do,
right?
But could very likely have to do, and that's the cremation of thousands of bodies.
What you're talking about is having to burn bodies to put it.
Well, you're talking about California has such a huge homeless population anyway, because they encourage them. Let's have them come here, give them free needles so they can use drugs, let them go to the bathroom in the street without doing anything.
Especially San Francisco. And LA is catching up rapidly with San Francisco.
But it really, from a standpoint of location or anything else, we're still dealing with other human beings. And, I'm very blessed, and the three of us sitting here are very blessed that we haven't